Dreamscape presents Lie, Lie, Truth, a psychological thriller by James Caine, narrated by Darcy Rhodes. Prologue. Tell me about your father. I can hear the audible sound of the camera behind the interviewer zooming on my face. The host of the popular show Crime Pod waits for my response to his open-ended question. Where do I even begin? A member of the recording crew shuffles the light. I suppose the lighting isn't right for the dramatic answer that the crew hopes will come from my lips. Instead, I look away, unsure why I even agreed to be here to begin with. I've avoided interviews my entire life. I've never gotten into true crime because I lived it. Why put myself through the trauma of the terrible lives others have gone through when my own is difficult enough? The host, Chris Harrelson, lets out an over-the-top sigh, staring at the producer behind him. I can almost read his mind. Make her say something. Anything. The producer, an empathetic woman named Heather sitting in the dark with the rest of the crew, looks at me. Her facial features soften as she sees how upset I am. I didn't even realize a tear's been running down my face. I quickly wipe it and put on a fake smile. Sorry, I say to Heather. I'm okay. We can keep going. Are you sure? She asks. The host abruptly stares at his wristwatch and back at the producer. If you need another break, Allie, you can have it, Heather says. I'm fine, I say. I remind myself why I'm here. I never wanted to tell my story before, but it's important. What happened when I was a little girl in the small town of Cadestill is infamous. What happened to my father was talked about around the world and in criminology classes across the country. I've been pestered for years to speak about it, and it wasn't until now that I agreed to. Every true crime fanatic knows the name Dennis Kempman. His life and death are talked about more now than ever after what happened when I returned to Cadestill. The host waves over a woman who did my makeup and asks her to touch up an area on his neck. His impatient face brightens momentarily before it goes back to its normal look of being mildly irritated. I can't help but smile when I see the change in his behavior. It's part of the reason I'm here. I remember the conversation I had with my brother, Jason, so clearly it's as if it just happened. The host perfectly defines what Jason and I spoke about. The masks we wear. The true selves we hide from others. This host does a wonderful job when the cameras are rolling to portray himself in a different light. The producer gives me a wry smile, and I again give her confidence that I'm ready by offering a shy thumbs up. The host shoos away the makeup artist without thanking her as the crew begins filming again. Chris Harrelson's bleak face softens immediately, expertly portraying sympathy for the camera. Tell me about your father, he repeats. Again, I can hear the camera that's aimed at me zoom in closer. Taking a deep breath, I can see Dennis, the man I called father, in my head. I remember the day he brought me to his house after him and my mother Connie adopted me. I can see me, the scared little girl wondering what my life was going to be like with these two strangers. Where do you want me to start? I ask the host. Wherever you want, he says. We want to know your story. What was it like living with Dennis Kempman? What was living in the town of Cadestill during the Red Ribbon disappearances like? How did you feel when you found out your father was the main suspect? Tell us what happened when you returned to Cadestill over a decade later. The host clears his throat and takes a sip of water. His actions make me uneasy, and I try to find the words to respond. The host leans in, his face somehow softening more. Are you okay, Allie? He asks softly. At first, I'm surprised that he seems so human towards me, until I realize the cameras are still rolling. I nod. I am. The host leans back. Did you always believe your father was a serial killer? Chapter 1. Before. The woman named Connie Kempman, who I would soon call Mother, sits in the front passenger seat of the car, as my new father, Dennis, drives. The two share a smile as Connie looks at the back seat, at me, her new daughter. When I look past Connie's endearing smile, I see Dennis giving me a similar look in the rearview mirror. His grin grows wider as we share a quick moment. My new brother, Jason, sits on the other side of the back of the car, looking outside the window. He's wearing a white cap backwards and looks more than bored from the long drive from Calgary to Cadestill. We haven't spoken much to each other besides him telling me his name. It all seemed surreal. Dennis and Connie Kempman dressed nice. Dennis wore a pair of khaki pants with a button-up white shirt. His short hair was combed perfectly. His face was clean-shaven, except for the pencil-thin mustache he had. His aftershave stunk up the car, but I wouldn't dare ask him to lower the window to not suffocate from the smell. Every so often, he'd fix the dark-framed glasses on his nose as he drove. Connie had on a flowing white summer dress. Her smile was so infectious that even I felt compelled to give my own. There was an awkwardness in the air. None of us really knew what to say to each other yet. They didn't know, but I was terrified. Today, I had a new family. I was adopted. But what if they were like the biological mother and father I was taken from? Dad had gone back to prison. I never knew why, but Mom told me he'd be gone for a while this time. I'd be a teenager by the time he was able to come back, and that was if he was on his best behavior. I was okay with that, to be honest. Dad liked to yell. Dad liked to shout. Sometimes, when I didn't listen, he'd do more than bark. He was the complete opposite of my new dad. Dennis Kempman had nothing but a large smile on his face the day he picked me up in Calgary. After my dad went to prison, my mom said she couldn't care for me on her own. It was too much, she claimed. I found out later that it wasn't exactly her preference. The province decided to remove me from her due to the unsafe environment, as they defined it. Mom would typically heat up leftover pizza for lunch, but the day I was taken, there was no food in the fridge. A knock on our apartment door changed my life. A child worker asked if we could talk outside, while a police officer spoke to my mother. That was the last time I saw her. At the age of 11, my entire life changed. "Do you like horses, Allison?" Connie asks me. She turns and looks at me again, her smile beaming as she waits for my response. "Kind of," I say. She nods. "Perfect. Just perfect. The Draysons, friends of ours in town, have 2 at their house. They live on a farm outside Cadestill. They give free riding lessons. Isn't that right, Jason?" Jason looks away from the car window and matches his mother's gaze. When he doesn't respond, Connie rolls her eyes. He gets the hint. "Yeah, it's cool," Jason says. He immediately looks back outside the window. Connie smiles again as she looks at me. "Well, we'll take you to their farm someday soon. You'll love it." "Thanks, Connie," I say. "Mommy," Connie corrects me. "You can call me Mommy or Mom." My new father, Dennis, turns to her, and the two share another quick look. "Or whatever, Allison. Whatever you like." "Call me Allie," I say to her. "My friends at school call me Allie." I see Dennis look at me in the rearview mirror again. The wrinkles around his eyes make his smile seem more genuine. "Okay, Allie, I know this is a change for you. You can call us Dennis and Connie if you want." Whatever you're comfortable with." I nod, and he looks back at me and his son. "Jason calls me butthead sometimes, but I'd prefer something nicer." His son laughs, and Dennis's laughter booms over him. I can't help but do the same. Dennis pulls off the highway soon after. Minutes later, we pass a sign. "Welcome to Cadestill. Population 150. I smile, thinking I must have read the sign wrong. How can there be a town with so few residents? The farmlands that we've been driving past become more wooded as we enter the small town. The trees stand tall, their branches swaying gently with the wind, casting long shadows across the paved road. We drive by a group of small buildings. One of the larger ones is a general store. Beside it is an ice cream place that's shaped like a giant cone with strawberry ice cream on top. "Do you like ice cream, dear?" Connie asks, pointing towards the small shack. A few kids are lined up outside it. "She's not an alien, Mom," Jason answers for me. I smirk at his joke and look at my new mother, who seems slightly hurt. I quickly wipe the smile from my face. I know what happens when little girls give attitudes to adults all too well. "Chocolate is my favorite," I say promptly. Her smile reappears. "Mine too," she says. "Maybe we can go soon." She exchanges another look with Dennis and back at me. "I bought you some clothes, a few dresses to start school with. But maybe we can ditch the boys and go shopping in the city soon. Just you and I. Would that be nice, Allie?" I smile again, wondering what's happening to me. When I was taken from my home in Calgary, I was told I wouldn't be seeing my real mom again, that I would need new parents. I was nervous. What if I had a new mom and dad who didn't like me? Or what if they were mean, bad people? I'd have to go to another home. The Kempmans seemed normal. The type of families I always imagined only characters in the cartoons I watched had. The type that wasn't real. Jason looks at me. He's been unusually quiet the entire car ride from the city, but now brandishes a smile of his own. "There's this awesome flavor at the ice cream store, Tiger Twist. You have to try it. Crazy good, but sour." "I like sour too," I say. I watch my new family with amazement. They all seem to be happy. All are smiling. I don't think I ever saw my real dad brandish one for more than a few seconds. These people have them permanently etched on their faces, except for Jason. I watch as my new father turns down a cul-de-sac. He's smiling to himself as he parks in a driveway. I look up at what feels like a mansion. It's 2 stories with a brick finish and white siding. A white fence stretches across what looks like a large backyard. There are only 6 other houses on the small street. Each looks just as cozy. A large field sits between our house and the one beside us. "Welcome home, Allie," Dennis says as he turns off the car and removes his key. Connie opens my door for me as I step onto the driveway, still confused that this is the new life I have. My guard is still up, though. It all seems so nice, perfect, too good to be true. A reality that a young girl like me is not supposed to have. "Welcome to the Kempman family, dear," my new mom says. She wraps her arms around me and squeezes a little too tightly. Dennis gives her a weird facial expression. He lowers himself to one knee and stares at me, fixing his dark-rimmed glasses. "We made a room for you," he says. "It's your bedroom, so you can change it however you like, okay?" I'm not sure how I look, but Dennis's smile wanes. He wipes a tear from my face that I didn't know was there, and gives a thin smile. "Should we go inside?" Connie asks excitedly. "Do you want to see your new home, dear?" Dennis purses his lips as he stands up and pats me on the shoulder. "Go ahead," Connie says. "Open the door." Dennis nods at me as I take a few steps up the cement porch. When I open the door, the room is dark. I see silhouettes of dark figures in the back of the room. I'm confused until the light turns on and an eruption of people shout, "Surprise!" at me. There must have been over 20 people there. Some are holding balloons. A few kids with whistles in their mouths blow as loud as they can. A man with a gray flat cap in his hand walks up to me. "Welcome to the family, Allison," he says. A woman in a red dress stands beside him with her own wide smile. "Ellie," Dennis corrects him. "Call her Ellie, George." The man named George nods. "Ellie," he repeats. "I'm your Uncle George." He points at the woman in the red dress. "This is your Aunt Sandra." I say hi to them both as Dennis laughs. "Don't worry about forgetting my brother's name. He's not that important." George shakes his head in response. I look around the room filled with people. Most are neighbors. One man in particular stands out in the crowd. A man in a police uniform. The cop smiles at me as he catches my gaze on his police badge. Dennis puts his hand lightly on my shoulder as I take in all the friendly expressions and warm greetings from what must be half the town of Cadestill. What I didn't know in that moment was that the people in this room would be responsible for the worst night of my life. Chapter 2. Present. 18 years later. I sit across from the human resources lady who's plastered a wide smile on her face. "Thanks for meeting with me, Allie," she says with a soft voice. "How's your day?" "Thanks, Karen," I say, my expression matching hers. Typically, nobody would be happy to have HR ask them to come to their office for a private meeting straight after entering the building. But today is different. Karen Spaulding can only be wanting to meet with me for one reason. I applied for the promotion to Director of Services a month ago and had 3 separate interviews. There's only one other person in the office who's had the same amount of interest for this position with the same number of interviews. Cassandra Wilton. She's a nice woman, but I don't think she's a good fit to be the top person of a non-profit organization that serves struggling families. She's very robotic with her care. She does her job as expected and is not a bad worker, but there's no heart in what she does. People aren't metrics. Our response to the needs of the families we work with are of the utmost importance in what we do. We need to be available for them. She doesn't exactly respond back with quality. Like her, I care about their requests for a call back if we're not immediately available. The difference between me and Cassandra, though, is that I come back with something of substance. I give them answers. Sometimes ones they may not like, but I give them promptly with alternative solutions. "Well," Karen says, looking down at her blank notepad, "I wanted to see you regarding the director position." I'm not sure if it's the sudden break from her smile to a bleak stare, or her looking away momentarily, but the positive energy that Karen tends to exude changes quickly. You can almost taste the tension now. I'm always bad at faking expressions when I'm nervous. I know this isn't going to go the way I want, and try my best to not show it. I'm likely failing miserably, though. "We've decided to go with a different applicant for the position," she says, her eyes softening on mine as she gives the crushing news. I'm shocked. I've worked for Families First, one of the largest non-profits helping struggling families in the Toronto area, for nearly 10 years. Cassandra has been employed for less than 3. Everyone at Families First comes to me with their questions, not just the families we serve, but all of the employees. When the current director had to take some time off work after a sudden divorce, I stepped up for several months until they returned to work. Cassandra wasn't asked to run the nonprofit back then, and it was only last year. When the director resigned from their position for a new one, it was almost a given that the job was mine. I'm the only family resource worker who meets with their families in person. Most of us work remotely now, but I always make an effort to go to the office when I can, especially when I organize meetings with families. Most of the other workers, including Cassandra, do their work over the phone or by email. I go to where they live and meet them for our first meeting. I like to understand their needs and them as individual people. I can name you every single family member of the over 20 families I work for currently, including their pets. How many could Cassandra name? She's not a terrible worker, but her heart is not in the work. It's all about the metrics, qualitative evidence of her work, and not the work itself. It suddenly hits me that this is what matters to the nonprofit I work for. Our mission statement says, "Families first," where what families need comes first. If you were to show the outcome of the families I worked with compared to Cassandra's, hands down this competition would be won by me. Instead of explaining this to Karen, showing her why she's making a mistake by not hiring me for the top position, I nod. "Can I ask why?" I ask. Karen's smile wanes again until she finds her confidence. "We love the work you do here, Allie. We do. It's felt that Cassandra is what we need to move the public profile better." I bite my lip as it all sinks in. They hired Cassandra as director not just because of her perfect metrics. She also looks good on paper and in person. She's always wearing her pantsuits and looked like an executive before getting the job. Me, I wear jeans and a t-shirt because it comes off more approachable with the people I work for. Cassandra is exactly the type of face a nonprofit wants to show why more funding is needed to continue to grow our outcomes. But I'm a major contributor as to why those families are happy with our services to begin with. Karen takes a deep breath. "Plus, we know you're going through a lot right now. It's probably better that you focus on family." I can't help but shake my head in disgust. Because I've taken some recent days off to tend to the people I care for in their moments of need, that makes me unfit for the head position? Suddenly, another realization hits me. Our grant money from the city and province are nearly finished. New grants and propositions to politicians, philanthropists, and organizations will be needed, so they want to put their best robot in front to help. Families first, where what families need comes first. I nearly want to puke at the thought of how insincere the statement is. Money is what matters most to these people, not a leader who takes the work we do seriously, who passionately does everything they can to help the families who need it. The fakeness of Families First, a nonprofit I've put a decade into, strikes me like a slap across the face. Looking at the fake smile on Karen's face is making me even more annoyed. "I understand," I say. I stand up, indicating that I'm ready to leave. No reason to stay in this room. "I was hoping to offer you a new position, though," Karen says. "We want to make you the team lead of family resource workers." In the 10 years I've been here, we've never had such a position. All of us have our caseloads and answer directly to the director. "It's a position we want to make for you, Allie," Karen says. I turn to her. "What would I be doing in this position?" Karen nods and smiles. "Well, the rest of the team would come to you with their questions or concerns, and you would assist them as needed. You'd maintain and keep a caseload of families as well. You'd still meet with Cassandra together as a team. The position comes with a $2,000 pay increase." I almost scoff in response, but even I'm surprised at how well I don't immediately react. Basically, I'd be doing the same thing I am now, but with a small pay increase. Can I think about this? I ask. Karen seems surprised by me not immediately accepting the offer. Of course. I shake her hand before leaving her office and head back towards my cubicle. Along the way, I pass a few colleagues chatting to each other. One of them is Cassandra herself, the new, soon-to-be-announced director of Families First. For a moment, we share a glance before I turn my head. I know I shouldn't be angry at her. Who wouldn't want a promotion? I just think she's not the right person. My cell buzzes in my jeans. I take it out and almost scoff again when I see who it is. "So did you get the job?" he asks. I don't know why I even answered the phone. All his voice does is irritate me. Realizing how stupid I am for giving him any time of day, I hang up immediately without saying a word. I put my cell back in my pocket. He has no right to ask. He has no right to be a part of my life anymore. I've told him so, and yet here he is still calling me. No, I didn't get the job. Yes, my life feels like a mess right now. A big part of that is because of you. And no, Karen, I don't want to take on a role doing something I'm already doing. It's almost like they're going to pay me $2,000 more a year thinking that will make me content. My problem, though, is I love what I do. There are others like me who work here who care for the clients we serve. We actually make a difference. Cassandra getting hired as the director means that this nonprofit is going in the wrong direction, in my opinion. It will be more about metrics, callbacks, paperwork, bureaucracy, doing things to check a list and not because of the purpose we're here for. It's so frustrating. My cell buzzes again several times in my pocket. He's calling again. Great. As if my day wasn't hard enough, I have to tell this man to leave me alone again. I take my phone out and remind myself not to shout into the receiver while at the office. My mood changes when I see a different name on my cell screen. Jason Kempman. A ping of grief hits me. Is this the call I've been fearing? Is this how I find out? Jason, I say, answering the phone. Is everything okay? There's an audible pause before he answers. Mom's getting worse. Chapter 3. Before. The surprise party is overwhelming. All these new people who appear so happy for me to be here. Most of their names flee my memory as soon as they introduce themselves. Connie introduces me to everyone individually. "This is my daughter, Allie," she says proudly. The people here all seem nice enough. Many of the kids are a little too young for me to play with, though. The girl closest to my age is about 6 years old. I play Barbies with her for a little while. She's a sweetheart, but I'm hoping to meet some new friends closer to my age. Soon after the initial surprise when I entered the door, Jason headed outside and played with a few boys in the field behind our house. I tell the little girl I have to stop playing with dolls and look outside the window at Jason and his friends. Him and 2 other boys are kicking a ball between them. One boy kicks the ball hard, and it flies over Jason's head. He runs deeper into the field to catch it while the 2 other boys run behind him. "How's it going, dear?" Connie says, approaching me carefully. "Are you having fun? Do you want more to eat or drink?" "No, thanks," I say. Connie smiles. "How about you go play with your brother? Go ahead. Don't feel like you have to stay inside all day." She looks outside. "Well, they're playing a little far into the field." She takes a deep breath. "I told Jason to not play so far away from the house," she says, slightly shaking her head and crossing her arms. "I'll come out with you." Dennis suddenly stands beside her and looks outside as well. He tilts his head at his wife. "They're fine, Connie." She raises her eyebrows. "I told him not to—" Dennis grabs the other side of her hip and takes a sip from the beer can in his hand. "It's fine," he says again. He nods at me. "Don't worry, Allie. Go play." I take in their awkward exchange and start to turn. Connie whispers something to Dennis, and he laughs. "Let them be kids," he says. "It's safe. Besides, Constable Anderson is here, locked and loaded." He points at the officer, who's talking to the man holding a gray flat cap in his hand. The officer looks at Dennis and smiles, raising a finger and pretending to shoot him. "See? Nothing to worry about," Dennis says, smiling back at Connie. I know that the beer in his hand isn't the first of the day, but something about how jovial my new dad appears makes me wonder how many beers he's had. I know how adults can be when they drink too much. He's certainly a much happier drunk than my real dad was. The more beers he drank, the worse his mood became. The man with the gray hat in his hand laughs. "Dennis and I would sneak out of the house and sleep in the woods, freaking out our parents." Connie turns to me as she rolls her eyes. "Go ahead, sweetheart. Have fun." I give a thin smile before I leave the room and out the front door. As I head towards the field, I notice 3 men walk out onto the porch. Dennis, my new father, takes a sip from his can and looks out into the field ahead of me. His brother, George, stands beside him, putting his gray cap firmly on his head. He raises his drink, and he and Dennis cheers together before taking another swig. Constable Anderson joins them, and the 3 talk and look out into the field as I leave. I didn't know it then, but the 3 were close. Uncle George was the older brother of Dennis. George's best friend growing up was Ben Anderson, who had been a member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police for the past 5 years. The 3 held a strong relationship from growing up in the small town together. I look back at them again. Dennis and George laugh together and take sips from their cans. Anderson, in his uniform, has his hands at his sides and looks out into the field, towards me. When I realize he's looking directly at me, I turn my head. Jason kicks the ball to a thin boy with curly, medium hair. The boy traps the ball quickly with his feet and jumps up, kicking 1 foot beneath him in a stylish way, striking the ball to the 3rd boy with short red hair. I couldn't help but think about what Connie said and sighed. She was worried that Jason was playing too far away from the house. She made it sound so dangerous. Beside Jason and his friends, the field is empty. A long stretch of mostly dirt ground surrounded by the thick trees of the woods near us. Were there dangerous animals in the woods? Living in Calgary, I'd heard stories of cougars coming into the city. One was spotted near a bush by a hospital and animal control was called. It wasn't uncommon for black bears to make a trip far from the mountains either. Even the deer near Calgary could be aggressive at times. I walk up to the 3 boys, wondering what to say. Asking to play seems so childish. When I'm close, the boy with the curly hair traps the ball with his feet and flicks it up into the air, grabbing it. He smiles at me. His skin is incredibly clean-looking. His wavy hair moves slightly with the breeze. "Hey," he says. "Hi, I'm Allie," I say back. For a moment, I worry my face is flushed red with this handsome boy staring at me. "I know," he says. "I'm Ethan." He points at the 3rd boy with freckles and red hair. "That's Tanner Eldens." He nods at Jason. "And, well, I guess you know him." "Kick the ball," Jason demands loudly. "Come on, let's keep playing." "All right," Ethan says. He looks at me briefly and back at Jason. "Let's spread out more for Allie." Jason makes a face, while Ethan starts taking steps backward for me to have my own space to play. The four of us kick the ball between us. At first, I think the game is for us to make it hard for each other to catch the ball. I kick it wildly towards Jason, who makes a face when I don't hit it close to him. He sighs as he runs to grab it. Soon, I catch on. We're supposed to work together. How many times can we kick it to each other without ruining the streak appears to be the game. Ethan starts counting once we get to higher numbers. We all make distinctive groans together when one of us misses. "So, are you going to be going to school?" Ethan asks me. Jason kicks the ball to the red-headed boy and answers for me. "She's in your class." The boy named Tanner laughs and controls the ball. "Wait a minute. Your sister is the same age as you?" He laughs and kicks it towards Ethan. "When's your birthday?" I ask Jason. "September 18th, he answers immediately. "Well, mine's in February," I say. The red-headed boy laughs again. "Jason, your new sister is older than you." "Shut up," Jason quips. The red-headed boy catches on. "Well, I guess we'll all be in the same class, except Jason, that is." "Why?" I ask, confused. Tanner sticks out his tongue. "Because he's so smart," he answers in a silly voice. "I thought I told you to shut up," Jason says, shaking his head. "He skipped a grade," Ethan explains. I smile at him. Ethan smiles back. "That's cool. Are we in the same class?" I ask him. Ethan nods. "So is Tanner." "I'm so smart," Tanner says with his silly tone again and tongue still out. Ethan picks up the ball and whips it at him, and Tanner quickly moves out of the way, laughing. He kicks it to me gently. "Come on, Allie," Jason shouts at me, moving closer towards me. "Hit it a little harder. No more girly kicks." The smirk on his face bothers me. Already, my younger brother is starting to annoy me. I strike the ball as hard as I can, feeling a twinge of pain in my foot when it makes contact. The ball easily flies past Jason, who whines that I didn't kick it close enough to him as he chases after it. As he collects the ball, the other two boys laugh. I look back towards my new house, and my dad and the two others are no longer there. I watch as Jason stops running and begins walking towards the ball. "Hurry up, Jason," Tanner yells. "I'm coming," Jason says back with an annoyed tone. It was a good kick. The ball nearly made it to the tree line. As he gets closer, I think about what Connie said. "Was there an animal attack or something that happened in town?" I ask Ethan. "Animal attack?" The red-headed boy laughs. "No," Ethan answers. "Why?" "Connie," I say, and for a moment I catch myself. "I mean, my mom is worried about us playing in the field." The two boys share a look before staring back at me. "You don't know?" "What?" I say, confused. Before they can answer, the shrieking voice of a woman calls out, "Jason Kempman!" Connie shouts, storming up from the house towards us. Jason quickly turns around. "Mom!" he yells back. "I'm just grabbing the ball." "You get back here this instant, young man!" Ethan and Tanner turn to him and start laughing. Behind her, I see Dennis walking out onto the porch. "I told you not to play far into the field, didn't I?" she yells louder than before. "But," Jason attempts to plead with her. "Jason!" Dennis's voice booms behind Connie, his dad's voice catching everyone's attention. "You do as your mother says right now." He turns his head, and I can tell he's staring at me. "Time to go inside," Connie says as she approaches us. She taps me on the shoulder. "It's not your fault, dear. Go on inside with your dad." She looks at Ethan and Tanner. Boys, you should start heading home. Ethan and Tanner share a look before walking back towards the house. I follow behind them. When I look back, I see Connie near Jason. The two are talking in hushed voices now, but Connie's finger is pointing at her son and then out towards the woods. Jason lowers his head. When I look back towards the house, Dennis is watching me. He runs a finger over his pencil mustache and gives me a thin smile. Chapter 4. Present. Uncle George and Aunt Sandra pick me up at Calgary's airport. They greet me cheerfully when I walk through the gate. I'm surprised to see them there with such enthusiasm. It's been a few months since my last visit, when Connie was first diagnosed. When we get in his bright red truck with the extended cab, it reminds me of when I was a kid. Uncle George may have a new truck, but it looks nearly identical to his last Ford pickup. Same color, same leather interior, same smell ornament that makes the entire vehicle stink of pine. I wonder if I open the front glove compartment if he'd still have bags of candy. Jason and I used to raid it any time Uncle George brought us to school. For years, I thought he just liked to give us sweets, until I noticed how much junk food he ate himself. It's truly amazing that he's so lean, considering how much of a sweet tooth he has. George fixes his flat gray cap in the mirror. Even his hat looks the same as it did when I was younger, until I realize it's actually the same hat. He'd always be wearing it, except when he was inside someone's house or at a restaurant. Some weird respect thing, Jason told me. Jason wanted to come and pick you up, Aunt Sandra says. But things are terribly busy for him. He's been so helpful for your mom. She takes a deep breath. Well, it's a lot. He's waiting for us at your mom's house. You know he's living there now, right? It was something I didn't know. I knew the divorce was getting rough with his ex-wife, but I thought they were still attempting to live together. George pulls out of the airport parking lot and looks in the rearview mirror. How was the flight? Not bad, I admit. I'm not a fan of flying, and it's hard not to think about the reason I've come back. Truth be told, I hate being here. I'd rather be far away back in Toronto, a place where I'm known as Allison Paquin instead of Kempman. I changed my name back to my original birth name years ago. Sometimes I wonder if I should have picked a random last name instead of my real parents' surname. Being in Calgary again reminds me of my real parents. Everywhere in the province of Alberta is an artifact of the crappy upbringing I had. The ride is quiet for some time. While heading north on Highway 2 towards Cadestill, I try to keep my mind focused on why I came here. Part of me also thinks about when I can leave, which is hopefully soon. I want to be here for the woman I called mother. I want to be near, as the end may be coming sooner rather than later. Being here is not easy, though. Given how quiet the ride is, I'm starting to think that my mother doesn't have much time left. If there was good news, they would have shared it immediately. It's almost as if we all understand what's happening. Uncle George breaks the silence with the shattering reality. Connie's tumor is growing, he says, taking a deep breath. Jason told you about her memory. It's getting worse now. The tumor in her brain is starting to impact her ability to remember where she is or who others are. I lower my head and look outside at a group of cattle on a green field. I watch as they follow the head cow almost in a line, one by one. He told me, I say. I'm just surprised. The doctors didn't say it would get worse so quickly. Aunt Sandra looks back at me. She reaches out a hand for a moment. I'm reluctant to grab it until I see the tear in her eye forming. It will be okay, Allie, she says. I know, I say, taking her hand and squeezing it. Thanks. Uncle George looks at me again in the rearview mirror.
She's starting to call Jason Dennis now. She even thinks I'm your father at times.
He smirks.
I never had Dennis's hairline, so I don't see it.
Sandra shakes her head at the joke. How's Toronto? She asks me. Jason says you're a social worker who works with families. That's right, I say. I love the work. For a moment, I almost blurt out how I lost a promotion. I remind myself that part of the reason HR said was because I've taken a few trips to visit Connie. In reality, I know the real reason why they picked Cassandra over me. I'll spare my aunt and uncle the details.
Jason's been living with your mom for the past few months,
George says.
That divorce he's still going through is taking its toll on the man.
He shakes his head.
I suppose good timing for your mom, though. He's been an immense help. Sandra and I take turns during the day.
He quickly turns to me and looks back at the road.
Maybe don't talk about the divorce either. Jason's still upset about it. I don't know why. That woman was a piece of work. He should be happy she broke it off. Otherwise, he would have wasted more years with her.
He needs therapy, Sandra says. He's a young man. It's been a year since the divorce. He needs to move on. We pass a sign. Welcome to Cadestill, population 300. I'm surprised the number has doubled since I left. A flood of memories smacks me hard with the reality of where I am. Why Jason and my mom ever wanted to stay in this town after what happened is beyond me. As soon as I turned 16, I emancipated myself from the family and took a bus to Toronto. I put what happened here behind me. My stomach is already in knots. Home sweet home, Allie? Sandra says with a smile. Uncle George looks at me again in the rearview mirror, knowing that it's anything but sweet to be here.
Everything will be okay,
George says, fixing his hat on his head and turning down a side road. We pass a familiar building, Cadestill General Store. The owner of the store changed my life forever in just a few minutes. I can still hear the shouting, the shrieks of Connie and Jason. It almost brings me to tears when I think of the day that changed all of our lives. Further down the road, by a cracked sidewalk, is our old school. Cadestill Primary School's red brick walls are faded from decades' worth of Alberta weather. I can see the old swing set that Jason and I would bike to during the summer. When we weren't with other friends, he and I still had a fun time. Fond memories. All of them were tainted by what happened later. George turns down a side street into a residential area and parks in the driveway of an old house that now belongs to Connie. Even though it's only been a few months, the house seems more dilapidated than before. Many shingles are curled on the roof, and patches of them are shattered on the driveway below. George steps out and quickly opens the door for me. I thank him, thinking about how some people never change. George is still as chivalrous as he was when I was a little girl. Only when we were younger, he would have offered me candy from his glove compartment by now. Sandra quickly hugs me before walking inside. "Be strong," she whispers. I wasn't planning on being anything else. I know she's looking out for me, but I'm not the little girl she helped parent anymore. As we walk inside the house, I'm taken aback by its current state. Last time I visited, the kitchen was spotless. Now the sink is full of dirty dishes. When Connie was more functional, there was a smell of cinnamon from some pastries she was baking. Now that wonderful smell has been replaced with an odor that demands I open a window immediately to air out.
"Jason,"
Uncle George calls out.
"We're here." "With Mom in her bedroom," he shouts back.
We take off our shoes and I follow Uncle George to the back of the single-floor house, taking a turn down a short hallway. He opens the door slowly and walks inside. I follow him. When I enter the room, I see Jason sitting on a chair beside the bed, holding Connie's hand. He looks at me briefly before staring back at his mom.
"She's here,"
he whispers to Connie. Connie lays on the bed in a loose blouse, a white bedsheet covering her. She looks around the room, confused as to what Jason means. Our eyes meet for a moment before she continues to search the room. "Hi," I say. Seeing her in her current form hits me hard. Only a few months ago she was able to greet me at the door. Now she's mostly bedridden, Jason tells me. The tumor in her head has impacted more than just memory. Her mobility has been nearly taken from her as well. Jason squeezes his mom's hand to get her attention. She looks at him.
"Mom, your daughter Allie is here."
"Dennis?" she says, confused. "What are you talking about?" Jason takes a deep breath and rubs his other hand on the top of Connie's hand he's holding.
"I'm your son, Mom. I'm Jason."
Connie looks at me again. She sees George and Sandra as well, but looks even more confused. A tear of my own starts to form. I take a step forward and touch the top of her foot. "It's okay, Mom. I'm here." Aunt Sandra touches my back. I can almost hear her words she said to me before we stepped inside. "Stay strong." I wasn't prepared to see Mom this way. Jason stands up from the chair. For a moment, I think he's about to embrace me with a hug, but he nods instead.
"I'm glad you're here."
Chapter 5. Before. When I open my eyes, I'm in a strange room, a strange house, my new home. Connie brought me to my room before wishing me good night. She asked if I wanted her to stay in the bedroom for a bit before I went to bed. Talk. Asked if I was comfortable. I said I was old enough to go to bed on my own. And at the time, I thought I was. Now that I've woken up, the rough sound of heavy wind outside and rain smashing against the window pane in my room, I'm more than slightly scared. Teetering, unpetrified. Shadows of tree branches dance wildly across the walls every time the lightning flashes. Where am I? This is supposed to be my new home. I'm supposed to adapt to this place. Already, I know I have it better than I did with my real parents. I think about the times when I was younger, and every night felt like a horror movie in my imagination. Had I gotten scared as a child, Dad would yell at me to go back to bed with the lights out, sometimes accompanied by a few cuss words. Mom was not as harsh with her words, but still demanded that I go to bed, and if I opened the bedroom door, there would be trouble. I should feel safer here in Cadestill. It seems like the type of town where everybody knows who you are and everyone looks out for each other, unlike the city where everyone keeps to themselves. I think of how Connie yelled at Jason and us in the field today. Nobody explained what was happening, though. When I look around the dark room that's not mine, I see a raggedy-looking doll on a wooden rocking chair in the corner of the room. It has one large button eye and the other is missing. Its red hair is tied with a red ribbon. It looks old, and part of me wonders if it belonged to Connie when she was a girl. Dennis and Connie Kempman would have no idea that their adopted daughter doesn't really like playing with dolls. I did play with some today at the surprise party, but that was to entertain the young girl. I'd rather do what I was doing today instead of playing with dolls. Play soccer in a field, basketball on a sweltering day, skate outside when it's cold. A flash of lightning slashes across the window pane, illuminating the doll and everything else in the room. I notice the closet door is half open, but I thought I closed it before going to bed. Now, I'm not sure. A sense of fear hits me again. Why is everything so scary? Somehow I know that if I knocked on Connie and Dennis's door, they wouldn't treat me like my father did. So why do I feel too scared to leave my bed? I take a deep breath and slide out of the sheets. Instead of walking out of the bedroom, I look outside my bedroom window. As I watch the branches of the large tree whip across the sky from the wind, it only frightens me more. When I near the bedroom door, I turn the doorknob slowly, as if the monsters in my imagination will hear me if I'm too loud. When the door opens, I immediately hear faint voices. The light downstairs is on, and I can see Dennis sitting at the dining table below. His face is distorted by the wooden rails of the stairway. He's shaking his head with a smile on his face.
"It was too much, Connie."
There's a pause.
"Don't give me that face. You asked for my honest opinion."
He grips the tall glass of milk on the table beside him and brings it to his lips, wiping the foam from his thin mustache. I hear an audible sigh, followed by the voice of my adopted mother. "Okay, but you don't have to be honest," she says. She sighs again. "I just wanted today to be perfect." Dennis purses his lips and nods.
"It was fine," he says. "All I'm saying is, this is all new for her. Allie has a new home, a new brother, a new mommy and daddy. Throwing a surprise party for her with a bunch of people she doesn't know was a little much."
"I just wanted it to be perfect for her," she says again. "We finally have a little girl, Dennis. It's what we always wanted, and now she's here. I needed today to be special." When I realize what they're talking about, I try to be as still as a statue. One sound could give away that I'm listening in. Part of me thinks about going back inside my room, but the other wants to listen. I'm sure my real parents spoke about me like this as well, but the likelihood of it being positive things were low. I can actually hear how much they care about me from their tone. A thump on the ground catches Dennis's attention. He looks upstairs, but I duck my head. It wasn't me who made the sound, though. When I look upstairs, I see Jason on the other side of the hallway, near his bedroom. Our eyes meet, and he raises his eyebrows. He puts a finger to his mouth as if to shush me, even though it was him who made the sound. Dennis looks back at his wife and takes a long sip of milk.
"It was perfect," he says, reassuring her. "She played with some of the kids, had fun with Jason. Let's just be more normal now. No more big surprises. Let her get used to being here for a while. Maybe soon we can go out to Banff for a family trip. Go to the big mall in Edmonton, maybe."
"That would be great," Connie says.
"But Connie,"
Dennis says, his warm tone changing,
"let the kids play. You got a little too intense on the soccer field."
Connie lets out her frustration. "It's normal to be scared of what's happening in town. 2 kids, Dennis. 2 are missing." Dennis motions for her to be quieter. "And those ribbons they found," she continues. "What kind of a monster kidnaps children and leaves a red ribbon where they took them? I have a right to be worried. We finally have the perfect family. I won't let anything ruin this." Dennis smiles.
"The RCMP's major crime unit is investigating it now. There's a curfew. Heck, we even had local police at our house today."
"Ben?" Connie scoffs. "It's been weeks since the Henson's little girl went missing. Imagine what her mother is going through right now." Dennis nods.
"I'm sure those kids will be found. Don't worry. Let our kids be kids, Connie."
It all makes sense now. I could see how scared Connie was when Jason was too close to the woods. Did the children who went missing vanish there? What happened to them? Without noticing, I take a step backwards as if physically wishing to get away from the conversation I'm hearing. When I do, the floorboard creaks. Dennis immediately looks up and stares at me. His face lightens when our eyes meet. "Jason!" Connie calls out. When she pokes her head around the corner, she sees my face as well. "Oh, Allie," she says. "Are you having trouble sleeping?" I look over at Jason, who rolls his eyes at me. I can almost read his mind. Way to go. When I look down, Dennis is standing up from his chair, drinking the rest of his glass of milk, before placing it back on the table and wiping his face with his closed fist. "Are you okay?" Connie asks, looking at me with a concerned face. "I'm okay," I say. When I look across the top floor, Jason is already slinking back into his room and quietly closing his door.
"I got it,"
Dennis says to Connie as he slowly walks up the stairs. "Good night, Allie," Connie yells up. I start to head back into my room as Dennis knocks on my door.
"Can I come in?"
he asks politely. "Okay," I say. I get back into my sheets as he enters.
"Can't sleep?"
he asks. I nod.
"The wind is pretty nasty tonight," he says.
He looks at the bedroom door and back at me.
"You heard about the missing kids, I take it?"
I nod again. "Who were they?" He purses his lips as he sits at the end of my bed.
"2 children in town. They lived close to our neighborhood."
"And they were taken?" He nods.
"The police are looking. Connie and I were going to tell you, but thought maybe it was a conversation to have on a different day. We didn't want to scare you."
He clears his throat.
"There's nothing to be worried about. You're safe."
He smiles at me.
"You don't worry about anything while you're here, Ellie."
He sits up from the bed.
"I'm sure those kids are going to be okay. Okay?"
"Okay," I say reluctantly. He gives a thin smile.
"I feel like I'm not doing a good job making you feel better."
He takes a deep breath.
"Do you want me to move your mattress into Jason's room?"
"No, I'm okay."
"It's okay to feel weird, Ellie," he says. "I mean, you don't know us. Connie, she's just really happy you're here. I am too. Jason as well. Are you sure you're okay tonight?"
I nod. "I'll be okay, thanks."
"You bet,"
he says, walking towards the door. He turns to me before leaving.
"I know this is a lot for you, Allie, but I'm happy that you're a part of this family."
I smile back as he starts to leave. A flash of lightning illuminates the dark room again and the doll on the rocking chair. The red ribbon in its hair makes me think about the missing kids. "Dennis?" I call out. He quickly turns. "Maybe you can take the doll with you?" He lets out a laugh as he comes across the room and grabs the doll with one hand.
"Good night, Ellie."
"Good night." For a moment, I almost wanted to call him Dad, but catch myself. "Dennis." He closes the door slowly behind him, and I stare around my dark room, trying to calm my nerves. Chapter 6. Present. I wasn't ready for how bad she is, I think again. I open the bedroom door. As I do, Aunt Sandra puts a hand on my back and follows me into the hallway. Jason comes as well. Uncle George stays with Mom, sitting on the chair beside her bed, patting her feet.
"How are you?"
he asks her, but Connie only smiles back. Jason shuts the door behind us as the three of us stand in the hallway. "Sorry," I say, wiping the tears from my eyes before anyone can see. I shouldn't be embarrassed. It's normal to be emotional right now. I didn't understand how bad Mom was until I saw her.
"Mom?"
Jason repeats with a tone. I look up at him. "What?" I ask, confused. He shakes his head. Instead of answering, he changes the subject, although still with the same tone.
"How long are you staying?"
"As long as she needs me," I say. "I can get the time off work. Especially now that I don't have the promotion, I can take as long as I need. Karen from HR already told me. With how poorly Connie is doing, I wonder how much time she has left. I look at Jason, and his face is unchanged. It's as if my presence upsets him somehow. I can feel his resentment oozing off him without a spoken word. "What's your problem?" I ask, not beating around the bush. "Why are you upset with me?" "I'm not," he says, but his face says otherwise. "Dennis?" Connie calls out from the bedroom. "Dennis, where are you?" Jason shakes his head. "I hate how she keeps thinking I'm Dad. This is just so much." Aunt Sandra puts a hand on his shoulder, showing him the same empathy and care she gave me a moment ago. "How about I make some tea for us all?" she asks. Jason doesn't answer, and instead goes back inside the bedroom as Mom calls out our father's name at him again. "Do you still take it with a little milk?" Aunt Sandra asks. "Yes, thanks," I say. As she heads towards the kitchen, I walk into the living room, not knowing what to do with myself. Part of me wants to go back inside the bedroom. If I do, I may break down even worse. It's hard to see her this way. I need some more moments to ground myself before attempting that. I look at the walls decorated with so many memories. Many were taken after I left town. Some of the older ones, though, I recognize instantly. One picture was with Jason, Connie, and me at the beach. Another was taken by Uncle George when we went to the bowling alley together. Finally, I look at the one that Connie took of Dennis chasing Jason and me. He's wearing a hockey mask like the one the fictional horror icon Jason wore in the Friday the 13th movies. Sometimes he liked to chase us around when wearing it as a joke. We'd hide in the woods as he tried to find us. One summer night, we ran into the field and fought with him. Dennis always let us win, but only if Jason and I worked together. That day, Dennis grabbed Jason and held him on the ground in the field, yelling at me that I better help my brother before he ate him. He made odd sounds like a pig until I struck him in the back as hard as I could. I'm sure it wasn't that hard, but still, Dennis pretended I punched him like Superman and fell to the ground. After I saved Jason, he stood up and we climbed on top of Dad, hitting him playfully. Connie managed to come out at that time and snap a few pictures. In one of them, Dennis managed to look at the camera and give a thumbs up as Jason and I were on his back attempting to beat the monster. I still remember what happened after Connie took the photo. Dennis immediately stood up, easily shrugging off Jason and me with ease. "The winners!" he exclaimed, making bell sounds. "Jason and Allie!" He raised both of our hands and made a celebratory trumpeting sound. We both laughed until Dennis stopped suddenly. "Round 2, fight!" He started chasing us again. I still remember how much Jason laughed that night. I did too. We had a lot of fun growing up in this town. That was until that one night where everything changed. I look away from the picture, the image bringing back unwanted memories of the father I thought I knew. Can you ever truly know someone? I thought I had. I looked at the bookshelf. Many of the worn-out paperbacks are Connie's romance books. I can see the nipple of a half-naked man on one of the covers, and can't help but smile. A large leather binder sticks out from the shelf. I pick it up and open it. My eyes widen as I realize what it is. I thought I'd see more heartwarming photos, more of the good memories that I had here in Cadestill. Instead, it's newspaper headlines of the reason I left. A third child taken in Cadestill, a town powerless to stop evil. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I put the binder down on a small side table in the living room as I look. It's him again. This time, it's a text message. "Why can't we just talk?" he asks. I don't have time for more of his games. I don't want anything to do with him. Despite that, I continue to let him text me, bother me with messages, pleading with me to see things from his point of view. No thanks. No more lies. Instead of replying, I do what I should have done yesterday. I hit the block button on my phone. A wave of relief comes over me when I do. Picking up the binder again, I turn to a random page. I don't know why I torment myself this way. It's probably the same reason I didn't block him sooner. I'm not over what happened here. Jason's right. I can feel how much my brother hates me for leaving this town. There's nothing here, though. I don't understand why they wouldn't leave with me, especially after what happened to Dad. I look down at the headline in the binder. I can feel my blood rising like it was that day. A third child missing. Another ribbon found. Chapter 7. Before. We sit at the dining table together for breakfast. Connie reads the newspaper while sipping on coffee. Jason pushes around what's left of his scrambled eggs with a piece of bacon, nibbling on it occasionally. The only one missing is my adopted father. I'm sure this must be normal by how casually Connie and Jason are acting. Connie asks Jason and me questions about the party and how our night was. Finally, she asks if I slept well after Dennis came to my room. I lie and say I did. How could I sleep? Not only did I think about the missing children, but how new my entire world has become. Everything seems so perfect, but I'm so on edge. It's as if I know I don't deserve this good life, and I'm waiting for the reality to strike me. It's almost like waiting for an anvil to fall from the sky directly on me. I thought about the person taking the children. What if I was next? It would serve me right for thinking I could have a good life here. As Connie raises the newspaper, the headline article on the main page of the Calgary Herald catches my attention. Where is Melissa Henson? An image of a young girl smiles back at me, a brunette girl with pigtails and a wide smile. Beside the girl's image is a picture of a swing set. A red ribbon is tied on one of the chains. A loud noise from outside catches all our attention. A red truck pulls up onto the driveway. Connie lowers her paper. "Uncle George is here," she says, standing up, bringing her cup of coffee to the sink and pouring it out. She looks at me. "George and Dennis take turns driving since they work at the same place." Dennis and George worked at the local ketchup factory in town called Cade Still Ketchup. The bottle on the table, the one Jason used for his eggs, bore the factory's plain white label wrapped around the glass. Beneath it, a simple image of 3 tomatoes. I later learned that the factory employs most of the town. If it didn't exist, Cade Still might as well be a ghost town. Connie smiles at me. "Uncle George will be driving you guys to school today." School. The other reason why I couldn't sleep last night. A new town, a new home, a new family, and now a new school. Connie looks out the window at the bright red truck. "Jason, go to the basement office and tell your father that Uncle George is here." Jason finishes what's left of his bacon and rolls his eyes. "Dad!" he shouts as loud as he can. "Uncle George—" "Jason!" Connie shouts back. "What's the matter with you? Don't yell at him. Physically get out of your chair, walk down the stairs, and tell your father." She walks over to the table and grabs his plate, forking off the unfinished eggs into the wastebasket. Some land on the floor, and Connie lets out a sigh. She looks over and sees Jason hasn't moved. "How many times do I have to ask?" "It's okay," I say. "I'll get him." "Thanks, Allie," she says while staring at her son, her eyebrows furrowed. "Jason, get your stuff ready for school." Without saying a word, he gets out of his chair and goes reluctantly up the stairs. I open the creaky basement door from the kitchen and carefully step down the narrow steps. The air changes immediately. It's cooler with a faint smell of concrete. My steps echo until I reach the bottom. There's no window in the basement. Only a faint light lines the frame of a partially closed door. I walk towards it slowly, worried I might trip on a box or step on something. "Dennis?" I call out, but there's no answer. I get closer to the door and say his name again, but he doesn't respond. "Uncle George is here." I place my hand on the frame, and I'm about to push it open when I hear muffled sounds from the other side. It takes a moment for my ears to register what they are. Screams. More like shrieking. It sounds like a girl's voice. When I push on the door, it opens to reveal Dennis sitting on a stool by a wooden table. With his headphones on, he can't hear me at all. The sound of what I thought was screams is quiet now. That's when he sees me.
"Ellie,"
he says, surprised. He turns around and switches off the CD player that his headphones are connected to.
"You scared me,"
he chuckles.
"I didn't hear you over the music."
His features harden for a moment.
"Now, little girl, you must remember that this is my space. You shouldn't just walk inside. That's an invasion of privacy. Do you understand? Before I came into your bedroom last night, I knocked. You must always announce yourself before coming into someone's personal space. Okay?"
I nod, but that doesn't appease him.
"Ellie, I need you to listen to me," he says, his eyes narrowing on mine. "Never enter my office unless I say it's okay. Do you understand? I need you to answer this time."
I nod again. "Sorry." He smiles.
"That's okay. You didn't know."
"What were you listening to?" I ask.
"Guns N' Roses,"
he says, standing up and tucking his flannel shirt into his khaki pants.
"Back in the day, they called it the devil's music." He laughs. "You okay?"
I nod again. "Yeah, well, Uncle George is here. Connie asked me to tell you." As I turn to leave, he calls out to me.
"Wait, Allie, how are you feeling about today? New school, everything."
I tilt my head. "I don't know. Nervous, I guess."
"That's okay," Dennis says. "Perfectly normal to feel that way. Whenever I get nervous about something, my imagination plays through all the things that could happen. Most of them are terrible." He laughs. "Have you ever had a nightmare where you're at school and realize you're not wearing pants or underwear?"
I laugh.
"Well," he continues, "it happens to us all, okay? What our mind makes up is never as bad as it's going to be, I promise."
I give a thin smile back. "Thanks. I'm sure today will be okay." He nods.
"Good," he says, fixing his dark-framed glasses. "If you want to talk about it after school, Connie and I are there for you."
The sound of the front door opening from upstairs catches his attention. Dennis looks up the stairs.
"Let's not keep Uncle George waiting."
He gestures for me to head back up the stairs. As I do, Dennis steps out of his office and locks it with a key from his chain, sliding the set back in his pocket. When I'm back in the kitchen, a balding man with a gray hat in hand walks up to me. A bag of what looks like candy is in his other hand.
"Hey, kiddo," he says with a smile. "Remember me from yesterday?"
I do, but before I can answer, he says his name anyway.
"George, but you can call me Uncle George if you want."
He extends his hand with the bag of candy to me. I take it and smile.
"For you, kiddo."
I let out a laugh. "Thanks." "George," Connie says with a tone. "Jason had 2 fillings last year. 2. Dennis talked to you. Not so much candy." George looks down at me, raising his eyebrows playfully.
"Looks like I'm in trouble, kiddo. Save yourself."
Dennis walks into the kitchen and laughs. "Where's my bag?" Jason asks playfully, fixing his backpack on his shoulder. George rolls his eyes.
"How many birthdays and holidays have you gotten presents from me? This is a special time for Allison." "Ellie," Dennis corrects him. "Well, you get my point. This is her special week."
Jason doesn't respond, and George rolls his eyes again.
"Fine, boy," he says jokingly. "You know where I keep the candy in the truck?"
Jason smiles. "The front compartment." "2 fillings!" Connie shouts again. Jason and George head outside towards his truck. "And Jason," she shouts, "no playing in the woods at school. Stay in the playground." When Jason doesn't respond, Connie looks at Dennis. She can't hide her anxiety well. Dennis walks up to her and they kiss. He smiles at her.
"We've talked about this. Let kids be kids."
He looks down at me.
"All right, time to go."
"Wait," Connie says enthusiastically. She runs into the living room and grabs something out of the closet. She comes back with a neon pink backpack. "This is for you." I hate pink. I hate that because I'm a girl, I have to be pressured to like pink. But the smile on Connie's face tells me how hurt she'll be if I reject it. "Thanks so much," I say to her. As I'm leaving, Connie beams. "Have a great first day at school." Chapter 8. Present. I turn the page of the leather binder to find another newspaper article that stings. The words jump off the page, and I can almost remember what it was like living that day of my life as a younger girl. Suspect in red ribbon disappearances, Dennis Kempman, found dead. Found dead is a weird term to use for what actually happened. Everyone in town knows the truth. Jason opens Connie's door and looks at me, the binder in my hand. As he approaches me, he extends his hand to grab it.
"That's my own research I've been doing."
"Sorry," I say, giving him back the binder. He places it on the shelf. "Is she doing better?"
"Mom?"
Jason asks, this time with no tone to his voice.
"She's trying to sleep. Uncle George is sitting with her."
He gives an anxious laugh.
"I'm not even sure if she's aware someone is in the room with her."
Before I can say a word, he slumps into the couch.
"How's what's-his-face doing?"
I don't have to ask who he means. "He's okay," I lie. I'd rather not get into the details of how my personal life and career are all crumbling at once. Do I even have a right to complain right now, given what Connie's going through?
"I'm surprised you don't have a ring on your finger by now,"
Jason says with a smile, pointing towards my hand.
"I half expected you to tell us you're engaged."
I did have a ring on my finger a few days ago. I don't tell him that either. "How's things with you, Jason?" I ask, getting the attention off my life. "How's work?" Jason worked for the same ketchup factory Dennis once had, though the place had changed since the disappearances. Cadestill Ketchup rebranded itself as the General Ketchup Mill. Its image of fresh tomatoes was replaced with a cartoonish tomato, complete with wide eyes and an exaggerated grin. It's clearly designed to appeal to children, but I find the smile on the tomato unsettling.
"Fine,"
Jason says abruptly. Aunt Sandra pops her head out of the kitchen. "Jason, want some tea too?"
"Orange Pico,"
he says back as she pops back into the kitchen.
"Just plain, thanks."
He looks at me.
"Well, I've never been particularly good at lying. My life is a circus. Complete trash."
He takes a deep breath and looks back at Connie's bedroom.
"I mean, Mom's not doing good. She doesn't have much time left."
He buzzes his lips.
"Plus, Jessica is really taking me to the cleaners, as they say."
"Sorry," I say, regretting I asked him.
No, he says. "It's okay. It's not your life. I'm sure things are perfect for you in Calgary."
His tone bothers me. I haven't shared how terrible things have been for me. I'm not a complainer like Jason. While my brother whines, I try to take my mind off my problems, not announce them to the world or blame everyone else for them.
"You know," he says, Jessica's living in our beautiful house right now, acting like such a shitty person to me. You would think it was me who had the affair." He shakes his head. "And yet here I am. She has the house, and I have my old bedroom at my mom's house. Seems fair, right?" I don't engage. I hate it when he gets like this. I know he's going through pain. I am too. But I don't think I can handle another one of Jason's shitty life syndrome rants right now. "How long can I stay here?" I ask him. "I can have as much time as I need." Jason purses his lips. "That's good," he says. "I'd love the help. Aunt Sandra and Uncle George are big help, but it would be nice to have more. However long you want to stay is great. You can take my bedroom if you want. I'll take the couch." "No," I say. "Don't worry about it. I'll be fine on the couch." I look at some pictures on the wall again. One catches my attention, of Jason, Mom, and me at the beach. It was a few years after Dennis died. Despite the smiles on our faces, you can see the lasting trauma that his death had on us. You can see the pain almost, especially in Jason's squinting eyes. "I guess the silver lining of everything you're going through is you get to be here with Connie," I say. When I say her name, Jason's face drops. He raises a finger and wags it at me. "There you go again," he says. "Connie? She raised you, Allie, not like those crackhead real parents of yours. Mom and Dad did everything they could to give you a better life." My mouth drops as he stands up from the couch and gets closer. "Don't talk like that to me." "Or what?" he says playfully. "You'll leave? Good. You've done that plenty in your life. You've never really been a part of this family, have you, Allison Paquin?" He says my new legal name with a nasty tone. "Stop, Jason," I say, turning from him. The picture of Mom, Jason, and me at the beach stares back at me. "You're not capable of calling her Mom because you hated being a part of this family," he continues. "You left town as soon as you could to get away from us. You even changed your last name. We all know why, Allie." I shake my head. "I did it for work. You know how hard it was finding a job in the field I wanted to be in with the last name of Kempman? Everybody knows what happened here." "And what happened here?" Jason says with a tone. I turn to him and Jason waves me off. "Some important social worker you are, saving families. You had one, you know. You were a part of my family, Allie." "I still am, Jason." No, he says, waving another finger at me. "You're Allison Paquin now. Despite what Dad and Mom did for you, you never wanted to be in this family. You only want to pretend to be now when she's dying." He shakes his head. "You make me sick, Allie." Aunt Sandra storms into the room and forcefully moves the mug into Jason's hand. "We talked about this, Jason. We said now isn't the time." Jason waves her off as well. "Tell that to Allison Paquin, Aunt Sandra." He paces to the other side of the room. "We all know why you changed your name, Allie. You don't want to be part of a family because you think Dad killed them. You think he took those children." I don't respond. I know better. I have my own opinions, but don't want to tell him. Not in the current state he's in, at least. "You know there's a reason why the police never officially charged Dad, even after he was dead," Jason continues. "He didn't do it. There's not enough to prove anything. The court of public opinion may have made their verdict and are happy with their fake justice, but you and I know that it wasn't right what happened to him." "Jason," Aunt Sandra says, putting a hand on his back, attempting to calm him. He points another finger sternly at me. "All of us have done our part to clear his name. We've talked to interviewers. We spoke with journalists. Everyone except you." "I just wanted to have a life," I say, my eyes feeling wet. I feel like Jason is now the judge of my character, destroying me for my decision to leave. I needed to move on. Jason scoffs. "You did a good job moving on, Allie. So good. Changed your name, moved across the country, only to come back when you feel obligated to.
I'm here because I want to be, I shout back. Suddenly, Uncle George comes out of Mom's room. His face is pale. His hand is shaking. When he looks at us, we all freeze, worried about what he'll say. Even Jason shuts his mouth, a look of fear on his face. Uncle George realizes the attention he's getting.
She's okay,
he says calmly. I feel a wave of relief hit all three of us.
It's just hard to see her this way. She's sleeping now.
Chapter 9. Before. Cadestill Primary School. Uncle George drives close to the front door. The school alarm goes off as a few kids start running inside the building. Great. First day, and I'm late. Dennis exits the truck as Jason and I squeeze out.
Have a good day at school, kids,
Uncle George shouts. He fixes his gray hat on his head in the mirror.
Bye, Dad,
Jason shouts as he starts to hurry to the door. Dennis waves to him and then me.
Jason walks home at the end of school, he says to me. I told him to wait for you by the front door. Have a good first day, Allie.
I wave to them both as Dennis gets back inside, and Uncle George makes a 3-point turn heading the other way, a bit too fast for a school zone.
Hurry, Allie,
Jason shouts at me, his hand on the front door. I run up to him, and we enter the school. The floors of the old school are a patchwork of scuffed tiles. Lockers, many dented, line the hallways. Jason scurries down the hall, me following as best I can. Where's our room? I ask him.
We're not in the same class, he says. Remember?
Oh, that's right, I say, confused, starting to trail behind him.
Come on, he says. I'll show you where your room is.
I pick up my pace and shuffle my empty backpack on my shoulder. Where's my locker?
Don't worry, he says confidently. Miss Caine will tell you.
He turns down a different hallway suddenly, and I hurry behind him. He stops and points ahead of him.
Second door on the right. I got to go.
Without another word, he turns and leaves, now running down the hall. I look back towards the closed door he pointed at. I slowly walk up to it and notice it's not fully shut. Happy Monday, class, the teacher says inside. How was everyone's weekend? Should I just walk inside? Announce myself? I'm the new kid. If I just walk inside, I'll have no clue where to sit. I hate this already. There's nothing worse than being singled out. I knock on the door softly, but the teacher doesn't notice me. A boy does, and stares at me with a smirk on his face. When I knock louder, this time the teacher hears me. She opens the door. Can I help you? She asks. I'm Allie, I say. She raises an eyebrow, and I realize I probably need to give her a little more information. I didn't even give her my last name. Which do I give? My real one or the new one? Allison Kempman, I say. My new last name rolls off my tongue so easily that it feels natural already. I'm taken aback by it. Oh, yes, she exclaims. Come inside. She opens the door fully and stands in front of the class, gesturing to me to join beside her. Exactly what I didn't want. I'm on full display for all the kids now. Class, this is Allison Kempman. The kids don't exactly respond. One girl in front of the class gives a single clap, but when nobody else does, she stops. Let's all make sure we welcome her at Cadestill Primary with our special school spirit we all have, okay? The teacher says enthusiastically. None of the other students appear to match her energy, though. When I look out at the crowd of new faces, one catches my attention. Ethan looks back at me, his bright brown eyes staring at mine. I smile immediately and feel my face flushing red. The teacher saves me. Allison, there's a desk at the back for you. She points at one, and I thank her before awkwardly heading towards the empty desk.
"Hey," another boy says. "It's Jason's older sister."
It's the other boy who I played with in the field, Tanner. When I sit down, I take off my backpack and stuff it under my seat. A blonde girl in the desk beside me stares. When I greet her, she doesn't respond. Instead, she leans across the aisle at two other girls sitting at the back of the class, whispering to each other. I notice all three of them have pink binders on their desk and pink pencils they're using to write in them. I imagine trying to bond with them by presenting my bright pink backpack. Ms. Caine sits at her desk as a young girl's voice comes over the PA system.
"Good morning, Cadestill Primary."
As the student announcer reads off some announcements, most of the class appears to be talking amongst themselves. I stare at the group of three girls, attempting to think of something to say. The three of them laugh almost in unison to themselves. I can't exactly introduce myself. The teacher already did that. I could mention that I'm from Calgary. I could mention that I'm Jason's sister. Maybe they don't like my adopted brother, though. Before I can think of something to say, a piece of paper flies past me and strikes Ethan in the back of the head. He immediately turns and looks at me, a cocky smile beaming across his face. He bends and grabs the paper, opening it. When he does, the three girls laugh again. Now Ethan looks at them and shakes his head, his smile growing wider.
"Oh my God,"
the blonde girl beside me says a little too loud.
"He's so cute."
The three girls start whispering again. When I look at the front of the class, to my surprise, Ethan's not looking at his pink-obsessed groupies, but instead directly at me. When he does, I feel butterflies in my stomach. The blonde girl is right. He is super cute. He knows it, too. He smiles at me before turning around. After standing for the national anthem, another bell sounds off.
"All right, class,"
Ms. Caine says.
"Everyone get in groups of 3 for another historical presentation."
She looks at me. "You'll be working with this group through the week. You take your history textbooks and pick one historical event. At the end of the week, you present it together to the class." I take a deep breath. Great. Another way to single out the new girl. When I look at the three girls beside me, they're already whispering to each other. "Allison," Miss Caine says to me. She waves at me. "You can join me and Cynthia at the front of the class." She gestures toward the little girl who clapped for me when Miss Caine introduced me. I nod and stand up. Ethan raises his hand.
"Miss Caine, can Allie join Tanner and I?"
Miss Caine raises an eyebrow.
"Tanner and
"Me, Mr. Harris," she corrects.
And yes, of course."
The butterflies in my stomach are even more active than before, about ready to explode out of me. Ethan smiles as I approach him and sit at an empty desk beside him and Tanner. Chapter 10. Before. As the bell for lunch rings, Ethan approaches me in the classroom.
"Good work on the presentation," he says. "I wouldn't have thought about doing it on the Spartans."
I noticed the book, The Odyssey, on Miss Caine's desk and figured she'd eat it up. She already has a special interest in what we'll present at the end of the week.
"Yeah, good stuff,"
Tanner says as he joins us.
"Now you'll have to do all the work and tell us what to say for Friday."
He laughs. Ethan shakes his head.
"What are you doing for lunch?"
he says, looking at me, his light eyes captivating me again. Before I can answer nothing at all, he gives me a better option.
"Want to come with us? We have a place in the woods behind the school we hang at."
"We better hurry, though," Tanner says. "Even when we go at a fast pace, it takes 15 minutes to find the clubhouse."
Ethan laughs.
"That's because you have no sense of where you are."
"A clubhouse?" I ask. Ethan nods.
"My dad built it. He owns the general store in town. You've probably seen it since there's not many businesses here." He gets a lot of materials, and one summer he wanted to build something special for me and my buddies to chill.
Come on, man, Tanner says, gesturing for him to hurry up. We've got to sneak out before the teachers get outside.
I'm not sure if Connie would like me going, I say.
Ethan looks at me strangely. It always takes me a second to figure out who you're talking about when you call your mom Connie.
Let's go,
Tanner says again. Come on, Ethan says, shaking his head at me. What else you going to do?
What about Jason? I say.
I wouldn't worry about it, he answers with a smirk. I follow Ethan and Tanner to the back of the field. Near an old swing set, there's an opening in the chain-link fence that leads towards the woods. Ethan holds the break open as Tanner sneaks through first. He smiles at me as I go through, followed by Ethan last. He looks back, confident that nobody saw us.
So, where are you from? Ethan asks. Originally, I mean.
Calgary, I say.
No, we know girls are from Venus, Tanner says, laughing alone at his stupid joke.
Ethan asks me more questions about what kind of music I'm into, movies I like, and what I do for fun. As we talk, Tanner's ahead of us, zigging and zagging through different bushes. We're not following a trail, but apparently somewhere out here is a clubhouse.
How do you like being a Kempman?
Ethan asks.
I shrug. I don't know. It's nice, I guess. Only my second day.
He smiles at me as Tanner stops in front of him.
Man, I'm lost, he says,
giving up and looking around.
See? Ethan says with a scoff. No sense of direction. Follow me.
We do, and after a few moments we pass a large tree that's fallen. He steps over it, and after a few more minutes he points.
We're here,
he says. The cabin's small. The exterior is made of long pieces of wooden boards. Some of the panels are jagged and uneven. The roof slants to the left. There's a wide entrance with no door, but 2 small windows beside it. Suddenly, Jason comes out.
What's she doing here?
He asks.
What does no girls mean to you?
Ethan scoffs.
Stop being lame.
Besides, it's my clubhouse. He waves at me.
Follow me.
He enters the small cabin. I walk past Jason as he glares at me. A large rock is on one side of the cabin. Only a small portion of it has a wood-paneled floor, with the rest being dirt. Beside the entrance is a nude poster of Pamela Anderson. I make a face as Tanner laughs.
That's why we said no girls,
Jason says. Your sister doesn't count, Ethan answers. Ethan gestures for me to follow as he leans against the large rock and smiles as he bends down, digging his hand under it. When his hand appears, he's holding a large kitchen knife. He quickly holds it by the sharp edge and points the handle at me.
Take it,
he says. Why? I say with a smile.
Part of the initiation,
he says. I grab the knife reluctantly as Ethan goes to the other side of the cabin by the small window. Under it is a large piece of wood.
Add your name.
I look down and see 3 names etched into the side of the clubhouse. Jason, Ethan, and Tanner.
Go ahead,
Ethan says. I smile at him as I dig the blade into the wood, carving a capital A. Chapter 11. Present. Aunt Sandra came by to help me this morning. I was very thankful. Between bringing Connie to appointments and helping her with eating and her hygiene, it's been hard on so many levels. This town is not where I want to be. If I'm being honest, this house isn't where I'd like to be either. The memories are too painful. When I left Cadestill at age 16, I never wanted to come back. Now that Connie's sick, dying, I want to be here for her. As avoidant as I am, I won't let my adopted mother die without spending time with her, making sure she knows how grateful I am. It's been nearly a week that I've stayed at Connie's house. There were times I wanted to pack up and leave.
How much more could I do for her? While things with Jason have been better, with less tension, I know he'd rather I left. He doesn't hide the resentment he has for me for leaving Cadestill years ago. I can't hide the reasons why I left. I'm surrounded by memories. So much so that I haven't left the house to explore my hometown since arriving. Aunt Sandra comes from the kitchen with tea for me. "When did she pass out?" Sandra asks, sitting on the couch beside me. She moves my blanket to the love sofa. Connie doesn't have a spare set of bed sheets. Jason gave me his comforter, saying he'd go out and buy another set of sheets for me, but that hasn't happened yet. With the tension between us, I've been hesitant to remind him. "About a half hour ago," I say, blowing the steam out from my mug. "She usually sleeps about an hour around this time." She nods. "Well, how about you take your break?" she says. "Jason's coming back in a few hours. I'll take care of your mom until he arrives." "You sure?" I ask. "Aunt Sandra came by a few days ago and helped me with Connie for half a day, too. I think I'm getting cabin fever being stuck in this house. Going outside would be a nice change of scenery. This house is way too small. Sandra's literally sitting on my bed." "Yeah," she says, waving me off. "Why don't you go out for a little while? Go for a walk or something?" She stands up and opens a window halfway. "The air feels stale here. You can take my car if you want." I shake my head. "That's okay. A walk sounds good. Thanks." As I put on my shoes, Sandra heads back into the kitchen and starts cleaning some of the dishes that have piled up in the sink. She tells me to enjoy my walk as I head out. Cadestill is a small town, despite doubling its population. I know how to get anywhere. If I walked in a straight line, I'd reach the town limits within an hour no matter which direction I go. Aunt Sandra mentioned a coffee shop down on Main Street that opened up a few years ago. Harvest and Brew. That sounds like a nice outing. While walking, I rummage through my purse and realize that my cell phone is not inside. I let out a sigh, realizing it's on the nightstand near the couch. The house is only half a block back, but I'm too lazy to go back and grab my phone. If I do, maybe I'll rethink this whole idea of taking a walk around Cadestill. After a few blocks, I see the high fence that surrounds the school. No kids are playing today since it's Saturday. When I turn down another street, I see the main road ahead. A group of small stores make up the short block. I can already see the coffee shop. The thought of sipping a warm coffee and how it may taste puts a smile on my face. Jason only has instant coffee, and it's terrible. Aunt Sandra has me teed out as well. The smile on my face quickly vanishes as I see where I am. Cadestill General Store is across the street. I cringe, thinking about Ethan's dad, who owned the store. Jason told me that Richard Harris left town over a year ago. It's about the only good news I've heard since arriving back. Suddenly, I'm struck by why I never wanted to leave the house to begin with. Thinking about Ethan and his father has already put me in a tailspin. If it wasn't for my dedication to having better coffee, I'd turn back and go back to Connie's. Maybe I'd go back to the airport as well, leave this whole province behind me. I hurry, as if the building will follow me if I stay for too long. I'm surprised by how cozy the coffee shop seems from the outside. For a small town, I didn't expect much, but I'm taken back by the wood tables surrounding a brick fireplace. I don't order anything fancy, a large coffee with a little sugar and cream. When asked if I want it to go or stay, it takes me much longer than it should to reply. Taking it to go means going back to Connie's house. Emotionally, I'm not sure if I'm ready to return just yet. I'll take my time and enjoy being alone. I sit at a table near the large fireplace in the center of the small cafe. A police cruiser whizzes by. I watch through the window as a second one follows behind it, and a third. Seems like a busy day for Cade still. I wonder what might be happening, but feel content sipping my coffee. Seeing the cruisers makes me think of Constable Ben Anderson. I wonder if he was one of the officers who drove by just now. With it being such a small town, I assume one of them would be him. Or maybe he left town like Richard Harris. I'd be happy to find out he was another local who'd done that. When I'm finished at the cafe, I take my time walking back to Connie's house. This was exactly what I needed today. A little outing to clear my head. It helped give me some perspective. I can't stay in town much longer. I need to go back to Toronto. I'm sure if Connie was able to, she'd encourage me to leave. She was always a selfless person. Jason may not be too happy when I tell him. But he's not exactly happy that I'm here anyway. I'm sure he'd be happy to have his comforter back for his bed, too. I look ahead at the Cadestill General Store. If I didn't wish the building was burnt down, I would have gone inside to buy my own sheets. No need for them now, though. I'll start looking for flights when I'm reunited with my cell phone. A fourth police car drives past me, and I can't help but wonder what's happening now. The entire time I grew up in Cadestill, I'm not sure I ever saw such a number of officers in town. But then I think of the red ribbon disappearances, and know that's not exactly true. Now I've seen 4 police cars. I didn't see Ben Anderson in any of them, as far as I could tell. Perhaps he retired. Things change in small towns, too. For example, my ability to navigate Cadestill. I thought I could easily find my way back to Connie's by taking a different route, but managed to get lost for a few blocks. Of course I have no phone for Google Maps to save me. Eventually, after zigging and zagging, I somehow find Connie's street. As I near the house, a part of me is reluctant to go back inside. When I do, I'll be faced with how sick Connie is, how much resentment Jason has towards me, and the eventual argument that will happen when I tell him I'm planning on leaving soon. Then I hear it, a shout. A man inside the house yells. It's not a cry for help or one of someone who's frightened. It's a shout of joy.
No way!
I hear Jason scream from inside. I hurry inside and see him by the television, his arm raised in the air.
Are you seeing this? He shouts. I knew it!
On the couch, Aunt Sandra is watching the TV, her eyes wide. Even Connie is in the room. She sits on her wheelchair close to the television. A small bowl of popcorn sits on her lap, but she doesn't eat it. Jason's eyes fix on me.
Where were you? He shouts. We've been calling for the past hour.
Aunt Sandra turns to me, tears in her eyes. I forgot my phone, I say. What's going on?
It's happened again,
Jason shouts, a beaming smile across his face.
Look!
He points at the television. An image of an empty swing set is on the screen. On one of the metal chains, a red ribbon flaps in the breeze. The camera zooms in on it for dramatic effect.
I told you,
Jason says, shaking his head.
I told you all.
I sit beside Aunt Sandra. She immediately grabs my hand and holds it tight as I listen to the news broadcast.
Authorities ask that if you have any knowledge that can assist them in the search for Sophia Hughes to call immediately.
Jason paces the room behind us.
I told everyone,
he says to himself. He comes up behind Mom and rubs her shoulders.
Look, Mom, you and I knew. We knew all along it wasn't Daddy who did those terrible things. Now look, we were right.
He glances at me, purses his lips, and looks back at the screen. Connie doesn't respond, and instead looks up at Jason. I'm tired. Aunt Sandra stands up. I'll bring her back to her room. You should have let her sleep. Jason ignores her comment and instead watches the television in shock.
Dad's dead, all because everyone thought it was him.
He looks at me, a tear of his own forming.
How's this for justice? Now they'll know. Now we know he's innocent.
The television shows an image of the missing girl, Sophia Hughes, blonde hair, blue eyes, last seen in a small playground near her house on the north side of Cadestill. Do you know her? I ask. Jason wipes his eye and seems caught off guard by my question.
What?
The missing girl, I say. So young. Do you know her family? I don't recognize the last name. He purses his lips again.
Yeah, they're new to town. Moved in a year ago. You remember my buddy Kevin from senior high? They moved into his house.
He looks at the television image of the little girl and shakes his head.
You know, if the police actually investigated this properly all those years ago, this wouldn't have happened. If they caught the real killer, Dad would be alive and that little girl wouldn't be missing.
He shakes his head.
It's disgusting it had to come to this.
I turn to the television and watch as the camera zooms in on the rusty swing set where she went missing, focusing on the red ribbon fluttering in the breeze. That's in the north end of town, right? I ask. I don't recognize the playground, though. Jason doesn't answer and shakes his head again.
I'm going to sue this damn town.
He strikes his thigh.
Sue them all for what they did.
I look at the ribbon on the television and it starts to hit me. Dennis Kempman, the man I called father once, was not the monster I thought he was. All those years I avoided being in Cadestill. I changed my legal name to get away from him. And now the evidence of how wrong I was is on the television for me to see. He was innocent. I was wrong. The town was wrong. Everyone thought my father murdered those missing children. While Jason is oddly happy about the news of a missing girl, I can't help but get upset at myself. Mad that I left Jason and Connie behind. Mad that I believed what others said about Dennis. A picture of the missing girl is back on the screen. As the newsman gives details about what Sophia Hughes was wearing at the time she was taken, Jason lowers his head and looks at me, a tear running down his cheek.
It's happening again,
he whispers. Chapter 12. Before. When we get in from school, Dennis explains that it's time to finish our homework. As Jason and I work at the dining table, Dennis and Connie chat about their day in the kitchen. Connie grabs a stick of butter from the fridge, cutting off a quarter of it and adding it to a pan where she's frying corn with olive oil. As the sound of the sizzle and smell of dinner distract me from my work, so do my adopted parents. Every now and then, I peek at them. Connie's laughing at something Dennis said as she uses a large wooden spoon to stir the corn. Connie laughs again and playfully pushes Dennis away from her. He immediately wraps his long arms around her waist from behind and kisses the side of her face, whispering something in her ear. She smiles at whatever he says. I remember how my real parents were. They spoke to each other, but not nicely. It was usually something snarky or mean, something demeaning to put the other down. The love Connie and Dennis have for each other is on full display here. Most times when my real parents interacted, it ended up with the police coming to our house. I look at Jason, who quietly does his work. He scribbles something in his notepad with his pencil. All of this is normal for him. If only he knew what dysfunction really looked like, he would be just as amazed as I am right now. As if it's timed perfectly, dinner is ready after we finish homework. Connie asks me to help Jason set the table. My new brother points out where everything is in the kitchen. When it's time to sit, Dennis sits at the front of the table. Jason takes the chair immediately to his left. I slowly make my way around the table to take the empty seat on Dennis's other side. Connie brings a large dish with fried corn that smells amazing. I can see the melted butter pooling at the bottom of the serving dish. Next is a large bowl of salad. The smell of vinegar and olive oil from the lettuce strikes my nose. Connie opens the stove and delicately brings the ham to the table in front of Dennis. He nods and thanks her, grabbing a large kitchen knife and fork to cut it.
"So, how was the first day?"
Dennis asks me as he begins slicing. He motions to Jason to hand him his plate and lays a thick piece of ham on it. "It was good," I say. For a moment, I nearly blurt out how much fun we had at the clubhouse in the woods, but remind myself how Connie would react if I did. "My teacher seems nice."
"Miss Caine?" Jason says. "I hated her."
Dennis places his son's plate of food in front of him and turns to me.
"I'll take your plate."
I give him a thin smile as I hand it to him. I watch as he cuts another large piece for me.
"Pass the corn!" Jason yells out.
Dennis gives him a face until he clues in.
"Please pass the corn."
Dennis does, and he scoops a large amount onto his plate. Connie finally joins us, and Dennis prepares her plate. Everyone works together to pass food to each other, adding more. As they do, it all becomes so overwhelming. This is what a family is supposed to be like. We sit together, we eat, talk about our day. None of it seems real. I watched television shows where I saw what families acted like at dinner time. It was just like this. None of it makes sense when I reflect on what my life was like growing up. We rarely ate together. I'd usually have to heat leftover food myself to eat if we had leftovers. Sometimes it was just a peanut butter sandwich that I made for myself. Homework was never prioritized.
"I got to pee,"
Jason says abruptly, standing up from the table. Connie shakes her head. "May I be excused is what you meant." Jason raises his eyebrows in protest as he heads to the bathroom. Connie looks at me and smiles. "So, overall, your first day of school went well?" I'm not sure what it is, her smile or the genuine care she expresses in my response, but I can feel a tear welling in my eye. This is what it feels like when a family cares for one another. This is what I've been missing my whole life. I don't answer her. If I do, I might start bawling my eyes out at the table in response. I'm struggling to find the words. A ding from the stove saves me from replying. "Oh," Connie says, standing up. "I'm baking cookies for dessert after." That does it. A tear runs down my face, and I catch it immediately, covering my eyes so they won't see how broken their love and attention makes me feel. A thick hand rubs my back, and when I open my eyes, Dennis gives me a thin smile.
"It's okay,"
he says in a low voice.
"It's okay,"
he repeats. Our eyes meet, and I can almost read his mind as he looks back. It won't be how it was with my real parents anymore. This is my life now. "What's okay?" Connie says, confused, taking out a sheet of cookies from the oven. Before Dennis can answer, a knock at the door catches his attention. He wipes his mouth with his napkin as he stands. He opens the front door wide enough for me to see.
"Hey, Mr. Kempman,"
Ethan says on the front porch.
"Tanner and I were going to the field to play football, wondering if Jason can come."
He opens the door wider, and I see Tanner further behind Ethan.
"Well, that sounds fun, boys," Dennis says. "But we're in the middle of dinner. Maybe after."
Ethan nods and looks inside, and our eyes meet. "Can Allie come too?" The butterflies inside me start to swirl as he says my name. There's a brief pause before Dennis answers.
"Maybe. After dinner, though."
He closes the door and looks back at me with an eyebrow raised. He has an expression on his face that is hard to define. It's almost as if I've done something wrong. Chapter 13. Present. When I open my eyes, I'm still lying on the couch. It's pitch dark in the room except a small green light from the television. I sit up, looking around the room, wondering what it was that woke me. There's no one there. I remind myself I have plenty on my mind that would keep anyone awake. In fact, if I was to put on the television right now, it wouldn't take me long to find the reason why my mind is racing a mile a minute. Sophia Hughes, age 6, still missing. A red ribbon found on the swing set she was taken from. The red ribbon disappearances continue. Jason's words haunt me even now. "It's beginning again," he said to us when the news came out about little Sophia. The group of us watched the highlights over and over. All of us knew what each other was thinking but wouldn't say out loud. Even Jason didn't say his name. At first, he seemed almost happy a little girl was missing. This was what he's wanted ever since his dad's death, to prove Dennis Kempman wasn't involved in those missing children. On the other side of the room is the bookshelf with his research, as he called it. Now was his moment. Jason was right. Now he can point the finger at the entire town and tell them, "I told you so." Now he can point the finger at me and say the same. Since coming back to town, a flood of memories of Dad has hit me, what it was like being raised by him. I never suspected the gossip was true about him when I was a little girl. It was only after his murder that I thought they were right about him. He seemed so normal, caring when I was a kid. A man who brought me into his home with open arms, from a house where my biological parents wanted nothing to do with me. I shake my head as I think of him, my memory trying to recall what his face looks like, failing miserably. I've been so avoidant of thinking about the man who helped raise me that my brain erased him. Who wants to remember that their father was a murderer of children? I moved out of this town to get far away from him, and what happened? I changed my name to avoid having any connection with Dennis Kempman. And now I find out I was wrong. "No!" a shout in the darkness screams. I quickly put my feet on the ground and look around the dark room. "Don't hurt him!" a woman's voice shrieks. "Connie?" I quickly get up and put on a hallway light. Jason's bedroom is still closed. "He didn't do anything!" Connie shouts. A loud bang comes from inside her room. I open her bedroom door and she's rolling from one side to another, her arms moving awkwardly. "Don't kill him! He didn't do anything!" My eyes widen. Jason told me about the night terrors. I heard her shout once a few nights ago in her sleep, but Jason helped her go back to bed. It was nothing like this, though. "Get away from my husband!" she screams at the top of her lungs. I quickly kneel beside the bed and rub her side. "Connie," I say, pleading with her to calm down. "It's okay." My attempt doesn't seem to help as she gets louder. "Mom, it's okay. You're safe." She fidgets some more, but her arms slowly start to calm, and she's stopped screaming for now. Her eyes partially open and meet mine. "Mom," I say again. "It's me, Allie. You're safe, okay?" She looks at me, confused. It hits me. She has no clue who I am right now. As she's calmer, I stand up. "I'll get Jason?" She doesn't respond as I leave the room. When I walk over to his room, I knock on the door, but he doesn't respond. I knock again and wait a few moments. "Jason!" I shout. "She's having a night terror. Can you help me?" I fear any moment Connie will start screaming again, and there'll be nothing I can do to help her. I try to open the door, but it's locked, and I bang again. Finally, the door opens a crack, and Jason looks at me, rubbing his eye.
"What's wrong?" he says.
"She's having another nightmare," I say. "About Dad. It's really bad. You didn't hear her?"
"I sleep with headphones sometimes," he says.
"Dennis!" Connie shouts from her room. "Dennis, come here!" Jason lowers his head.
"It's okay," he tells me. "I'll help her go back to bed. Try and get some sleep."
He brushes past me and walks into Connie's room.
"Hey, Mom," he says. "You okay?"
"Dennis," she says, "I had a terrible nightmare."
"It's Jason, Mom," he replies from her room, "and everything's okay now."
He shuts the door behind him. Chapter 14. Present. After nearly 30 minutes, Jason comes out of Connie's bedroom, raising his eyebrows and yawning.
"She's back asleep,"
he says, shaking his head.
"That was a bad one."
I wasn't able to sleep. I sat on the couch and waited for Jason to come back to reassure me she was okay. I felt guilty that I left the room. I should have stayed. I didn't know what to do or how to handle my own emotions. I'm not sure what I would have done if Jason wasn't home. He slowly makes his way to the living room, sitting on a chair across from me. He turns on a lamp and dims the light. "Do you think she acted that way because of that missing girl?" I ask. "Maybe it made her think of that night again." Jason shrugs.
"I'm not sure. It's hard to tell what goes through her mind right now."
He pauses a moment.
"Maybe, though. That's about the worst night terror I've seen since she got worse."
He shakes his head and looks up.
"I really hope this isn't going to be how she is now. I'm not sure I can handle that."
I look away immediately. I feel like I know what he's insinuating. You're going to eventually get far away from Cade Still and leave me with her like this, aren't you? Up until little Sophia Hughes went missing, I was planning on it. Now I'm so confused, and I don't know what I want anymore. Jason shakes his head again.
"It's just cruel, isn't it?"
"What do you mean?" I ask.
"Mom, the day they killed him was the worst day of my life, and now that Dad's innocent, Mom will never know. And worse, even if she does, she'll forget later."
"I'm sorry, Jason," I say, not sure how else to respond.
"Why are you apologizing?" he asks.
"For everything," I admit. Leaving, thinking that it was him, believing the lies. He nods.
"After what happened, after what they did to him, I understand. It's easier to believe the lies than look through the fakeness and see the truth."
He takes a deep breath.
"Dad never touched those children," he scoffs. "This town scapegoated our dad, blamed him for all the terrible things that someone else committed, and now what? I've watched the news and they barely mention his name. No talks about how he was killed for sins he never committed."
"I should have believed you," I say in a hushed voice.
"Nobody did," he says. "Even Mom was starting to believe what others said about Dad. But now we'll clear his name. I won't rest until the world knows he did not hurt those kids."
When he mentions the missing kids from the past, I feel almost nauseous. It's something I try to forget. I feel terrible for Sophia and her parents.
"Another victim," Jason says. "Another child has to pay the price because everyone blamed our father instead of looking for the real killer. I'll make sure everyone in this town knows how wrong they were."
"What can I do?"
"I'm not sure."
He stands up. "Going back to bed?"
He laughs. "I don't think either of us will sleep after that." He stretches. "I'm just going to go to work early today. Maybe if I'm lucky I can catch a few Z's in the parking lot.
You're going to leave me here? I ask, frightened. What if she wakes up again?
Just sit with her until she calms, he says. That's all I do. I don't do anything special. No sleep spells or anything. Just sit beside her.
But...
Enough,
he says, slightly irritated. He glances at me before putting a light jacket on.
I'm leaving. At some point, you get to leave town and it's just me again. This is my life right now. Divorced and living with my mom, who's dying. He scoffs. You know something stupid that I thought about the other day? I feel bad even thinking about her dying, but when Mom does, if she left me the house and the will, I wouldn't even enjoy having my own home again. My ex will demand half the equity of the house's worth, and I'll actually have to pay her to keep the house. Can you believe that?
He shakes his head and puts a hand over his ear.
This whole damn world is unfair.
Jason exits promptly, leaving me in the dimly lit room. Part of me worries that Connie will start to shriek again. Her screams were so intense and unsettling. I can almost picture how she was the day Dad was killed. Memories of that day still traumatize me. I attempt to go back to sleep, but fail miserably. I'm not sure why, but I get off the couch and head down the hall. I open her door and look at my mom on the bed. She's sleeping, just as Jason said she was, on her side, breathing heavily. There's a noticeable odor in the room. Once she's awake for the day, I'll open her bedroom window to air out the room. I don't want to wake her, but I feel this need to be nearby. Just as Jason said, maybe if I'm beside the bed, it will comfort her. Or maybe it's me that needs comfort right now. A little girl is missing, and that has to be the saddest news in a small town. For me, though, ever since I found out that Sophia was missing, all I can think about is Dennis. Dad. If I could, and if she was able to, I imagine crawling into the bed with Connie and laying beside her. I want nothing more than for her to tell me that everything is going to be okay. But it won't be. Dad was killed. Mom is dying, and if the real killer isn't discovered soon, a little girl may be joining them. That's if she's even still alive. I sit on the empty seat beside her bed and take a deep breath. Chapter 15. Before. I never get to go outside with Ethan and Tanner after dinner. Jason wants to go as well. We can see them outside in the field, tossing a ball to each other. Connie has other plans. Family time, she calls it. After dinner, we help clean up the table. I wash the dishes and Jason dries. Dennis sweeps the floor. Connie enjoys a glass of wine as we work around her. It's odd. Not only do they enjoy spending time together as a family, but functionally work together as well. Connie told me that each of us had a daily job to help keep the house maintained. Jason was in charge of emptying the waste bins around the house into the trash outside. Today, Connie informed me that my job was to mop the floors once a day. Everyone had to make their own bed in the morning before starting their day. That was insisted upon by Dennis. Once the kitchen's clean, Connie makes popcorn and we watch a movie together in the living room called The Little Rascals. I hadn't heard of it before, and apparently there's a much older version of the movie. The Kempmans must have watched it before, since Jason can quote lines before the actors say them. Every now and then, I look outside and see Ethan in the field. Even from far away, he's incredibly handsome. When the movie is nearly over, Connie brings Dennis a large cup of milk, and he thanks her, smiling while taking a small sip. Jason helps his mother clean up the living room and bring the empty bowls of popcorn to the kitchen. As I'm about to take my own bowl, Dennis stops me.
"Want to see something interesting?"
he says, taking another sip from his glass. He quickly wipes the milk from his thin mustache. "What?" I ask. He glances up from the couch and faces the windows, looking outside. He peers down at his watch and glances at me.
"Any minute now,"
he says, nodding outside. I look in the direction he gestures towards, but seeing nothing out of the ordinary. Ethan and Tanner are still in the field. A group of small children draw on the sidewalk with chalk on the other side of the cul-de-sac. I'm about to ask him what he means when I see it. A police cruiser enters the street, its lights flashing red and blue. The absence of the siren makes the scene eerily quiet. Ethan and Tanner start to leave the field when they notice the vehicle. The group of children take their time until one of them sees the officer, pointing at the cruiser.
"Constable Anderson," Dennis says. "Nearly right on time."
Two of the small children run up the cement porch of a house. Dennis looks at me.
"He goes around the neighborhoods with little kids when it's curfew time. A gentle reminder that it's time to go inside."
One of the children appears to be crying as another child attempts to console him. It's weird to witness.
"Strange times,"
Dennis says to himself, taking a longer sip of milk. I glance at Dennis as he takes another drink. "Dad?" I say, looking back outside. For a moment, I'm surprised the word escaped my mouth. It just felt so natural to call him my father, though. Dennis turns to me, a thin smile on his face. I know he picked up on what I called him.
"I know what you're going to say," he says.
He gently pats my shoulder.
"While you're living in this house, you have nothing to be afraid of. I know Connie gets really anxious. You're safe here.
That's not what I was going to ask," I say. I glance at him and the glass in his hand. "Why do you always drink milk at night?" He smiles, taking another sip and wiping his mustache again.
"I don't sleep so nice,"
he says, looking outside. Constable Anderson slows down as he drives close to the house. He waves at Dennis, who greets him back. He watches as the officer drives out of the cul-de-sac.
"Connie heats up milk to help me rest better."
I smile, watching the officer drive away. Does it help? Having warm milk at night? Dennis raises his eyebrows for a moment.
"Not really."
He takes another sip as we watch the last two kids scurry down the street towards their house. I think of the young children's faces when Constable Anderson drove by. The little boy was nearly in tears at the sight of him. I remind myself that in a small town like Cadestill, there's a good chance that these children actually did know the missing kids. The idea makes me sick to my stomach. I lower my head at the thought of the missing children. As if he can read my mind, Dennis pats my shoulder again, finishing his milk.
"You're safe in this house,"
he says again. That isn't true, though. Chapter 16. Present. The sound of the doorbell wakes me up. Thankfully, the noise hasn't woken Connie, who continues to rest in her bed. I stand up and look at my phone. It's only a little past 8 in the morning. When I open the front door, Aunt Sandra greets me. "Morning, dear," she says. "Jason let me know that last night was rough, so I figured I'd stop by." "It was," I say, opening the door fully for her. "Very rough. It was almost like, in her mind, she was back in the moment where he was killed." Aunt Sandra takes a deep breath. "How are you doing?" she asks. "With all the news of the little girl missing and your dad, plus Connie's not well, that must be a lot." I nod. "Well, let's just say I'm glad to see you." Aunt Sandra smiles. "I'll make us some tea." I thank her for the offer, but ask if I can have some more time to myself again instead. "Did you try that coffee shop in town I told you about?" "It's good," I say. "Thanks. I just need to decompress a little." "Self-care," she says with a thin smile. "I heard about that term recently and thought about you being a social worker." I laugh. That's right, I say. Self-care. Thanks again. As I'm about to go, Connie starts to call Dennis's name again from her bedroom. Guilt strikes me as I open the front door. It's okay, I'll help her. Enjoy your self-care, she says with another smile. As I leave and head down the porch, I think about where I'm going. It's not to the coffee shop like Aunt Sandra expects. There's only one location I have in mind. All through the night, as I wrestled with my own shame and guilt for leaving the town the way I did, I thought about him. I thought about what they did to him. Connie's nightmare brought back all the memories from that night. Jason's right. The town blamed him for the missing children, used him without any evidence to find justice. As I pass by Cadestill General Store, I cringe again. I want to find a rock from the thick forest around town, come back and smash as many of the store's windows as possible. I imagine bumping into all the townspeople I knew, the ones responsible for ruining my life, and shouting how wrong they were. An innocent man was killed. My dad was murdered. My entire life could have been different had that terrible night not happened. As I navigate through town, I see my old street ahead. The cul-de-sac where I spent years of my life. Where my life changed forever. Almost as if the universe wants to make my life even more complicated, I see a police cruiser exit the cul-de-sac and head towards me. I peer through the passenger window and see him. Constable Ben Anderson. He looks much older. His hair has receded dramatically from what I remember. He was driving down my old street as well. Why? Maybe he's doing his own self-care like I am. Maybe he's realizing that he is responsible for my dad's death. The car slows as it nears me, and for a moment, I fear he'll recognize me. I worry he'll stop his cruiser and attempt to speak to me. Nothing good would come from that. I imagine myself shouting and cursing at him for what he did. Thankfully, he doesn't. He drives past, but does look in my direction. Our eyes meet only momentarily, but I instantly know that he recognizes me. I keep walking as he drives further down the road, only turning my head to ensure he's actually leaving. I hope Jason follows through with his threats that he made about suing this town. Now that the real truth is exposed, that my father was not the killer, those who were responsible for his death deserve to be called out. Will the town out their own, though? Most of the houses in my old cul-de-sac look the same, but have certainly aged. The large corner house's white siding is more of a tan color now. Another's roof needs some serious repairs. I look around my neighborhood, doing my best not to see the reason I came. My house. I'm not ready yet to face it. Instead, I look out into the field near our house. I'm not ready for that either. Too many memories, too many painful thoughts as well. As I get to the middle of the cul-de-sac, I finally manage the strength to look. I'm surprised they never tore down the house fully. It still stands, despite all the fire damage. The roof sags where the flames ate through it. Maybe it's my mind playing tricks on me, but it smells faintly of smoke. Just as Connie did last night, I think about how the fire started. I think about the real cries and shouts for help Connie made. I can almost hear the blood-curdling screams coming from Dennis. I can see, as if it was yesterday, Jason's face when he saw what they did to our dad. I let out a deep breath and lower my head, fighting the tears that want to stream down my face. When I look up at the house again, all I feel is the anger and sadness I had that night. "I'm sorry," I say, wiping a tear. "I'm sorry, Dad. I shouldn't have believed them." Chapter 17. Passed. Jason puts his hands up, calling for Ethan to pass the ball to him. Instead, he throws it to me. I have to run a little awkwardly through the field, but catch it to the applause of Ethan and Tanner. Jason lowers his hands for a moment until I catch his glance.
"Right here, Allie,"
he shouts. He starts to step closer towards me. I hate it when he does this. I'm not sure if it's in defiance or just to show him that I can throw further than him, but I hurl the ball as hard as I can. Jason runs backwards, nearly tripping on his feet as he does. He stumbles and attempts to jump, reaching with his fingertips for the ball, but misses completely. The ball flies past, deep into the wooded area behind him.
"Allie,"
Jason calls out in annoyance.
"What does right here mean to you?"
He shakes his head as he ducks under a tree branch to attempt to find the ball.
"Don't let your mom catch you in there,"
Tanner jokes. It's been weeks since the second child was taken from Cadestill. Neither of them have been found. You can almost feel the tension in the entire town, wondering when another child may be taken.
"Shut up,"
Jason shouts as he disappears into the brush. I look back towards our house. Just because Connie's not home doesn't mean Dennis won't get upset with his son if he saw him in the woods despite harsh warnings not to. Ethan brushes his curly brown hair. I gaze into his light brown eyes, but when he notices me, I quickly look at Tanner. "Did you know them?" I ask. "The kids that were taken?" Tanner nods.
"My little sister goes to the same daycare that Jonathan went to. He's 4.
"That's terrible," I say.
The other girl that was taken, Melissa Henson, I saw her often in my dad's store," Ethan says. "She came with her dad nearly every weekend."
As Tanner and Ethan tell me stories of the missing children, I suddenly realize it's been a while since Jason went into the woods. "Hey, Jason," I call out. Worried that Ethan and Tanner will make fun of me for being anxious like Connie, I add, "Did you lose the ball?" I wait for a smart-ass reply, but he doesn't respond. Tanner laughs and Ethan shakes his head. But after a few moments, I'm surprised that Ethan's the one to yell out next.
"Loser," he shouts into the woods. "Stop being dumb. Get the ball. Curfew's in an hour."
Again, nothing. No reply. Tanner looks at Ethan and then me.
"I'll get him,"
he says, stepping towards the thick trees that surround us.
"Help!"
A loud shriek calls out.
"No!"
"Jason!" I shout, running into the woods, nearly knocking over Tanner. "Jason!" I duck under a tree branch and see him. Jason is curled over, laughing hysterically as he points at me.
"Man, you're just like Mom. You'd think you're actually related."
"Not funny," I shout back.
"Well, kind of funny,"
Tanner says as he steps beside me and lets out a laugh. Ethan joins us, shaking his head.
"Where's the ball, idiot?"
"Hell if I know," Jason says, shrugging. "I can't find it." He starts to look around again for it and looks at me.
"Allie, this is on you. Maybe stop pretending you're a quarterback and throw it to me next time."
"She's just showing off those rocket arms of hers," Ethan laughs.
"Had some serious distance on that one."
As we look around more, it becomes obvious that we're not going to find it.
"Let's just grab another ball," Jason says.
"That was my only one," Ethan says in frustration. "I need to find it. My dad always freaks out about this kind of stuff."
"Isn't the ball from his store?"
Jason asks, confused.
"It is,"
Ethan says, his frustration showing more.
"But he always complains that I don't know the value of anything."
"Want to go to the clubhouse?"
Tanner asks.
"May as well. We have no other ball."
Jason shakes his head.
"My mom will kill me. Besides, it's nearly curfew."
Who cares? Tanner says.
Your parents don't care, Jason says. You know how my mom is. He looks at me. We have a second ball in the basement. Go grab it.
Me? I say. He nods and mocks me.
Me? Yeah, you. You're the one who lost the ball. Go get the other one.
It's not her fault you run like a turtle, Ethan jokes.
And catch like your hands are made of spaghetti, Tanner adds.
Shut up,
Jason says defensively. It's fine, I say, calming the group of boys. I'll get it. No big deal. As I head back home, the three of them try searching more. It's honestly a good thing that Connie isn't home. She would have noticed that we were in the woods by now, and both of us wouldn't hear the end of it. When I enter the house, I immediately head to the basement. It's very dark, except for a dim light coming from Dennis's office. I attempt to find the ball, but it's nearly impossible. I follow my hand along the shelf, hoping to touch it. The basement light died last week, and Connie's been yelling at Jason to replace it. That's another one of his maintenance tasks around the house he has. Most of them he needs gentle reminders to do, often. Knowing that my search will be fruitless without more light, I call out for Dennis, but he doesn't respond. Dad? I say instead. I've started to call him that more often. I've even started to call Connie Mom. The first time I called her mother, her face lit up. I could feel how happy she was. I walk up to Dennis's partially opened office door and call out for him again, but he doesn't respond. I knock on the door, knowing how much he likes his privacy when he's in his office. Again, nothing. I know he's inside. I can hear the muffled sounds of his rock music playing loudly. He has his headphones on again. I open the door more and see him sitting at his desk, a pencil in his hand. It takes a moment for me to register what he's doing. A large map is unfolded on his desk, and he's following a road with his finger. After a moment, he stops at a circle written with pencil. He marks the circle with an X over it and writes something else above it in pencil with a smirk on his face. At the top of the map is a large cartoon sun with eyes and sunglasses lowered on its nose. Kananaski's Trail Map, it reads. I wave at him, attempting to get his attention, but he's so focused that he doesn't even notice me. Dad? I say again. Finally, I reach out and pull on his shirt. He jumps out of his chair, the headphones dropping to the ground, along with the CD player. When it does, it smashes hard and breaks. He quickly picks it up and grunts at his broken device. Sorry, I say. His face scrunches, and he purses his lips as he places it gently on his desk. He looks at me, and for a moment I'm scared. This is where I would get yelled at. If he were my biological father, I'd hear more than cuss words. Not Dennis, though.
I didn't hear you,
he says, his face softening. He gestures for me to leave his office, and he follows me out the door. I look down at the map, where I see what he wrote above the circle and X he made, a single W. I knocked, I say, knowing what he may say. I tried to get your attention. He nods.
Connie says I'll burst an eardrum with how loud I listen.
I look behind him at his desk and the map. I look at the markings on the map again as he shuts the door slightly behind him, making the room nearly pitch black.
Jason needs to put in a new light bulb,
he says with a tone. He stares down at me in the darkness, but doesn't say anything. Then he smiles. His bright teeth are all I can make out.
What's up?
Even in the dark, I can make out that he's fixing the dark-rimmed glasses on his face. Jason says there's a football in the basement, but I can't find it. He puts a finger up in the air.
Gotcha.
Without opening the door, he walks across the dark room to a shelf and picks it out quickly. I thought I looked there. He tosses it to me underhand, but in the darkness I easily miss it. I quickly find it near my feet and stand up. "Thanks, Dad," I say. He walks back to his office door and slightly opens it, revealing his wide smile.
"And don't worry, I won't tell."
"What?" I ask, confused. The light from the room behind him makes a dark silhouette of his body. His white teeth show again as he laughs.
"I won't tell Mom that you've been playing in the woods."
Chapter 18. Present. Aunt Sandra shakes her head as we continue to watch the news. Sophia Hughes is still missing. Clips of a search party in the woods led by police are shown as the newsman explains how people can get involved in the search. Sandra takes a sip of her tea and looks at me. "A neighbor of mine is in one of those search parties," she says. "She asked me to join. I don't know. It'd feel weird after everything this family has gone through." She takes a deep breath. "I told George about it, and he got really upset." I nod in agreement. After what happened to his brother, my father, who can blame him? "He was killed for being the suspect," George yelled. She continues. "Now they think we should help find the real murderer?" She shakes her head. "And you know your uncle. When is he not smiling or jovial? But he was red mad, almost as much as Jason." She takes another deep breath. "How is he doing?" I watch the television as it shows a man and a woman in the search party, walking slowly through a wooded area, poking at bushes and at the ground. At first, I wonder why they're doing that, until it hits me that they're poking around for a body or loose earth. I almost feel sick at the idea of it. The thought that this is happening in this small town again, and so close to where I sit now, is scary. Aunt Sandra repeats herself, and I'm almost startled by her voice shaking my thoughts. "Sorry," I say. "Jason's not well. He's not doing well with a lot of things, it seems." "That divorce has really broken him," she agrees. "I'm worried about him. The bags under his eyes are so dark these days." She looks at the TV. "I'm sure this isn't helping either." A breaking news bulletin grabs both of our attention. A newsman looks sternly into the camera. We watch with anticipation. Have they found the girl? Is she alive? Worse? I couldn't handle it if they showed a clip of a small body bag on the news. Would the media be deranged enough to show such an image? I let out a breath when it's not what I thought it would be.
"The town of Cadestill and the whole of Kananaskis County now have a curfew of 7 p.m. Anyone found outside their house after curfew could be subject to heavy fines."
Here we go, I think. Just as it was when we were children, a curfew is back as well. How long until a second child goes missing? The curfew that they had in effect when I was younger didn't stop the murderer from taking another child. The thought of it nearly brings me to tears. It's something I try not to think about. It was me who found the ribbon. "Oh no," Sandra lets out. "I mean, it makes sense, but this is scary." I nod as we continue to watch in silence, hanging on to every word the newsman says, watching each clip the program shows. It switches between images of Sophia, the search party, and the breaking news of the new curfew in effect. The front door opens suddenly, and a metal thud scares Sandra, who immediately puts a hand to her chest.
"Hey,"
Jason says, his metal lunchbox banging against the door.
"Did you hear the news?"
"The curfew?" I ask, and he nods.
"Just like last time. I wonder who the town will blame now."
Jason walks into the kitchen and drops his lunchbox with another clunk. I follow him. When he turns to me, his face says it all. He looks like his body's been running on fumes all day. "Did you manage to sleep before work?" I ask. He scoffs.
Nope. Maybe I'll try and sneak in a nap since you're both here.
I can't get over how broken down he looks. He looks so exhausted that if I shoved him, he wouldn't just fall to the floor, but fall asleep. "Get some sleep," I encourage him. "Uncle George is coming by later, so you don't have to worry about anything. We got it all covered here." He smiles at me.
Thanks. A quick nap, maybe.
"Take as long as you need." Jason's smile vanishes at a knock on the front door. He opens it quickly, and his face tightens.
"Well, look who it is,"
he says, raising his hand. Constable Anderson takes a step inside.
"Jason,"
he says quietly. He looks at Sandra and waves. She doesn't respond with words or a gesture. Ben looks at me and tips his police cap.
"Allie,"
he says.
"I thought that was you earlier."
I nod back, but don't say a word either.
"Now, what could bring you here, I wonder?" Jason says playfully. "I just wanted to check in on you folks," Ben says. "A lot is going on right now, and I know you have questions. I do too."
"Oh, we don't just have questions," Jason says, shaking his head. "We're beyond pissed." He jabs a finger at the cop.
"How many times did we tell you? How many times? Well, look now."
He points to the image of Sophia on the screen.
"Another child is missing, and that's on you." "There was very little I could do," he says. "We're trying to figure out what's going on, too. The major crimes unit is in town. This won't be like before. We'll figure out what happened.
When are you or someone from your department going to tell everyone that my father was innocent?" Jason shouts.
"When? It's already been a whole day since that little girl has been missing, and yet nothing public has been said about Dad." "He was never charged with anything, Jason," Anderson says.
"No," Jason shouts. "Not good enough. Sure, he was never charged, but he was found guilty by this town, and that included you, his supposed friend." Jason lowers his head, and when he raises it again to look at the officer, I've never seen as much rage in someone as I do now. "Dad was killed, murdered, all while you stood by and watched. You probably applauded what happened. You all did." This time, Jason takes a step forward and digs his finger into the cop's midsection. Ben takes a step back immediately.
"That's enough, Jason. Don't touch me again like that. Now I remember that night as well. I remember how I helped you, your sister, and your mom."
Jason laughs. "I don't have such a good memory, Anderson. It's hard to think of anything except what you let them do to my dad." He walks back into the kitchen and grabs his jacket, tossing it on as he brushes past the officer.
"Out of my way, pig!"
"Jason!" Aunt Sandra shouts in her most motherly tone. "Where are you going?" I ask.
"Bar,"
he says as he heads to his car. Constable Anderson watches him as he drives out of the driveway and down the street.
"Is he going to be okay?" he asks.
Good question. Chapter 19. Before. It took months for the town to finally lift the curfew. When no more children went missing, and when anxiety amongst the parents started to die down, the people of Cadestill demanded a normal life again. The RCMP didn't want to lift the curfew. At least that's what Dad said Ben Anderson told him. It was a group of angry parents who wanted their kids to have a normal life again that pressured the town mayor to do something. I didn't even know Cadestill had a mayor until the day when the curfew was officially over. It's weird, though. Nothing has changed. The 2 children who were taken are still missing. Their parents are still grieving, but others wanted to move on. Dad told me that parents, including him, didn't want the town to live in fear. How long could everyone be held up in their house once it got slightly dark outside? As soon as it was lifted, Jason and I were out for a lot longer than normal. Dennis told Connie that she had to manage her own anxiety about letting us go into the woods now.
"Isn't that why we live in a town like Cadestill to begin with?" he'd tell Mom.
Whenever Connie expressed concerns, Dennis would remind her that they stayed in a small town like this to be in nature, to enjoy small-town living. That didn't stop Connie from freaking out when she asks Jason where we're going after dinner today. He rolls his eyes, almost expecting to have to argue with her again.
"We're just hanging out with Tanner and Ethan, Mom."
Dad walks up to Connie and places a hand on her shoulder while looking at his son and glancing at me.
"That sounds fun," he says. "Come back before 8.
8! Connie shouts back. You know they're going into the woods again, Dennis. You know how dark it can get in those woods. He laughs.
"These kids know the woods better than we did at their age."
He looks at us.
"You better get out of here before I can't stop her."
He laughs and Connie slaps his chest playfully. 8 is too late, she says. He sighs and looks at us again.
7:30, he says sternly, and not a minute over. Now, go have fun, kids.
As Mom and Dad whisper to themselves, Jason pulls on my sweater. Let's go. We hurry out of the house and down the road. Part of me is waiting for Mom to come running down the street, frantically screaming at us to stop and come home. Even though the curfew has ended, the fear remains for many in the town. I feel normal, though. The woods aren't so scary when you spend nearly every day in them. Jason, Tanner, Ethan, and I have our special clubhouse. We go into the school field and make our way towards the opening in the back fence into the woods. I remember when I first arrived at Cadestill and Ethan showed me the way to the clubhouse. It seemed like random twists and turns, but now I could navigate myself through the woods better than Jason to get there.
You have to tear it down,
a stern voice says ahead of us. Who's that? I ask. Jason immediately ducks, and I do the same. We sneak around a tree until we can see the clubhouse ahead. Ethan and Tanner stand at the entrance, only they're not alone. Constable Anderson is near them, writing something in his notepad.
This isn't the first time I've told you, kids, he says. Tell my dad, Ethan says. He built it for me. He nods and scoffs. I've told him many times, you can't just build a small cabin in the woods. It's our clubhouse, Ethan says, pleading with him. Come on, officer. When you were a kid, you'd love to have something like this. He smiles. For sure I would. Someone called the station and complained about it. I'm just doing my job, kids. Don't blame the messenger. Who ratted us out? Tanner asks with a harsh tone. Not the point, kiddo, Officer Anderson says, pointing a pencil at him. They're right. You can't just build a structure like this in the woods. When you get older, you'll find out all about permits and statutes and laws. Come on, man, Tanner shouts. He lets out a huff. I'll talk to your dad again, Ethan. He's not exactly an easy person to get along with, as you know. Ethan laughs. I guess he told you to F off the first time. An eloquent man your dad is, he jokes. He jots another note in his pad before closing it and placing it in his pocket. Don't stay out here too late, boys. With his closing statement, the officer leaves, heading towards us. Jason and I do our best to hide as Constable Anderson walks past the bushes. When he's out of sight, Jason and I head to the clubhouse. Tanner waves at us as Ethan smiles at me. Did I hear that pig right? Jason says. Are we seriously going to have to tear down the clubhouse? Ethan lets out a breath. Man, who knows? If he talks to my dad, it won't go well. He'll tell him to go to hell and leave us alone again. Your dad has some big balls, man, Tanner jokes.
My dad would be scared shitless if a cop showed up.
Your dad barely leaves the house, Ethan laughs. My dad calls him a recluse.
A what?
Tanner says, confused. A loser like you, Ethan laughs again. Tanner grabs his head with one hand and attempts to grab the bottom of his shirt to rip over his friend's head. I've seen this many times. The three of them play fight with each other every time, except me. None of them touch me since I'm a girl, they say. It's weird, Tanner told me once.
Back off, idiot,
Ethan jokes, shoving him. He shakes his head.
I wouldn't worry about the clubhouse. Dad would never tear it down. I don't see the cop doing it either.
We hang out at the clubhouse some more, but as it gets later, I can see Jason getting more worried.
Dad says we need to get back before 7:30,
he says, shaking his head.
Man, before the curfew, we'd be out here until past 9 sometimes. Mom and Dad never cared.
Tanner nods.
They're so worried about us, but we could handle ourselves if we had to. We're not little kids like the others that were.
He doesn't finish his sentence.
I mean, some kidnapper comes up to me and...
He throws a massive kick in the air.
Straight to the balls. Game over. Police arrest the bad guy, he goes to jail. Game over.
No, Ethan shouts. That's a surefire way to get killed yourself. You can't just kick an adult in the balls. They expect weaker people to go for the family jewels.
Tanner attempts to kick Ethan playfully, and he jumps out of the way.
See, you're telegraphing the attack.
What?
Tanner says. Jason answers for him.
It means the bad guy can see your stupid kick coming a mile away.
Tanner shakes his head.
So, the bad guy comes at you, what do you do?
Ethan looks at me.
Pretend you're the kidnapper.
I laugh, not sure what to do. I put up my hands to make myself seem taller.
Give me your kids, I say in the deepest voice I can manage.
Tanner laughs and Jason shakes his head.
No,
Ethan says with a dumb voice of his own. He lifts up his leg and just like he said, I expect the kick and catch his foot. Suddenly, he karate chops towards my head and stops a few inches from my neck.
Boom! Throat punch, he shouts. Bad guy down, barely breathing, an attack he didn't see coming.
Jason laughs.
That's dumb.
Well, I didn't see it coming, I say.
Throat punch,
I joke, throwing my own hand towards Ethan. He doesn't flinch as I get closer to him. He just stands still and smiles at me as my body comes closer to his.
Let me try that,
Tanner says, pushing Jason to get his attention.
Do it to me.
The trick, Ethan says while looking at me, is not to wind up your fist. Just let your arm rip out from the side.
He moves his hand close to me, but with me being so close to him, there's not much space left between us.
Take that, Jason says, whipping a fist in the air towards Tanner.
Tanner easily moves out of the way.
You're not supposed to announce it, dummy.
As the two continue practicing their karate chops, I can't stop staring at Ethan. His light brown eyes fix on mine. He continues to look right back at me, and I realize he has the same thought I have. He takes another step and quickly kisses me on the lips. He takes a step back as if he's in shock himself over what he did. I smile at him, unable to hide how much I loved it. I feel my brain short-circuit and my heart skip a beat. I imagine I'm melting in his gaze now as he looks at me. All I want is for him to take another step closer and kiss me again.
Dude,
Jason shouts.
What the hell?
Chapter 20. Present. How much 24 news can one person watch in a day? The answer is a disgusting amount. All day the television remained on. Images of Sophia Hughes were displayed across the screen constantly.
Now, with the breaking news of the curfew, major news outlets picked up the story. Everyone across the country, and even internationally, knew about the red ribbon disappearances, past and present. Every so often, I turn off the television only for Aunt Sandra to put it back on to see what's happening. When she eventually gets fed up with the news and turns it off herself, Uncle George comes over and turns it back on. He sits on the couch, taking off his gray flat cap and placing it on the nightstand beside him.
"Where's Jason?" he asks.
Aunt Sandra and I exchange a look. "Ben Anderson came over to check on us," she answers. That exchange didn't go so well. "He's at a bar," I say.
"Which one?"
George asks. Neither Sandra nor I know, but how many bars could be in a small town? When I ask, I'm a little shocked that there are 3 close by. 3 bars to service the 300 citizens in Cadestill?
"Maybe I should go pick him up," George says, getting up from the couch. "I'm not sure him drinking is a great idea right now."
He looks at Sandra.
"You know how he gets."
Sandra nods. "Don't make it too obvious why you're there. It will only aggravate him more." He takes a deep breath.
"I think I need a few beers myself."
Sandra scoffs. "Well, call a taxi if you need it." "Dennis?" Connie calls out from her room.
"Oh, man," George says with a defeated tone. "These are some hard times."
Before George arrived, I spent time with Connie as Sandra helped clean up the house. "I'll go," Sandra says, walking quickly down the hall to her room. George glances at me and we share a moment of silence. I can almost read his mind. Hard times indeed.
"I'll start with the bars in town," George says, standing up and heading towards the door. "There's a few in nearby towns that he could have gone to as well."
"Wait," I tell him, noticing his hat on the nightstand. I hand it to him and he places it hard on his head.
"Thanks."
"I need a beer too," I say, shaking my head.
"Want to come? I'm sure Jason won't mind the company, if we can find him."
"That's okay," I say. "Next time." George nods as he leaves the house. I walk into Connie's room. Sandra sits on the chair beside her as the two share a conversation. "Allie," Connie says to me. "Oh, I haven't seen you in so long. Come give me a hug." She extends her hands towards me. I smile at Sandra and she laughs. "She's very with it right now," she says. "She greeted me by name." Her smile says it all. It's almost like the woman I knew is back. I instantly wrap my hands around Connie, and she squeezes me with as much strength as she can, which is shockingly weak. "How's Toronto?" Connie asks, letting go. "Are you staying with us long?" For a few moments, we talk. I update her on my life. She even remembers that I'm a social worker. When I look at Sandra, a tear is running down her face as she watches us talk. It doesn't take long for that to change. "Where's Dennis?" Connie asks suddenly. "Is he in his office downstairs?" Sandra and I look at each other. She lowers her head in defeat. I take a deep breath. "He's not here," I answer in a soft voice. Connie lets out a laugh. "Just go downstairs, Allie. Knock on his office." I look at Sandra. "I just need a break." Sandra nods back and I turn to Connie. "I'll be back soon, okay?" She smiles wide and nods back. I've spent days with her and not once was she able to recognize me, and when she does, she doesn't know exactly when and where she is. She still thinks Dennis is alive. I go for another walk. This time I have no destination in mind. I just need a break. Perhaps another visit to the coffee shop in town is in order. As I get closer to the main strip, I spot a group of people wearing yellow vests ahead. One of them has a map in her hand, pointing at people and telling them directions I can't make out. Another woman in a yellow vest is at the corner of the street, taping a poster to the light pole. From a distance, I can make out the bold letters, Sophia Hughes, missing. Below is the same image of the little girl that's been plastered all over the news. I see the group start to walk down the street. Part of me wants to join them. I wonder if they'll be heading into the forest area nearby. I wonder how many of them I know. Most people don't leave town. Once you move here, you're stuck. Even after what happened with Dennis, Jason and Connie couldn't leave. I was truly surprised to find out Ethan's dad left town. My cell buzzes in my pocket. When I look at the screen, it's a random number not saved on my phone. I answer it quickly. Hello? There's a pause on the other side and no reply, only heavy breathing. Hello? I say again, slightly irritated. I look at the number on the screen before I hear his voice.
Hey, Allie, he says.
I take a deep breath. I blocked your number for a reason. Now you're calling from a different one? You didn't get the hint? Leave me alone.
I know you're pissed, he says. I saw the news, though. I know it's hard going back to Cade still, and now all this is happening. I should be with you.
I don't want you with me, I say. I don't want anything to do with you. He lets out a breath of frustration.
You can't just avoid me, Allie. We have something special. You know that. We can work through this.
Work it out with your new girlfriend, I tell him as I hang up. I quickly block the new number he's calling from before sliding my cell angrily into the back of my jeans. Frustrated with how he thinks he can keep bothering me, I watch the group of people down the road heading towards the woods. That little girl needs to be found. I can't leave Cade still until she is. I can't leave until my own conscience forgives me. I can't run away from this town like I did before. Something needs to be done before another child is taken. Chapter 21. Before. 3 years pass. In a small town, I thought time would move slowly, but not when I'm with Ethan. Everything seems magical with him. I can be with him for hours, and it feels like seconds. When I first arrived in Cadestill, I was nervous about being part of a new family, a new town, a new school. With the red ribbon disappearances, I was truly scared for a while. Most kids were, even the ones who pretended to be tough. I never thought I'd find much happiness in life before I was adopted. Part of me felt like I didn't deserve it. I didn't deserve to be part of my new family. I didn't deserve to be part of a life that was so carefree. I can't help but think about how happy I am, how happy I've been as Ethan continues to kiss me. It's starting to get dark. There hasn't been a curfew for a long time now, but I told my parents I'd be back before dark. There's no lighting in the clubhouse, of course, but Ethan brought a few flashlights. As he caresses my face, I feel his tongue enter my mouth. I almost spit it out, laughing. What's that? He laughs and brushes his curly hair to one side. He grew out his hair more, and while I prefer it shorter on him, I like feeling his curls between my fingers.
It's called a French kiss. I don't know, he says. I heard about it and thought it would be fun to try.
I smile back and kiss his lips quickly. Well, I guess it's okay. Maybe give me a warning next time? As his lips get closer to mine, I notice the time on his watch. I say in defeat. I've got to go back home. Family time. My tone is mocking. As much as I make fun of it, there was a time when I thought spending time with family members was odd.
I'll walk with you, he says.
Just not too close to my house, I say. I remind him how we almost got caught last time. As much as I love spending time with my family, I really wish I could spend more time here with Ethan. I know we'll be back here tomorrow night and the night after, but every moment with him is special. We don't do much together at the clubhouse anymore. Tanner comes infrequently. Jason rarely ever comes by now, too. He skipped another grade and is going to be graduating high school soon. He's already planning out college, while I couldn't care less. Jason doesn't see himself staying in Cadestill. All I want is for time to freeze, so I can stay with Ethan forever. That would be my heaven. Ethan kisses me again before we stand up from the bench he and his dad made years ago when they built the clubhouse together. I would be happy if I never left this town. If I could stay in this moment forever, I'd be happy. Jason isn't really friends with Ethan or Tanner these days. Sometimes I wonder if that's because of me. Maybe it's because he's starting to make new friends in grade 12. When I asked Ethan what he thought, he told me that Jason was always the type to do his own thing. He missed hanging out with him too, and maybe at some point they would again. With Tanner not coming by the clubhouse much now, it's almost like Ethan and I have our own house out in the middle of the woods together. I even got Ethan to agree to take down the poster of Pamela Anderson. After school, we spend hours here. Sometimes we'll lay and stargaze the night sky. I point out different constellations. Ethan makes up his own, like a grouping of stars that look like a penis, according to him. While Ethan is drop-dead gorgeous, he has his dumb moments as well. I try and focus on the positives. He made up for it by bringing some beer to the clubhouse today. He snatched a few warm bottles from his dad's stash. Not the first time he managed to get away with it. We hold hands as we walk through the woods together, navigating our way back to the schoolyard. Just as it is any time I'm with Ethan, our time comes to an end faster than I imagined. Soon enough, we're a few blocks away from my house. Ethan grips my hand and kisses me again before letting go.
"Meet you at our spot tomorrow?"
he says. It's not exactly a question. Meeting him at the edge of a field near the woods is a daily activity as much as brushing my teeth or breathing in air. I kiss him quickly before he leaves. Of course. He smiles.
"Good night."
He watches me as I walk towards the cul-de-sac. I quickly wave to him as I turn down my street. My head is in the clouds as I walk into my house.
"Where were you?"
Dad says with a stern voice.
"You know it's family time."
He looks at me with a raised eyebrow before his face lightens.
"And it's your day to choose the movie."
I let out a laugh. "Sorry I'm late." Jason walks up to us. "I was out with Stacy," I lie. Stacy is a close friend of mine I made recently. If I'm not with her, I'm with Ethan. Jason smirks at me, decoding my lie, and shakes his head.
"So, what are we watching tonight?" he asks.
The smell of popcorn hits me. I see Mom in the kitchen preparing snacks for the movie. Dennis stares at me. His gaze worries me when he doesn't say anything. "I'll help Mom with snacks," I say. As I leave, I turn back to look, and Dennis is still gazing in my direction. Chapter 22. Present. Aunt Sandra brings me another tea as we sit together in the living room. The newsman continues to talk about the new curfew in effect. Having had as much as I can handle of the repeated news, I finally turn it off and look at my phone. Jason hasn't responded to my texts asking if he's okay. "Did Uncle George text you?" I ask her. She shakes her head, blowing away the steam from her own mug. "He never texts. I'm sure they're fine. They probably found each other at the bar and are decompressing. I mean, there's a lot to unpack here." I nod in agreement. "What do you think the chances are that Jason or George take a taxi back?" Sandra purses her lips at the idea. After a few moments in silence, she gets up. "Maybe it's better if I go out and find them. You've got me worried." I shake my head. "Let's just Google the bars and call. I'm sure we can find them a lot quicker that way." Sandra smiles. "The things I don't think of." She takes out her phone and starts searching. She calls one of the bars and waits for someone to answer. Yes, hi. I'm wondering if my husband, George Kempman, is there? She waits a moment. No? Okay, thanks. She looks at me. Well, not that one. I'm shocked that whoever picked up the phone knew George by name. I try calling Jason again, worried that he's gotten himself in some sort of trouble. Booze with the state of mind he's been in probably isn't the best combination. For a moment, I think about calling the non-emergency police to see if Jason's been picked up. I'm not sure why this feeling of dread has washed over me, but something seems wrong. After all, in the past 24 hours, everyone in this family, including me, has been through a lot. It's probably natural to feel extra diligent and worried. I look at the nearby bookshelf, focusing on Jason's binder of news clippings. I pick it up and keep reading where I left off. When will the children be found? One reads. Another is an article from a true crime website. Can authorities not find who's behind the red ribbon disappearances because the killer's a cop? I put down the binder as my mind races. I take a deep breath and look at Sandra. Do you think he's at the old house? I ask. A car drives by outside, its bright headlights illuminating the room for a moment as it stops and makes a 3-point turn, going the other way. I cover my face for a moment until it leaves. You mean on the cul-de-sac? Sandra asks. You think Jason and George are there? Why? I shrug. I don't know. I just don't like how Jason left. It's been a few hours and he hasn't responded. I'm just worried. Me too, Sandra says. Would you be okay if you drove by the old house before going to the bars to look for them? I guess, she says. She walks over to her purse in the kitchen and starts rummaging through it. I place the binder back on the shelf. When I turn back, something outside catches my attention and stops me in my tracks. A man stands outside the window, peering inside. As I notice him, his eyes widen. I take out my phone and run to the door. Call the police, I shout at Sandra. What's going on? She says frantically. Someone's outside the house, I say, grabbing the front door and opening it. Well, don't go opening the door, Sandra shrieks. I peek outside and see the silhouette of a man running down the street. Hey you, I shout. What were you doing? The man stops and looks back at me. With the dimmed streetlights, I can't make out much except the man's orangish hair. It hits me who it is. Tanner, I shout out. What the hell are you doing? The man stops running and lowers his head. I let out a laugh, knowing I was right. Tanner Eldens, I shout. Come back here right now and explain yourself. He turns to me, defeated, and slowly walks towards the house. Sandra joins me on the porch, letting me know she has the police on the line and asks what to say. Well, Tanner, I say, what should we tell the police? Allie, he says in a soft voice. I didn't know you were here. I thought it was just Jason. I wasn't trying to scare you. What were you trying to do? I ask. I turn to Sandra. Let 911 know we're okay. It's an old friend. Are you sure? Sandra asks, confused. Sure, I say. You remember Tanner Eldens? Sandra lets out a deep breath. Mr. Eldens, you scared us nearly to death. She puts the phone back to her ear and starts to talk to the operator as she walks back inside. Well, Tanner, I say again, what were you doing? We're all just looking for that little girl, Allie, he says. I'm just doing my part. By sneaking around outside my mom's house? I say, confused. When he doesn't answer, I get frustrated. You do understand that with this happening all over again, that maybe my dad was never involved, right? Whatever, he mutters as he starts to walk away. Whatever? I shout back. No, you just can't handle what you did to my dad. What your father did. In my shouting, I notice a light turning on a neighbor's porch. I realize I'm starting to make a scene. None of you can take responsibility for what you've done. Chapter 23. Before. Jason starts tugging on his fishing rod hard, the pole bending harshly to the point that Dad yells it will break if he doesn't ease off.
I got a fish,
Jason says excitedly.
Just weed, son,
Dennis says, coming behind him and taking the rod.
See?
He says, moving the rod around in a circle without the line moving.
If it was a fish, it would move, not stay still like that. Here.
He passes the rod back to Jason.
Try and unsnag it from the weed. It takes a little finesse, but you can get it out without losing the lure.
All right,
Jason says, moving the rod at different angles, trying to get the lure up. Dennis looks over at me as I slowly bring in my line.
Any bites?
He asks. I give a thin smile and shake my head. Not a bite, Dad. He looks at his watch and back at us.
We'll give it another hour. Not one fish today,
he says, disappointed by the empty cooler beside his chair.
Damn,
Jason says, taking a step back. He reels up the broken fishing line, the lure stuck at the bottom of the lake. Dennis laughs.
Don't worry about it. Grab another lure from the box. Try one of the spinners.
Lately, Dennis has been getting into fishing again. He says he hasn't done it much since he was a kid, but said it was time for us to learn now that we're older. It's our second weekend with him taking us to the docks on the lake. Last weekend, each of us caught a fish, mine being the largest.
Which is the spinner?
Jason asks. Dennis throws his line deep into the lake and laughs.
The one with the blade that you can spin with your finger, remember?
I'll get it, I tell him. The fishing gear is near me anyways. As much as Dennis likes to think I'm new to fishing since he showed me, I don't tell him that Ethan took me plenty last summer. Jason was invited to come with us, but he refused. It's hard not to notice that ever since Ethan and I became more serious in our relationship, Jason's distanced himself from his friends. He doesn't even call him Ethan anymore when he talks about him. He's morphed into being my boyfriend. Or worse, he just asks me how What's-His-Face is doing as if he forgot his name. I open the tackle box, but don't see any spinners. I sift through the box more, and my eyes widen when I see what's inside. A spool of red ribbon with several lures on top. My mouth opens in disbelief, wondering why ribbon would be in his tackle box. Dennis looks over at me, his eyes widening more than mine.
Did you find the spinners?
He asks. What's this for? I ask, raising the ribbon in my hand. Jason looks at it strangely and glances at his dad as we wait for his response. Dennis smiles back.
I got that box from my dad when I was a kid, he says. I was about your age when he gave it to me. It's about the only good thing he ever gifted me.
He shakes his head and spins the reel, bringing in his fishing line. When it's out of the water, he leans the rod on a rail near the dock. He walks up to me, the smile plastered on his face, grabbing the ribbon.
My dad traveled often for work. Well, traveled a lot, actually. He spent some time in Asia, and he told me how when he fished there, the men would cut off a piece of red ribbon and tie it to their rod for good luck.
Did it work? Jason asks. Did you get a lot of fish?
Dennis raises his eyebrows.
Well, how about we try?
He takes out the ribbon and a pair of rusted scissors from inside his tackle box, cutting 3 pieces of ribbon. He takes his time tying a piece to each of our rods before we start fishing again. We each toss our lines back in. After 10 minutes of nothing happening, it's Jason who points out the obvious.
Guess it's not very lucky, he says. Too bad. If the red ribbon was a good luck charm, I'd tie it to my locker at school.
I look at him strangely. You don't need luck at school. You already have good grades. He laughs.
That's true, but I need luck with Jessica Mercer.
He makes a clicking sound and raises his eyebrows at me. Ugh, I say, unable to hide my disdain for the girl. She's so fake. Dad shakes his head.
"You're too young for that," he says. "With your smarts, you need to keep focusing on your grades, Jason. You're going to be able to go to university 2 years before the rest of the others that are your age. You can't mess that up." He tosses his line back in the water. "Dating makes everything more complicated at your age. Just focus on school. You've got plenty of years to chase girls around." He glances at me. "That goes for you too, Allie." Jason glances at me with a wide smile, and I try not to engage with him. At least my boyfriend is a decent person. Jessica Mercer? Really, Jason? The girl is way out of his league, looks-wise. She's on the cheer squad. Besides her looks, there's not much else to her. The type of girl who practices her smile for all the photos she's in. When we looked at last year's yearbook, there were several photos of Jessica, and in each and every one she had the same exact smile and expression on her face. I would have thought Jason would be attracted to someone as smart as him, or more genuine. "Oh," Jason shouts, moving his rod. "I got something. It's not seaweed." Dennis places his rod down and walks over to Jason. "Reel it in." As he attempts, the rod bends until it straightens up suddenly. "Damn," Jason shouts again. "I think it got away." "Happens, son," Dennis says. Suddenly, I feel my fishing line tug. I start to turn my reel and the rod bends. "I got one," I say. Dennis walks up to me, but I tell him I got it. "Grab the net," I tell him, and he smiles at me before gathering it. As I reel in the fish, its head pops out from the water, splashing frantically. A smallmouth bass. I watched Ethan catch one last summer. I smile as it gets closer to me. Dennis swoops it up with the net and pulls out the lure. "Well done," he tells me. "It was my fish first," Jason points out. Dennis makes a face. "Too bad we can't keep it. Smallmouth bass. If we didn't toss it back, it could be a big fine." I can't help but make a face. When Ethan caught his, we fried it on a small fire in the woods near the clubhouse. "Nobody's looking to give us a fine," Jason says. "That's not the point, son," Dennis says, showing me the fish. "Good catch, Allie, but he's got to go back." He bends as he places the fish back in the water. I watch as it swims deep into the water and is out of sight a moment later. Chapter 24. Before. Ethan kisses me as we head out of the school doors. He wraps his arm around me as Tanner comes up to us. "What are you guys up to tonight?" he asks. "Clubhouse," Ethan says. "You in?" "Yeah, man," Tanner says. "You're grabbing some more beers?" Ethan makes a face. "If I can without the old man catching me. I'm not sure how much more of his stash I can take without him noticing." Tanner laughs. "I can grab some of my dad's wine. He has a whole wine rack in the basement." Ethan laughs. "Your dad is too upscale for us." "I wouldn't mind some wine," I say. I'm not exactly a fan of beer, anyway. I've only tried wine once, when Dennis offered me a sip. Connie immediately gave him hell for it. Ethan sighs. "Grab a bottle." Jason walks past us. "Maybe your brother can bring the crackers and cheese," Ethan jokes. Jason doesn't respond, though. "Hey, man," he calls out to him. "You want to come to the clubhouse tonight?" "I'm not sure," he says. "What else are you doing?" Ethan asks. "Stuff," Jason says, not looking back. "Stop," I whisper to Ethan. "Just let him do his thing." Ethan nods. Tanner, Ethan, and I walk together as Jason walks ahead. We're all heading towards our house, but Jason's making it a point not to walk with us. Ethan and Tanner live a few blocks from our street, but that doesn't stop Jason from making the walk awkward. "I heard he asked out Jessica Mercer today at lunch," Tanner says. Ethan looks at him strangely. "What? Really?" I'm not completely shocked. He mentioned that he liked her. "She turned him down, of course," Tanner says. He smiles.
I know he's smart, but why go for one of the hottest girls at school? She's older than him, too.
I always respected that about Jason, Ethan says. He likes being the underdog.
What's his problem, though? Tanner continues. Ever since he jumped another grade, he thinks he's better than everyone.
Ethan doesn't respond, and neither do I. Is Jason resentful over Ethan and I officially dating? We've been together for the past few years, but now we've put a label on it. Is Jason upset over it? As we near the cul-de-sac, Ethan turns to me.
See you tonight?
Ethan asks. I can't wait, I say. Meet you in the field after dinner?
Of course, he says with his handsome smile. He kisses me softly.
Tanner shouts. I'm not doing this third wheel thing tonight again, he says. The clubhouse isn't for makeout sessions while I chill out with you guys.
Well, things change, Ethan says, smiling at me. But fine, dude, we got to get you a girl too.
I raised an eyebrow. My friend Stacy mentioned how cute you are. Tanner's eyes lit up.
Really?
He says, unable to hide his smile.
Call her to come to the clubhouse tonight.
I'll try, I say. Ethan waves to me as he walks with Tanner towards their houses. Jason's half a block ahead of me. Wait, I call out to him. He doesn't, but I catch up to him. When I get near to him, I can't hide my frustration. What's your problem? Why don't you want to come out with us tonight? What, you got a date with Jessica Mercer instead?
Shut up, he says quickly. Go hang out with your boyfriend.
Tanner's coming too.
Good for him,
he says. Why aren't you friends with them anymore? What did they do?
Nothing,
he says. Before we can say more, the front door of our house opens and Dad comes out with a beer in his hand. He places the bottle on the porch and hurries down the stairs, barreling towards us. The angry expression on his face freezes Jason in place as I try to understand what's happening.
I told you, he says, pointing towards us.
Jason and I look at each other confused.
I said no dating boys. Did you not hear me, little girl?
When it hits me that he's pointing the finger at me, my mouth drops and I stop moving, feeling frozen in place.
Obviously you weren't listening, he says. You're too young for that.
As he gets closer, I wonder what he'll do or say, but he brushes past us and hurries down the block, turning in the direction of Ethan and Tanner. Dad, I shout, but it doesn't slow him as he turns and is out of sight. I look at Jason confused. Did you tell him? He shakes his head.
You don't exactly hide it. Mom saw you guys in the field the other night. You're always kissing. This is a small town. Everything gets around.
I look away from him in disgust. Dad, I call out. I run down the block, and when I turn, I see Dad has cornered Tanner and Ethan.
Stay away from her,
he shouts at my boyfriend, digging a thick finger into Ethan's chest.
You're both too young to be dating.
We're not doing anything, Mr. Kempman, Ethan says.
Bullshit, Dad shouts back. Her mother smelled the beer on her breath last night. You both are going out into the woods drinking. I know your dad wouldn't care about that, but I do. Stay away from her.
He taps his finger into Ethan's chest again. Ethan turns away from him, unable to meet my father's angry gaze.
Okay, he says. Whatever. No whatever, Dennis shouts. Stay away or else.
Without saying another word, he turns and leaves angrily, glaring at me with rage in his eyes. Dad, please, I say. You don't have to.
Get inside the house, little girl, he says firmly. This instant.
For someone who is upset with me drinking a beer, I can smell the alcohol on my dad as he passes me. I look over at Ethan, who seems shocked as well. Tanner looks at me, shaking his head.
Now,
Dennis shouts at me when I don't follow him.
Do as you're told.
Chapter 25. present. I was shocked the night they killed my father. Sad, scared, angry. Just like Jason, I wanted revenge. That was until I let other opinions take over my own. People said my father was a killer, a murderer of children, a monster. That's not how I remembered him. They never saw the good times we had. Sure, he lost his temper, like many do. Yes, he had his quirks that made him unique. He wasn't a monster, though. The people in this town are. Aunt Sandra paces the living room. "This is all too much," she says. "Now people are coming to your house. It's just like last time." She looks at me frantically. "We should get out of here. Take your mom and leave." I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Things are getting tense. "Do you have Constable Anderson's number?" I ask. "He'll help." She blurts out a nervous laugh. "Huh, George does, not me. And we don't know where he or Jason are." She looks outside the window and I quickly turn my head. "What if others come?" she asks. "Oh, we must leave. Let's just go to my house." Realizing she's right, I agree. We get things prepared, gathering what we need for Connie before going to her room. "Where are we going?" she asks as we help her into her wheelchair. "Just a short visit to my house," Sandra says. "Been a while since you were over. George and I would love to have you visit." I wheel her outside the house and Aunt Sandra opens her car door. Together, we manage to get Connie in the front seat. One problem, though. The wheelchair isn't fitting in the trunk or the back seat. This model they have doesn't fold. "Your house is not far," I tell Sandra. "I'll walk it over." Sandra agrees, and she gets into her car, telling me to hurry to her house and reminding me of the address before she backs out of the driveway. Once she's on the street, she doesn't leave immediately. "I just have a bad feeling," she says. "We shouldn't stay here tonight." "Everything's going to be okay," I tell her as she nods and raises her window. I watch her as she drives down the road. The sun is beginning to set, and while Aunt Sandra's house isn't far away by car, it's still at least a 20-minute walk. I look down the empty streets. It's past curfew. That's all I need to get in trouble with the police while I'm trying to find a safer place for Connie to stay tonight. Aunt Sandra's right. After what happened with Dennis, it's not safe to stay at Connie's house. Seeing Tanner, all grown up, sneaking outside the house made it clear. This town isn't done blaming my family for what happened. Even now, with Dennis Kempman dead, people here will find a way to blame us. I attempt again to call Jason, but it goes straight to voicemail. "We're going to Aunt Sandra's tonight," I say, leaving a message. I quickly message Uncle George that we're on our way to his house as well, forgetting after I send it that Aunt Sandra mentioned that he never texts back. Sandra likely called him, or will soon, though. I start to roll the wheelchair down the road towards Aunt Sandra's. My mind races along the way about everything that's happened. Sophia Hughes vanishes, and my entire world goes upside down. When I pass the main road, I see another group of people in yellow vests with flashlights in their hands. I notice a group in the other direction heading down a trail into the woods. It's getting dark, but that's not stopping the groups of volunteers from searching. It's the second night that Sophia has been missing. Everyone has heard that the first 48 hours are crucial to a missing person's case, with that missing person being a little girl, and her potentially being a new victim of the red ribbon disappearances. Many people in this town, and outside of it, are doing what they can, curfew or not. And me? I'm trying my best to keep my family safe. I turn down the road. The clunky wheelchair makes noises and gets stuck in a large pothole. I back in and out of the hole using momentum to finally get a wheel out. I'm not paying attention where I'm going. My mind is too busy. Ahead is my old school. The grass in the long field behind it looks almost blue under the moonlight. At the back is the opening towards the woods near the old swing set. The swing set was rusty and deteriorated back when I was a kid. I wonder if it's even still there. I wonder if the clubhouse is still in the woods. I remember Constable Anderson demanded it be taken down. Did that ever happen? I used to be able to get through the woods to the clubhouse night or day. The town of Cadestill is full of trails. The woods nearly surround it. Many people are focusing on searching the areas where Sophia was taken. Has anyone tried the woods around here? I wonder. I know Aunt Sandra needs Mom's chair. With how petite Mom is now, Sandra likely could get her inside her house with relative ease. What if I took a moment to help the search effort? I'd be by myself, but I know this area well. A quick look couldn't hurt. The streetlights turn on, reminding me how dark it's getting. It's light enough that I could walk into the woods for a little and make my way back easily. Without much thought to it, I park the wheelchair in the school lot in the handicap spot. I walk through the school's field towards the back opening in the fence. As I do, I think about visiting the clubhouse, even if it's just for nostalgia. It's been years since I've been there, though. With how quickly it's getting dark, I know it's not a great idea. When I see movement ahead of me, I realize being alone here also isn't a good idea. I stop in my tracks as I notice something swinging in the air. It takes a moment for it to register that it's a foot. I guess even kids aren't taking the curfew too seriously. As I take another step, I see a much larger silhouette on the swing. An adult is on the old swing set by the opening in the fence. I freeze in my tracks. Nobody else is here except this person and me. Whoever it is, they don't seem to have spotted me yet as they continue to swing into the air. Thankfully, I'm wearing dark clothes. The man on the swing stops suddenly and stands up. I can't make out his face, and then I realize why. He's wearing a black ski mask. The man and I look at each other, then he starts to move. He grabs something long and black that's leaning against the frame of the swing set. Frozen, all I can do is watch as the man with the black mask takes a step towards me, the long, thick stick shuffling in his hand. Only, it's not a stick. He's holding a shotgun. Without saying a word, he takes another step towards me. Immediately, I snap out of it. I don't scream or shout. Instead, I turn and run as quickly as I can the opposite way. Before I know it, I'm blazing past the school's parking lot, leaving the wheelchair behind. I'm not really thinking. I'm just running with one destination in sight. Downtown is only a few blocks away. It feels like once I'm there, it will be too busy for the masked stranger to follow me. I can make it to the search party I saw leaving into the woods. I just have to make it. That's if he's still coming towards me. I imagine if I look behind me, I'll see the man in the black mask chasing me, getting closer. I can't look back. I can only look forward as I hurry to the main street. As I'm about to cross a road, a red truck nearly strikes me.
"Ellie!"
A familiar voice cries out.
"What the hell are you doing?"
George sits in the driver's seat of his truck, looking at me strangely. I pull on the door, trying to open it, but it's locked. "Open the door!" I shout. It feels like it takes forever for him to do so. Feeling safe, I finally look behind me. The stranger isn't there. I look around the dimly lit streets, but nobody is there. I quickly shut the door once inside. "Drive!" I shout at George. "Hurry!" I grab my phone out of my pocket and start dialing.
"What's going on?" George says, confused. "Who are you calling?"
"The police." Chapter 26. Before. "That was a bit much, Dennis," Connie whispers to her husband in the kitchen. Jason and I sit at the kitchen table doing our homework. Both of us pretend we can't hear them talking, and both pretend we don't know what they're talking about.
"She's been drinking, Connie," Dennis whispers back. "You smelt it on her breath the other day. You know that's what they're doing in the woods, and who knows what else. You know what that kid's dad's like. A drunkard."
Connie shushes him. He's just a kid, she tells him. Maybe I should talk to his mom. No, I shout, turning to them. Don't embarrass me like that.
Finish your homework, Dennis says sternly. That's enough from you.
Connie pats his chest and looks at me. No more drinking alcohol, she says. Do you understand? Sorry, I tell them. I won't. I'll talk to Ethan.
No more talking to that boy either,
Dennis shouts. Connie looks at him and his face softens.
What? We talked about this. She's too young.
Before we can say more, a thud on the front door startles me. Dennis looks at Connie before walking towards the door.
Answer the door now, Kempman,
a deep voice says from outside.
You and I got to talk.
I stand up from the chair, knowing who it is immediately. Ethan's dad, Richard, is an intimidating man, being over 6 feet tall, with a grizzled beard and a gaze that would frighten anyone. It's shocking to know that he owns one of the few stores in town. Many people put up with Richard Harris out of necessity because it's better than driving to the city to buy things. Dennis opens the door. Richard glares back at him, only he's not alone. It takes me a moment to realize who it is. I never met him in person, but the red hair is a giveaway. Tanner's dad, the one who never leaves his house much, according to Ethan, is outside our house as well.
You think you can threaten my son, Kempman?
Ethan's dad shouts, pointing a finger at him. Connie runs up and grabs Dennis's side. Just come back inside, Dennis, she pleads. Dad doesn't listen.
Your boy has been giving booze to my kid, he shouts back. I saw them kissing today, too. So what? Richard shouts. Don't pretend you didn't kiss girls at their age, Dennis, Tanner's dad says. You were always chasing girls, even as a boy. Stop pretending to be mad.
Richard laughs.
Your brother George was the one who gave me my first joint back in the day, too. Now you grow up and you're a huge hypocrite. You forget the kind of trouble you used to get into at their age.
Dennis squeezes his palm into a fist.
That's not how I'm raising my children.
Ethan's dad points at him again.
No, you're Mr. Perfect. Holier than thou, Dad. The kind of man who threatens a kid.
He shakes his head.
You touch my kid and I'll kill you. You hear me, Kempman?
Dennis takes a step into the porch, but Connie grabs his waist, stopping him. She can't stop his mouth, though. Before he says the words, he glances at me.
If your son touches my daughter, he'll regret it, I promise you. And you'll regret it, too.
Chapter 27. Present. He was just sitting there, I say to Constable Anderson. I point towards the swing set in the field that's now empty.
Why were you even here, Allie? He asks. She was going to my house with Connie's wheelchair,
Uncle George answers for me. That's right, I say, looking at the wheelchair that's thankfully still there in the parking lot. When we called the police, it took forever for Constable Anderson to arrive, but he asked to meet us by the school to get a full report. A second officer was with him, a man I didn't know.
And you couldn't make out anything about the man you saw?
The second officer asks. He had a mask on, I say. Black clothes, a black ski mask. I couldn't make out anything.
No noticeable symbols on his clothes, shoes, or anything?
Ben Anderson asks. No, I confirm. Nothing I could see, at least. I don't remind them that I was running for my life in the moment.
Are you sure it was a shotgun?
The other officer asks. I shrug. I'm not entirely sure. It looked like it to me, but I guess it could have been a rifle or something else. The two officers exchange a look as a familiar vehicle drives into the parking lot.
Are you okay?
Jason says, barreling toward the four of us.
I got your texts.
Now he gets them. I don't make a scene in front of the officers, but Sandra and I have been attempting to get a hold of him forever. I look at George. We were trying to contact him as well. I'm okay, I say.
Who was it?
Jason asks.
Tanner? Sandra told me he was harassing you."
"I'm not sure," I say.
"You mean Tanner Eldons?" Anderson asks, and Jason nods. "He was harassing you today?" He turns to me. "When and what did he do?"
"He was sneaking outside Connie's house," I say. "That's why we decided to move to Sandra's house for the night."
Jason stares at the constables. "We wouldn't want what happened to my father happening again, would we?" he says with a tone. "It's better to keep Mom there, but maybe we're not safe in this entire town." Constable Anderson lowers his head. "You have a right to be worried, guys. I won't say you don't. We're figuring this out." "This is the second night that little girl is missing," George says. "If you don't do something, well, we know what happens." "If you feel like you should leave town, you can," Constable Anderson says. "I can check around your neighborhood tonight while I'm on shift to ensure your safety," the second officer says. "Just give me your aunt's address."
George walks over to him and gives him the information as Jason and I make plans of our own.
"You want me to drop you off at a motel or hotel or something?" Jason asks. "Aunt Sandra's place isn't very big. Even their couch is a little small."
I shake my head. "I'll stay on the couch at Connie's." He purses his lips.
"You don't have to worry about Mom. I'll make sure she's safe." Uncle George approaches us. "I'll stick the wheelchair in the back of the truck and bring it to my place. What are your plans?"
I look at Jason. "Going back to Mom's house."
"I'll drive," Jason says.
The officers make a few more notes as we start to leave. George gives me a hug, worried that the masked man with the gun shook me too much. When I reassure him I'll be okay, we part ways. We leave the two cops in the school parking lot as George starts to put the wheelchair in the back of his truck. Jason gestures for me to come to his car. I watch George tie something to the wheelchair in the back of his truck as we leave. "So where did you go tonight?" I ask Jason. "Sandra and I got so worried. We kept calling."
"The bar," Jason says.
While he doesn't seem intoxicated, there is a faint smell of beer on his breath. "Which one?"
He laughs. "The one in town, the Wilson house. You remember it? It's been in town forever. There's only a few in town."
"Did Uncle George find you?" I ask. "He said he was going to grab a beer with you." Jason shakes his head.
"No, he didn't."
He glances at me as we get closer to the house.
"Are you still scared?"
I nod and look outside. This guy in the mask was just standing there. It hits me. I should have said something to Ben Anderson. We need to search the woods by the school. If that kidnapper was by the swings, maybe that little girl is around that area. They're looking on the wrong trails. Jason takes a deep breath.
"Maybe just take it easy tonight."
I look at him. His skin looks dull, almost pale. The whites of his eyes are tinged red. "You look like you need rest too," I say to him. He gives an anxious laugh.
"It's all too much, isn't it? Tanner outside our house now, too."
He looks at me.
"Feels almost like the night Dad was killed."
Chapter 28. Before. Dad left the house first for his regular Friday night out with the neighbors. That should be interesting given what happened today. Dennis overreacted. I know he did, and so does he. Connie's been berating him for talking the way he did to Ethan's dad ever since he left. She even said that if Ethan's dad shows up at the poker game at Uncle George's house, the two men should talk and make up. Emotions got the best of everyone today. Dad agreed, but I'm not sure what will happen. Apparently, Ethan's dad doesn't really go out for poker nights, but his wife does. It's part of the reason that Connie wanted him to apologize. Ethan's mom is a lovely person. I know that from meeting her many times. As nasty as Ethan's dad can be, his mom has the complete opposite reputation. Connie and her get on well together. Usually at these events, as the men play poker, the women do their own thing. Mostly drinking wine and hanging out together spreading gossip. I'm sure one of the topics of discussion today will be about Dennis and Richard. Before he left for the night, Connie made Dennis confirm that there will be no more bad behavior tonight, to which Dad agreed. Connie stayed around the house to clean up a bit. I asked if Stacy could come for tonight, and she said she could. That was a cover, though. I already had plans with Ethan. He'd be meeting me in the field soon with plans to go to the clubhouse. Before Connie leaves, Jason and I also have to confirm that there will be no funny business in the house. No boys over, she says, looking at me. And no beer, she says to us both. I don't technically lie when I promise to meet her demands. I won't be bringing Ethan over to the house. We'll be at the clubhouse. I won't drink, though, even if Tanner brings wine. It's not worth getting caught, especially with tensions so high. As soon as she leaves and we hear the engine turn on from the driveway, Jason turns to me. In case they ask, we watched Home Alone tonight. I enjoyed the irony of the choice of movie. Okay, I say, grinning at how well my brother planned for this. You sure you don't want to come? He shakes his head. No, you do your thing. I've got plans of my own. What are you doing? He looks at me a moment before answering. Jessica Mercer, we have a date. We're meeting near Bear Paw Trail tonight. I was going to make a fire for us to hang out. My eyes widen. I heard she turned you down when you asked her out. She did, he confirms. Publicly, at least. She wants to meet, though. He makes a clicking sound at the side of his mouth and raises his eyebrow. I shake my head. Do you really want to go out with a girl who's scared to publicly let people know she's into you? He smiles. Have you seen how hot she is? Come on. You deserve someone who isn't so shallow. Look, he says, rubbing his head. You know how this works. I cover for you, you cover for me, okay? Sounds good, I confirm. I'm heading out. I'm already late, waiting for Mom and Dad to leave. Ethan's waiting for me. He scoffs. Sure, he says. After what happened with his dad today, do you really think he'll be waiting for you? I don't answer. Have fun on your date with Barbie. I leave before he can make another sly remark. I head out towards the field where Ethan and I usually meet by a large rock. I don't see him right away, but that's probably smart of him. I wouldn't want my dad or Mom to see him by the woods near the house. That would make life much more complicated. I really need to see Ethan after what happened. I need to let him know that my dad overreacted. He's never lost his cool like this. Ethan's dad is angrier by comparison. I'm worried about what happened between his father and Ethan after. Why did Ethan tell his dad that Dennis confronted him to begin with? Why would he want to tell his dad anything, knowing how Richard would likely respond? I have so many questions as I near our spot on the edge of the field. Ethan, I call out, but he doesn't respond. Ethan! I stand outside the woods, waiting for him to reveal himself as he usually does. Today he doesn't. Ethan! I try again, realizing that he's just not here. Maybe Jason's right. There could be many reasons why Ethan's not here, though. Maybe he couldn't get out of the house after what happened today. Maybe his dad is refusing to let his son see me, like my dad is attempting to do to me. My mind starts racing. What if our parents are successful in breaking us up? I imagine Ethan appearing in the woods only to tell me he can't be with me any longer. I couldn't stay in a small town like Cadestill with Ethan breaking things off. Maybe Ethan stood me up. Maybe he already wants to break things up with me. After how my dad treated him today, Ethan could be over me entirely. I lean on a rock near the tree where Ethan usually meets up with me, wondering how long I should stay for. I can't exactly call his house. What if his dad answers? What would I even say? When I stand up, All the thoughts in my mind come to a stop when I see it. Fluttering in the wind is a red ribbon tied to a branch above me. Chapter 29. Before.
So he didn't show up?
Constable Anderson asks me as he quickly puts things down in his notebook. A second officer arrives at the field and starts taking pictures of the scene and several of the ribbon tied to the branch. I already explained this to the officer. I told him how Ethan and I made plans. I told him about the altercation with Ethan's dad and Dennis. I don't understand why he's asking such a stupid question again, especially when Ethan's missing. I was shaking when I found the ribbon. Not knowing what to do, I yelled for help. It was loud enough to get Jason to come out onto the front porch and look my way. I yelled for him to call the police. When he didn't move, I said why. "There's a ribbon," I shouted. "He took Ethan." Nearly 30 minutes after Jason called the police, Ben Anderson arrived. Dad tells me he usually plays poker with the neighbors. I wonder if Dad already knows what's going on. Already, there's a small group of people from the cul-de-sac gathering. Everyone knows what's happened. Another kid is missing. A new ribbon has been found. It's going to happen again, and it starts with Ethan. My Ethan. What is he doing with him? Why him?
"Ellie,"
Constable Anderson says.
"did you hear me?"
Jason speaks up for me. "You already heard her," he says, wrapping his arm around me. "They made plans to go out and meet in the woods. When he didn't show, she saw the ribbon. I was the one who called you." Constable Anderson purses his lips and nods.
"Thanks for clarifying, guys."
He looks at me.
"How are you doing, kiddo?"
I let out a heavy breath. We need to stop talking about what happened and do something.
"The Major Crimes Unit is on its way,"
Constable Anderson says.
"More officers are arriving soon. The search will begin as soon as possible."
I shake my head. "No," I say. "We need to search now." I look behind me. He must be in the woods somewhere. He wasn't picked up by the road. We know that. Otherwise, the ribbon would be closer to the street.
"Don't worry, Allie," he answers. "We're taking care of it. Your dad and Mom are on the way, okay? Everything's going to be okay."
In the pit of my stomach, I know that's not true. Things are far from okay. The monster who took and probably killed those two kids took Ethan. It's probably already too late. Somehow, I know he's already dead. I bend at my knees and feel my insides stew around my stomach. It doesn't take long for dinner to come back out my mouth. Jason steps back immediately. I manage to get some on the constable's boot. "Sorry," I say, wiping my mouth.
"Where is he?"
A booming voice shouts from out in the field. When I turn, I see Ethan's dad, Richard, storming up to us.
"Where's Ethan?"
Ethan's mom is not too far behind, a hand on her mouth as she no doubt sees the red ribbon. "Oh no," she says loudly. "No." Constable Anderson steps towards him.
"I'm sorry you found out before I could speak to you," he says. "We just got here ourselves."
Richard storms up to him with a finger pointed.
"You need to get your ass in those woods and find my boy. What are you even doing about this?"
Constable Anderson explains the plan he just told me.
"That's not good enough, Ben," Richard yells. "Come on." He turns to his wife. "We're starting a search now."
He looks at the small crowd of people.
"Who's coming with me?"
A few men and a woman step towards him.
"Good. We need to leave now. We don't stop until we find him."
Constable Anderson looks at him.
"I'll come too, but we have to be careful. We can't mess with the crime scene."
"Crime scene?" Ethan's mom repeats. "Oh no." She puts a hand to her head.
"There's no time for that,"
Richard shouts at his wife, grabbing her hand forcefully.
"Stop it. Get yourself together."
He starts to shake her forcefully.
"Easy, Richard,"
Ben says. He looks at him, his scowl deepening.
"Don't you tell me what to think or do. We need action. We need to search for Ethan right now."
I agree with him. We need to start moving. Start looking. Ethan must be out there.
"Allie."
I turn and see Dad running up to me. He immediately kneels in front of me and holds my hand.
"Are you hurt?"
Richard answers for me.
"No, she's not hurt, Kempman. My son is the one who's missing."
Dennis stands up and looks at him, confused. I point towards the branch and the ribbon tied to it. Dennis turns to me again.
"We need to go home."
He glances at Constable Anderson.
"Are you done talking to my daughter?"
When the officer nods, he grabs my hands and starts to drag me back towards our house. "Dad," I say frantically, "I need to help them find Ethan. He's out there." Dennis doesn't stop or respond. By the porch, Connie looks out towards us and the crowd, a hand at her eyes as if to see better what's happening.
"Where's my boy, Kempman?"
Richard calls out to us. That makes Dad stop in his tracks, but he doesn't respond.
"You threatened my boy and now he disappears? Where is he? What did you do with him?"
Dennis looks back towards Richard with a rage in his eyes that I have never seen before today. It's the exact same look he had when he told Ethan to not see me anymore. It's the same expression he had when confronted by Richard earlier today.
"Don't respond,"
Dennis says. It seems like he's saying that to me, but it feels more like he's telling himself.
"Child killer!"
Richard shouts.
"Don't look back,"
Dennis whispers as he continues towards the house.
"Don't say a word. Just get in the house."
Richard continues to shout at us as we leave.
"Murderer! Where's my boy, Kempman? You freak! Killer!"
Chapter 30. Present. It's nearly 10 at night, and I'm attempting to sleep on the couch. Jason's knocked out in his room. I could hear his snores from here for a while until they thankfully stopped. I toss and turn, but can't find peace in my mind long enough to rest. I can't stop thinking about everything that's happened since I returned to Cadestill. I can't stop thinking about all the things that happened before I left this town as a girl. It's all too much. Too much for one person to go through. A little girl is missing. A new curfew is in place. I know what happens from here. Soon another child will be taken. Unless the killer is discovered, it won't stop. It will never stop. It will follow me around like a bad dream. And worse, there's nothing I can do. I turn my head and look out the living room window. I carefully examine the branches moving in the wind outside. For a moment, a bush across the street almost looks like a person. My mind is just playing tricks with me, though. I have every right to be scared. Someone was lurking outside this house tonight. An old friend, Tanner. Someone who I used to consider harmless. Then there was the masked man at the swing set. There's something about the black ski mask that bothers me. It reminds me of the last night we had at our house. The day that changed my life. First, Ethan was taken. Then my father. I take a deep breath, reminding myself that I'm supposed to be sleeping. But when I look outside, that damn bush seems like it moved. It's not a person. It's just the wind. And to stop my brain from overthinking, I get up and close the curtains. No more tricks, out of sight, out of mind. Ethan was never found. Several search parties continued for months. Just like the other children, Ethan disappeared. A door behind me creaks open, startling me.
"Sorry,"
Jason says, calming me immediately. "Thought you were sleeping," I say.
"I thought you were too,"
he says with a yawn. "You okay?"
"I'm fine. I'm more worried about you. And my stomach. I was going to make a ham sandwich. Want one?
I shake my head. I'm okay. Well, I'm not hungry. And I'm not actually okay. I let out a nervous laugh. It's just so much. That man by the swing, the killer was there, right in front of me. I could have solved everything tonight. That man was the one who took that little girl. I know it. I have that gut feeling. Who else would be on a swing at night with a shotgun? I take a deep breath. There's people outside past curfew, volunteers wearing yellow vests, searching for Sophia. I should be out with them.
Just take it easy, Jason pleads. You already went through a lot tonight.
He looks around the dark room.
It's okay if you want to go back to Toronto. Don't feel obligated to stay here for me. After what happened tonight, I wouldn't blame you. In fact, I could bring you to the airport tomorrow.
I can't, I say. I need to see this through. I need to stay for Mom. I need to stay until that little girl is found. I need to find out who's doing this. I look at Jason and shake my head. We need this for Dad. He nods.
You don't know how happy that makes me to hear you say that. If this is anything like last time, though, it could be weeks before something happens again. Years, even.
He leans back in the love seat.
Do you really want to do that to yourself again? You have a whole life waiting for you. You don't have to be stuck here like me.
Stop, I tell him. First you scold me for not being here, and now you want me to leave? He gives me a thin smile.
I just want this all to be over.
He takes a deep breath. Jason looks even more exhausted. I didn't tell you, I say to him as he looks at me. I didn't get this promotion at work. I was pretty upset about it. They hired this other woman who's been there a fraction of the time I've been.
Sorry, Allie, he says. Hopefully you get the next promotion.
She's nice and everything, but her focus is on metrics and grant money, not the actual job itself. It just seems so ingenuine, hiring her for the top spot. Jason shakes his head in response. There's more, I say, finally opening up to him. Andrew proposed to me. He smiles and lets out a laugh.
That's great, Allie. I'm happy for you. Why didn't you say something before?
It takes me a moment to find the right words until I say them bluntly. He cheated. A week after he proposed, I found out he had cheated on me. Jason scoffs.
Drew did that to you? What happened?
I read a text on his phone that I wasn't supposed to see.
Pig, what a dick.
When I confronted him, at first he denied it, but after a while he came clean, claimed it was only once with an ex-girlfriend. He wanted to make sure that he was doing the right thing after proposing to me. He said sleeping with his ex was a test to make sure he really loved me. I shake my head.
I'm sorry, Allie,
Jason says. I still have the ring he gave me, I say, looking down. I don't know what to do with it.
Throw it away, Jason says with a smirk. That's what I did with mine. I went to the docks Dad took us to when we were kids and tossed it as far as I could. Felt great.
He laughs, but when I don't respond, he stops. I don't know what to do with life, I say. Jason lets out a sigh as he watches me.
These cheaters. Who do they think they are? Do they think we're dumb? I mean, you know how I found out about the affair Jessica had. She just left out her journal one night. I had my suspicions that she was sleeping with someone else, but she denied it. I even asked her, and she told me how terrible a husband I was for even suggesting she would do something like that. Well, her journal confirmed she did, and much more. Talked about the sex they had, the dick pics he sent, all the nasty shit they did behind my back.
He looks at me.
How stupid can someone be to leave their personal journal out, confirming it all? It's almost like Jessica wanted to be caught.
He shakes his head.
And here's you going through something just as shitty. I thought Drew was a decent guy, though. I thought you'd found a good man. I was even jealous. Here my marriage was falling apart while your relationship was blossoming. Well, he continues, consider yourself lucky. You could marry the ass and be where I am today years from now. You think you know someone, and then... I look across the dimly lit room at the wall near the bookshelf. Even in the dark, I can see Dad playing with us with the hockey mask on. They take off the mask, I finish. Show you who they really are. Or maybe they were like that the entire time, and we just didn't know. Don't blame yourself, Allie, Jason says. What he did doesn't have anything to do with you.
It's ironic he says that, given how much his divorce and his ex-wife's betrayal has gotten to him.
Well, I'm going to make a sandwich and go to bed, Jason says, standing up.
He starts to walk towards the kitchen, but stops and looks back.
Do you ever think about him much, Ethan?
I pause before answering. Often. He nods and lowers his head.
What about that night with Dad?
I take a deep breath. I still have nightmares. I still hear the screams. Jason nods and wipes his face.
Me too, he whispers.
Chapter 31. Past. We need to leave town, Connie says. A few days at least.
It'll be fine, Dennis says. Besides, how will it look if we leave? There's nothing to hide.
As my parents fight in the kitchen, I stare out the front window towards the field where a new group of people gather. It's getting darker, but I can make out a handful of them, some with their flashlights on already, pointing aimlessly around the woods surrounding the empty field. It's been nearly 2 days since Ethan was taken, since I found the red ribbon tied on the tree where we were supposed to meet. Since the night he was taken, Ethan's dad has been blaming my father more and more. The accusations started that night and spread fast in a small town like Cadestill. It didn't help that Constable Anderson drove Dad to the police station to be interviewed for hours. He didn't come back home until late that night.
Besides, Dennis says to Connie, we can't leave. Tomorrow's a school day.
Connie shakes her head. It's not good for the kids to be in school right now, she says. Look what they did to our son. She looks around the main floor. Where is that boy? She looks at me. Where's Jason? I don't respond. I'm too busy looking outside as more people gather in the field.
Jason's fine, Dennis says. It's just a black eye.
His own friend hurt him, Connie says. What's his name?
Tanner, Dennis says. Once this all blows over, I'll talk to his dad about it.
Connie puts up a finger. No more talking, Dennis. That's why we're in trouble. She lets out a nervous sigh. Do you know what they're saying about you right now?
What? Dennis asks.
Do I have to spell it out for you, Dennis? They think you took these children. Connie looks outside the kitchen window. I turn to her as she peers outside into the woods that surround our house. Ethan's out there. Somewhere. Somehow, I know it. I think of his long, curly hair, his precious kisses, all the memories in the clubhouse. I need to find him. Mom, I say. Dennis interrupts me.
Now's not a good time, Allie.
I need to go in the woods, I say, not caring what my dad thinks. I need to help them find Ethan. Connie looks at me, her face softening. Oh, Allie, I'm so sorry. We can't do that right now. Go pack a bag.
We're not leaving, Dennis says sternly. There's no reason for it.
He lowers his head and fixes his dark-rimmed glasses on his nose.
What are they saying about me? He asks. In town, what do they say?
Jason walks into the house, a scowl on his face. It doesn't take me long to realize he has a new bruise on his face. "What happened?" Connie demands, walking up to him and attempting to lightly touch the blemish on the side of his face. Jason shrugs her off. "Nothing." He brushes past me. "I'm going to my room." "Come back here, young man," Connie shouts. "Right this instant." But Jason doesn't acknowledge anything she says. Dennis holds her side.
"It's going to be okay,"
he whispers. She shrugs him off. "They think you've killed those children, Dennis." He looks at her strangely. Suddenly, they have my full attention. I stare at Mom, nearly as confused as Dad.
"I was just angry,"
Dennis says in his defense.
"I wasn't going to hurt the boy or his dad. I just wanted Allie to stop drinking alcohol, stop dating. We talked about this. Our kids aren't ready for dating."
She shakes her head. "And the ribbon?"
"What about it?" he asks.
Connie folds her arms. "Richard Harris is going around telling people that you went to his store and bought ribbon before the disappearances started." Dennis waits for her to say more, but when she doesn't, he sighs.
"So what if I did buy a ribbon from his store? How can someone jump from that to murdering children?"
Connie faces outside the window again. "Well, that's what's happening." Dennis looks at me.
"How about we have a family night? Watch a movie, popcorn."
He hugs Connie from behind.
"Warm up some milk for me? I need a good night's rest."
Now it's Connie who sighs. "We can't pretend nothing is happening when it's going on right outside our front door. That poor boy is missing." She turns to him. "His father is saying you're the one who made him disappear, as well as the other children. We can't stay here. No fun movie nights with popcorn, Dennis. We need to leave. Now." Dennis looks at her and instead of arguing, nods.
"Okay, maybe we could go to Lacombe for a beach trip like we did last summer."
Connie purses her lips. "Somewhere further, I think. Somewhere we can go for longer." Dennis shakes his head.
"For how long?"
"Until they find that boy," Connie says frantically. When she mentions Ethan, I look outside the window again. It's much darker now. The flashlights bob and sweep across the tree line ahead. I should be out there with them. I need to find Ethan. And then I see them. 4 people standing in the field, far from the woods and the others. It takes me a moment to realize that they're moving, only they're not going to the woods. They're coming towards our house. My heart beats faster and I feel frozen as I watch them get closer. "Mom?" I whisper, but she doesn't respond to me. "Let's pack our bags," Connie says. "We can figure out where we're going on the road."
"Okay," Dennis says. "I'll call George and Sandra. Maybe we can make a fun last-minute extended family vacation."
He smiles, but Connie doesn't.
"We'll leave in the morning."
"No," Connie says. "We need to go now." My heart stops as the 4 silhouettes of the men approach the house. I can't make out who they are and realize it's impossible. Each of them is wearing black ski masks. One of them has something large in his hands. "Mom," I say again. "We need to go now," Connie pleads with Dennis.
"It's really late," he says.
"Dad!" I shout. Dennis turns to me.
"Allie, go pack a bag. We're going on a little trip."
"There's men outside the house," I say. To my horror, the 4 masked men become 6 when 2 more from the street join them. The small group walks onto our grass. "They're wearing masks."
"What?"
Dennis says, confused. He peers outside the front window. He looks at the 6 men and his face drops.
"Go upstairs," he says.
When nobody says a word, he turns to Connie.
"You need to go upstairs with Allie. Grab Jason."
But she doesn't answer. Instead, she stands beside him and looks outside at the men. "What are they doing?" she says, frightened. "Dad," I say, going to his other side. Jason comes halfway down the stairs.
What are you guys doing?"
The group of masked men slowly walk up our porch steps one by one. A loud thud on the door startles us.
"Open this door, Kempman," one of the men shouts. "This is your only warning. Open it or we'll burn you and your family out."
"Go upstairs," Dennis says, grabbing Connie's hand.
"No," she shouts. "You—"
"I'm not coming with you,"
Dennis says. A loud pound on the door makes me and Connie jump. Jason's frozen as he watches us. Dennis stares intensely at Connie, grabbing her shoulder, his eyes wide.
"Go upstairs now,"
he shouts.
"Take the children. They're not here for you."
"Dennis,"
Connie pleads.
"Now!"
he shouts again in rage. Connie grabs my hand and forces me to the stairs as the loud thuds continue.
"Hurry!"
Dennis shouts. The door is kicked inwards, flinging back on its hinges and slamming against the wall, barely clinging onto the frame. I watch as two men enter our house. Dennis punches one and manages to push him back. The other masked man grabs Dennis. Two more men run into the house and huddle around my father. Connie frantically hurries us up the stairs, looking only once at her husband before shouting at us to go faster. Jason doesn't listen, shrugging off Connie as he watches in horror what the men are doing.
"Dad!"
Jason shouts. But Dennis doesn't reply with words. His shouts turn into terrified shrieks.
"No!"
Jason cries out. Connie grabs him as we go up the stairs together. "Into our bedroom," Connie demands, opening the door and pushing us inside. Connie wraps her arms around us. She lowers us to the ground, and the three of us sit on the floor. Connie rocks herself as her husband cries out for help below. She attempts to cover my right ear, but that doesn't stop the terrible sounds of what the men are doing to my father. Then it stops. The sounds of the intruders, Dad's shouts. It's quiet again, but it's Jason who smells it first.
"Is that smoke?"
he says, confused. Connie's eyes widen. "Oh God, they're burning the house."
"Mom,"
Jason shouts.
"we need to leave."
She shakes her head. "They could still be in the house. We can't go down there."
"Mom,"
Jason shouts.
"I can feel heat through the floor."
Footsteps from outside the bedroom door freeze us all. They come closer until there's a thud on the door. Jason stands up, putting himself between Connie and me and the closed door.
"Leave us alone,"
he shouts bravely. When it swings open, Constable Anderson stares at us, wide-eyed, his gun in his hand.
"We need to leave now,"
he shouts. Jason takes a step forward.
"We need to get Dad, too."
Anderson looks at him.
"We need to leave, boy, and when we go downstairs, don't look in the kitchen. Trust me."
He grabs Connie's hand and forces her off the floor.
"Hurry."
Chapter 32. Present. A knock on the door wakes me. I sit up on the couch and look around the dark room. At first, I think it's my mind playing with me, scared about what's happening in town and what could happen next. Then the person outside knocks harder. Jason's door is shut. I think about waking him, but instead quietly get out from the covers and cross the living room floor. I open the curtain slightly, attempting to make out who it is. Constable Anderson stands outside the front door, his notepad slapping against his other hand. I think about not answering the door. What's the worst that could happen? There's something about tonight that feels off. A terrible dread that's been slowly coming over me. I felt it when I was in the field at the school before I even saw the masked man. After seeing the stranger on the swing with a gun, all I could do is think about that terrible night and the men who came after my father. Was the man on the swing one of those who were at my house years ago, who participated in the murder of Dennis Kempman? Now that man is back, terrorizing our small town. Constable Anderson knocks a third time. He's about to leave when I quickly open the front door.
"Hey, Allie,"
he says softly.
I wanted to check in with you after what happened. Are you doing okay?
I lean on the door. As good as I can be.
Is Jason up?
He asks.
I was hoping to talk to him, too.
To check in with him? I ask.
Sort of. I have to talk to him.
What about? I ask. He pauses for a moment, but answers.
After what happened in the school field, I started doing a search of everyone who has a registered shotgun in the area,
the officer says, clearing his throat.
Jason is one of them. I just wanted to talk to him quickly.
You think he's done something wrong? I ask, confused. You think he kidnapped that little girl? He lets out a heavy breath.
I'm just following a lead, Allie, that's it. There's plenty of others around here who own weapons. Jason's just one.
And yet you're on our porch tonight, I say, my tone getting harsher. My dad was innocent, and you let those brutes kill him. You never pressed charges against the men who killed him. You did nothing at all.
Allie,
Nothing, I shout. You and Dennis were friends. He told me that you and George were close.
We were, he says softly.
And yet you did nothing to stick up for my dad, I say, shaking my head. You did nothing. When Ethan's dad accused my dad of being involved in the kidnappings, you could have said something. The day Ethan was taken, you were with my dad even. You were playing poker together.
He didn't get to the game until later, he says. Look, he didn't deserve what happened, but I did what I could for you and your family. That night it was me who ran into a burning building to save you. Those men weren't going upstairs to hurt you, but they weren't going to do anything to help you either. It was me who made them leave.
After they killed him, I shout. What good was that? Why didn't you do anything before?
I only got the call later. A neighbor called it in. It was already too late when I got there. He was dying. I couldn't save Dennis, but I could help you, your brother, and Connie.
What about after? I shout, tears running down my face. Nothing again. You didn't charge anyone for his murder.
How could I, Allie? They wore masks. I questioned everyone I could. Nobody was willing to talk, and those that might got a warning to keep their mouths shut.
A warning from who? I say, knowing the answer. Richard Harris, Ethan's dad. We know he was one of the men who killed my dad. Tanner's dad, too. He was there. I saw red hair sprouting out from his mask.
I know, Allie, he says, putting his notepad in his pocket. It's one thing to know the truth. It's another to prove it.
I shake my head. And what, now you're here at our door to question my brother? When will the townspeople come to our door again with pitchforks and fire?
I won't let that happen again, he says, shaking his head.
You couldn't stop anything before. You couldn't find the real killer, the person responsible for those missing kids, the person who took Ethan. He looks at me but doesn't respond.
Okay, Allie. When Jason wakes up, just have him call me. It doesn't matter what time it is. I'll likely be up all night. Okay?
I take a deep breath and nod. Fine. I think about the masked man at the swing set. Is anybody searching in the woods by the school? I ask.
He shakes his head. No, they're mostly on the north side of town where Sophia Hughes was taken.
I nod. Well, I think they should. If the man in the mask is the actual person responsible for this, maybe the girl is nearby.
That's a good point, he says. Have a good night.
In the distance, I see a group of people wearing yellow vests walking down the street together. A lot of people are out after curfew, I say.
All volunteers, he answers. I don't think anyone in town will get sleep until that little girl is found.
I think of Ethan. I think about the newspaper clippings in Jason's binder of the other 2 children taken when I was a little girl. What if I wanted to join the search? I ask. The constable nods, taking out his phone.
Take this number, he says,
and I type it in as he reads it.
That's the number for Heather Swandon. She's one of the neighbors of Sophia's parents. She's been really helpful with organizing the searches in town. Give her a call if you want to join."
"Thanks."
"Do you know when Jason may wake up?" the constable asks, testing my patience.
I shake my head. He's really out of it. Between working long days at the factory and taking care of Connie, he's exhausted. I'm hoping he sleeps in. Maybe talk him into taking a day off work. As I talk, Anderson looks at me confused.
"Well, that's good to know that Jason is back to work. I was really worried about him. He worked at that factory for so long. I figured they'd take him back."
Now it's me who looks puzzled. He was fired? Anderson shakes his head.
"I had to escort him off the property."
He looks down.
"It's late. I'm not thinking straight. I shouldn't have told you that. I thought you knew. I think I need sleep myself."
"Why did he get fired?" I ask. Anderson gives me a thin smile.
"Just ask Jason to call me when he does wake up."
Chapter 33. Before. As a fire truck pulls into the cul-de-sac and sets up outside our house, Mom, Jason, and I watch in horror as our house burns, the fire spreading quickly. While those responsible for the flames and my father's death are no longer present, more people from the neighborhood and streets around us gather. Together, we watch the firemen put out the blaze. An ambulance soon joins the collection of first responders, as well as another police cruiser.
"Are you hurt?"
a voice asks. I don't reply. All I can do is watch the explosion of water from the hose, putting out the fire in our house. All I can do is think about what happened to our dad. I look over at Jason, whose eyes are wider than mine. Connie covers her mouth and chest, tears streaming down her face. They killed him. The men wearing black masks murdered our father, set our house ablaze.
"Are you hurt?"
Constable Anderson asks me again, touching my shoulder. I look at him in a daze.
"Ellie," he says.
He gives up, and his soft touch turns into a half hug as we watch the firemen put out the blaze.
"It will be okay."
"Dennis!" Connie shouts at the burning house. Jason starts to cry, and Connie pulls him close to her. Tears of my own fall freely. "Allie," Connie calls to me. "Come here," she says softly. "They killed him," I say, confused on how something so terrible could happen so quickly. "Come here," she says again. I try to wipe the tears from my face, but it's useless. New ones come easily down my cheek. From the corner of my eye, I see a bright red truck park in the middle of the street, nearly striking several of the onlookers. Uncle George runs out of his vehicle and up to us, his eyes wide as he watches the flames.
"Where's Dennis?"
he says frantically. "Inside," Connie whispers. "They killed him."
"Who?"
George shouts, trying to understand. But Connie doesn't answer. George turns to our burning house, his mouth gaping, muttering to himself. He slowly removes his gray flat cap from his hand and holds it tightly to his chest. Constable Anderson turns to the growing crowd.
"That's enough," he shouts. "Everyone gets out of here now."
He puts one arm by his sidearm and gestures for everyone to leave. At first, the group doesn't listen. They're just as mesmerized as we are.
"Move it,"
he shouts louder.
"Now."
A man in the front turns and leaves, and after a few more commands from Ben Anderson, the others begin to listen. A fireman comes up to the officer.
"You guys can go in now," he says. "It's safe. No structural damage."
Constable Anderson nods, but is too focused on the crowd that's not moving at an appropriate pace.
"I said leave, or I'll start making arrests."
That seems to do the trick. The remaining few neighbors start to head back to their homes. I turn to look at Connie, who shakes her head at the people of Cadestill sauntering away. And one night, In a few minutes, our entire life changed. I look at my family, but only see Connie and Uncle George. My eyes widen as I realize he's gone. Mom, where's Jason? Connie furrows her brow as she looks around. Jason, she shouts. Where are you? Constable Anderson and George look and call for him as well. The four of us scan around the dark night, the emergency lights of the combined vehicles illuminating the entire street. He's inside, I shout, knowing that must be where he is. With Dad! Connie's eyes widen. I run to the front door, and I'm nearly knocked over by a fireman who's exiting at the same time. I run around him and see Jason immediately. He's kneeling over a white sheet, peeking underneath at his father. Chapter 34. Present. Jason! I shout, pounding on his bedroom door. Take off your headphones! Wake up! After the constable left, I politely knocked on Jason's bedroom door. When he didn't respond, I knocked harder, nearly yelling. Worried that if I kept this up, a neighbor would call Constable Anderson right back to the house, I thought of another idea. I step outside the front door and look at the dimly lit street. No nosy neighbors outside staring at my house. The last thing I want is to draw more attention to my family right now. But I need answers. Constable Anderson wanted to talk to Jason about his registered shotgun. Since when did he own one? Then there was his supposed job that he was fired from. If he wasn't working, where was he all those times I was with Connie? Did he not tell me he was going to work? I know for sure he didn't mention being fired. Not just fired, though. It was bad enough for Constable Anderson to be called. What's happening? A feeling of nausea hits me as I think about Jason. Why is he lying to me? He could be looking for work during the day. He would be the type too embarrassed to talk about being dramatically fired. Jason's been on edge since the divorce. If I'm being honest, he always had a chip on his shoulder. The feeling of nausea turns into a pit in my stomach, causing physical pain. My thoughts run wild with other things he could be up to. I remember how happy he was, watching the news that the red ribbon disappearances had started again. He even wheeled out Mom to watch. A little girl was missing, and yet Jason seemed so happy. It could just be that his long-term rejection of our father being a killer was proven true. There could be a lot of reasons to explain what's happening. So what? He owns a shotgun. As Constable Anderson said, many in town do. I think of the masked man at the swing set tonight. Was that Jason underneath that ski mask? Was it him at the school on the swing? If so, why? Jason's car is still in the driveway. He must be home. To prove it, I head around the house and past the back gate as my mind runs wild. I finally make it to his bedroom window and tap on the glass. Knowing that won't do the trick, I peer inside, knocking again. The thick curtains prevent me from being able to see inside. There's a small opening along the side of the curtains where I can see a little. In the dim light by the bed, I see a large hump underneath the thick blanket and feel immediately relieved. He's home sleeping. What else did I expect? His car's in the driveway. He told me he was going to sleep. He's wearing his headphones. I need to relax and calm my nerves. Jason's not telling me everything that's happening in his world right now. I wasn't forthcoming with him either. I only just told him about Andrew cheating on me tonight. I was too overwhelmed to share more. Jason was fired from his job. His wife left him for another man, and his mom is dying. That's a lot to take in. I wouldn't blame him for not sharing with me or anyone else about being fired from his job on top of it all. I peer inside his room again to calm my nerves further. Only, it has the reverse effect. What I thought was Jason is not him. I see the top of a pillow peeking out from the blanket. He's not inside. His car's in the driveway, but he's not in his room. I attempt to open the window, and to my shock, it slides easily open. It's small, but big enough for me to fit through. Big enough for Jason to slide out as well. I slip inside, falling to the hardwood floor with a heavy thud. "Jason?" I call out. There's a stench in his room, a smell of something rotting. I quickly turn on the light and confirm he's not inside. Where is he? Why didn't he take his car? As I step towards his closet, there's a crunching sound at my feet. I look down and shredded papers cover the floor. Nearby is the binder, the one that's usually in the living room, full of news articles that Jason put together. His research, he called it. Now it's torn to pieces at my feet, the binder itself half destroyed. Added to it are pictures of him and his ex-wife. Many of them are ripped in half, separating them physically. "What are you doing, Jason?" I whisper to no one. "What have you done?" My fears are confirmed when I open his closet door. Mixed with the mess of dirty clothes on the floor and empty bags of fast food, in the corner of the closet is a spool of red ribbon. Chapter 35. Present. I hurry down the dark road, trying again to call Aunt Sandra and Uncle George. Both haven't picked up. I even tried their landline. They may be the only people I know who have one, or so I thought. The number is no longer in service. The number I had stored in my phone for years may not have been active for some time. "Pick up!" I yell into my phone as I attempt to dial Sandra's cell again. "You've reached Sandra Kempman," my aunt says in her voice recording. "Please leave your name and number and I'll call you back. Thanks." "Sandra," I blurt out, exhausted by how quickly I'm walking. "When you get this, call me back right away." Jason's car was in the driveway, but I couldn't find his keys. Where is he? What is he doing? He certainly didn't climb out of his bedroom window to join the search parties. I think of Sophia Hughes. Why is my brain telling me dark things that can't be true? Why would Jason be involved? And yet, that's all I can think of. Was it Jason at the swing set? Jason who took the girl? Why? Was Jason responsible for the disappearances all along? It doesn't make sense. None of it does. He was only a kid himself when the first two children disappeared. We were 14 when Ethan was taken. Jason and him were friends. And yet, despite the logic, my head keeps telling me terrible things. It's him. He's the one who took Sophia. I think about calling Constable Anderson. What would I say, though? My brother left the house through his bedroom window and left his car in the driveway? Not exactly a crime. What if I tell him my suspicions? It doesn't make sense. There has to be an explanation that does. I take deep breaths as I pass Main Street. It's empty now. I don't see any more people in yellow vests. No flashlights in the distance. They could be in the woods, though, searching. Or maybe they gave up for the night. I wonder if Constable Anderson told the woman organizing the search parties about looking in the woods behind the school. As I get closer to the school field, I see for myself that no one is there this time. Why are my thoughts running wild? Jason's a good man. Isn't he? It's been years since I truly spent time with him. What if he's a monster? What if he hurt that little girl and the others? I shake my head at the idea. It couldn't be him. I pass the school and look out onto the field and the woods behind it. She's there, I think to myself, and nobody is searching the area, it seems. But I can't think about that right now. I make my way to my aunt and uncle's house and smile when I see it in the distance. As soon as I'm on the porch, I pound on the door and ring the bell several times. I don't hear a ring inside, though. I press it several more times and start banging on the door harder. "Aunt Sandra!" I yell. "Uncle George! Someone answer the door, please!" It doesn't take too long for Uncle George to open the front door slightly and peer at me, confused.
"It's nearly midnight, Allie,"
he says with a raspy voice.
"What's going on?"
"I called you both multiple times," I say frantically. "Jason's gone."
"What? What do you mean?"
"I have a bad feeling," I continue. "He's not in his room. Ben Anderson came by the house and wanted to talk to him. He's trying to track down people in town who own a shotgun, like the masked man on the swing, and Jason's on the registry. Anderson left, though, because I thought Jason was sleeping. I think he snuck out his bedroom window. His car is still in the driveway. Does Jason have a shotgun? Is that true?" George looks at me, puzzled.
"Yeah," he answers. "We go hunting sometimes together. So what are you saying here, Allie?"
"I don't know," I say. "And what about his job? Did you know he got fired?" George raises his eyebrows.
"Well, he did mention that he had issues at work, but didn't talk about it much. What happened?"
"He was fired from the factory and he had to be escorted off the property."
"What?"
Aunt Sandra walks up to us in her nightgown. "Allie, what's wrong?"
"It's Jason," George says.
"What about him?" Sandra asks, glancing at us both. "When he didn't answer his bedroom door," I say, trying to catch my breath, "I went around the house. His window was unlocked. His car was in the driveway, though. I went into his room and there were clippings of the disappearances all over the floor, along with torn pictures of him with his wife." Sandra shakes her head. "He needs help, but refuses therapy." "And when I opened his closet," I say, wondering if I should say it, "I found a spool of red ribbon inside." George and Sandra exchange a look.
"What are you saying?"
George asks again. "I don't know." I take a moment before saying more. "I have a bad feeling. We need to find him." George lowers his head.
"Let's go look. I'll drive."
"Do you have any flashlights?" I ask.
"I'll grab them,"
he answers. As he goes into the kitchen and out of sight, Sandra stares at me blankly. "You think your brother took that little girl?" she says in shock. "Allie, I'm not saying anything right now," I say. "Our family has already had enough accusations put on us. I'm not trying to add any more. We just need to find him." A loud thud comes from the kitchen. "George!" Aunt Sandra shouts.
"I'm okay," he says. "Dropped the flashlights."
He comes into the room and turns each on separately.
"They still work."
"Dennis?" A woman shouts from another room. "She woke up," Sandra says with a sigh. She looks at George. "Go with Allie and find him. I'll stay with Connie." George nods back.
"Let's go."
Uncle George tosses his keys around his finger as we walk towards his bright red truck. "Dennis?" Connie shouts louder. Sandra asks me to give her updates as she watches us pile into the truck and waves at me before closing the front door.
"Okay,"
George says, turning on the ignition.
"Should we call Ben?"
I shake my head. Let's just find Jason first. I could just be overreacting. George taps his head.
Forgot my hat. Be right back."
I sigh to myself as George gets out and hurries back inside his house. That's Uncle George for you, always forgetting his gray hat. I'm pretty sure that cap is older than me. This truck is just like the one he had when I was a kid. Same color, maybe a bit brighter red, though. Much nicer features than his last truck. Heated seats, leather interior, self-parking and lane assist. I smile as I look at the glove compartment. When we were kids, Uncle George would stuff it full of candy. I wondered if he just did that for Jason and me, or if it was more for himself. I open it to find out. A sugary snack sounds good right now. My eyes widen with what's in there. No lollipops or Twizzlers or other junk food. A folded map. One I recognized instantly. A cartoon sun with sunglasses lowered on its nose. It says Kananaskis Trail Map in bold on the front. I grab it and open it halfway. Inside, I see markings that I also recognize. Several circles with X's marked through them are on the page. One of the markings I recognize. When I was a child, I saw Dad writing on the same map. There are a dozen more marks I didn't see when I was in my father's office. These ones are made with just an X. Besides the new markings, there are other differences. I remember I thought Dennis wrote a W above the marking he made. Now that the map is in front of me, I see that it's actually an M. There are 2 other circles with X's through them, and each has a letter in pencil above. One has the letter J, the last has an E. All the markings, including the ones I haven't seen before, are in treed areas on the map, far away from the trail routes. The front door opens and George walks out, fixing his gray hat on his head. As he walks up to the truck, I quickly fold the map and stuff as much as will fit into my jeans pocket. It's popping out, though, and there's no time to put it back as George opens the front door. In horror, I realize that the glove compartment is still open. I close it quickly as George looks out the front window and drops into the driver's seat.
"Ready?"
he asks. Worried that he'll notice the map in my jeans pocket, I open the passenger door. On second thought, I say, we should split up. We can find him quicker. Do you have your phone on you? He nods.
"Yeah, but it's late. You probably shouldn't be out by yourself, especially after what happened tonight."
George said that he goes hunting with Jason. I'm sure that means he has a gun of his own. Does he own a shotgun as well? What kind of hunting do Jason and George do? I can handle myself, I say to him. Call me if you find him. I take one of the flashlights inside the truck before I slam the door shut. I move quickly before he can say another word. I start walking down the street, turning back once to look at him. When I do, he's watching me. Chapter 36. Present. I can't stop running. It's as if I stop, my thoughts will too, and I'll have to face everything. The map I saw in my father's office years ago is now in Uncle George's glove compartment. Now it has new markings as well. I had to get away from him. I had a flight or fight moment, and I decided to get away as quickly as I could. As I run down the block, I glance back several times in anticipation of George following me in his bright red truck. Only he's not. The truck is still parked in his driveway. And then there's Jason. What is he up to? Where is he? Nothing is making sense, and yet deep inside me, I have this twisted gut feeling that it's all connected. Part of me thinks about calling the police, but can I even trust Ben Anderson? I can't trust anybody in this town. The people who ruined my childhood, including Ben, still live here. The men who killed my father are still free. I should have never come back here. As I get close to the school, I climb the fence, nearly tripping over the metal links as I do. Thankfully, there are no masked men at the swings now. I go through the small opening at the back of the fence that leads into the woods. I've been here many times, especially at night with Ethan. We would take our special trail together as we hiked to the clubhouse. We would hold hands, kiss briefly along the way, and talk about what life together could be like. We were only 14, but even then, it felt like we were soulmates. The killer took him and the life I should have had. At that time, I never wanted to leave this town. All I wanted to do was go to the clubhouse with Ethan and pretend it was our real house, spend time with him, laugh with him, make more memories. All of that was taken the night Ethan disappeared. Nothing good remains in this town. I should have left while I could. But if that's what I want, why am I even in these woods? Sophia Hughes. She's missing. I had a gut feeling, even before seeing the masked man by the swing set, that she was in these woods. Who's responsible for this? Who took Ethan? Who took the others? What did they do with them? I think of the map that's folded in my pocket. When I look at it, I saw the markings made by Dennis when I was younger. The M that I thought was a W, and now a J and E. In the moment, finding it freaked me out to the point that I left his truck to go search for Jason on my own. Why, though? M, J, and E. I repeat the letters to myself as I search for the clubhouse in the dark woods. M, J, E, I say aloud as I move my head under a low branch. M, J, and E. I think of Ethan and the times we had at the clubhouse. I think of when we first met and when he told me about the missing children. There were only 2 taken at that time. I remember their names easily. Everyone who lives in Cadestill would be able to repeat the names of the victims. Melissa Henson and Jonathan Bayers. And then there's Ethan. M, J, and E. I stop in my tracks as it hits me. The letters are the first initials of the children who were taken. Another realization hits me. I see the fallen tree ahead, and I know that I'm close to the clubhouse. I quickly go over it, and then, out of the corner of my eye, I see a light. It's dim, but enough to make out where it's coming from. The clubhouse. From a small window, a dim blue light appears. I stop as I peer inside, confirming what I knew. I lower myself behind a bush as I look. Inside, the silhouette of a child moves in the dark. Her hand moves slowly to her head. My mouth drops as my worst fears are confirmed. I take a few steps closer and see her better now. She's smiling and lets out a laugh, fixing the red pair of headphones on her head. I can even make out her hand movements now as well. She has a sandwich in her hand and takes small bites, peering down at what looks like a small device, the smile on her face widening. The sound of a branch cracking behind me freezes me in place. My eyes widen as I hear another sound, only now I know it's a footstep.
"You shouldn't have come here,"
a familiar voice says. I take a deep breath and slowly look behind me. A man with a black ski mask peers down at me, his shotgun aimed towards my head.
"Don't scream or you'll scare her."
Chapter 37. Present. I stand up slowly, the masked man holding the shotgun towards me. "Don't aim that at me, Jason," I say, peering at my brother's eyes through the ski mask. He nods and takes off the mask, revealing what I already knew.
"You shouldn't have come here."
He lowers his gun and aims it slightly to the left of me. I shake my head. "What have you done?"
"I wasn't going to hurt her," he says calmly.
"Then why do you have a shotgun?" He purses his lips but doesn't respond. "You need to let her go."
"No,"
he says with a harsh tone, shuffling the gun in his hand. "Why? What are you planning to do with her?" He looks down a moment and back at me.
"You don't understand. You never did. As soon as you could, you left town. You left Mom and me. You changed your name. You couldn't wait to no longer be a Kempman. Instead, you took the name of the parents that gave you up. Anything was better than being a Kempman, wasn't it, Allie?"
"You need to let her go, Jason," I say softly. "This isn't you."
"How do you know who I am?" he says harshly. "You never really were a part of my family. You still refuse to call Connie mother, even as she's dying in front of you. You were never really his daughter either, so how could you possibly comprehend what I'm doing? They killed Dad. He was innocent. You know it. Even if you tried to move on, you know he didn't kill those kids. He didn't kill Ethan."
I glance back, and the little girl finishes her sandwich and glances around the clubhouse.
"The killer who took those kids is still out there," Jason shouts. "And because of what I've done, the police will start looking for them again. The world will see what happened here. They'll know that Dad couldn't have been the one who killed those kids. Because of that little girl, Dad will finally be publicly announced as innocent. The search for the real killer will begin again.
Jason, I say softly, attempting to calm him.
No, he shouts. Don't you see? Justice needs to prevail. The men who killed Dad are the real guilty ones. Everything in this world is so merciless, unfair. All the liars, cheats, and deceivers think they're untouchable. They think they can ruin our lives and be free and happy to move on in theirs. All of them. But there was one thing I could do to fix a wrong. The world will know our Dad is innocent.
What you've done to Sophia Hughes is not fair or just. That little girl doesn't deserve any of this, Jason.
He shakes his head.
I took good care of her, Allie. I spent as much time as I could in these woods to be with her, fed her, gave her blankets to stay warm, a tablet to entertain her. I wasn't planning on hurting her.
What does that mean?
It's been days, and nobody's cleared Dad's reputation. What will it take to make sure the world knows he's innocent, to make things right?
My eyes widen as I realize how unhinged my brother has become. We have a right to be angry, Jason. I take a step closer, my hands raised as I do. We do. What happened to both of us was wrong. We didn't deserve it. We should have had our dad in our life longer. I take another step closer. He shouldn't have been murdered. The gun lowers slightly in Jason's hand. You never deserved what happened with your marriage. She shouldn't have cheated. She shouldn't have left you. You should still be happy with the life you deserve. I know how much you wanted children of your own. Now a tear is forming in his eye. We deserved better lives. My biological parents shouldn't have treated me so poorly. They shouldn't have given me away. I shouldn't have left this town. I take another step closer, my hands reaching out for his. I'm so sorry I did. I was so upset, angry. I avoided everything because of how terrible I felt inside.
He cheated on you too, he says, a tear rolling down the side of his face. Andrew, we never asked for any of this to happen. All we wanted was to be happy.
He reaches out, grabs my hand, and lowers his head, the tears falling freely now.
I didn't want to hurt her. I just wanted them to know they were wrong about Dad.
They'll know, I say. But all those terrible things that have happened to us are not that little girl's fault. He suddenly lets go of my hand.
No, they're not, he confirms. It's Richard Harris's fault. We know he was one of the men who killed Dad that night. I suspect Tanner's dad was there too. I'll find out the other names soon enough, and one by one they'll get the justice they deserve. Richard Harris already got his.
I look at him strangely as a smirk comes across his mouth. What have you done, Jason?
He lets out a nervous laugh. He's out here in the woods somewhere too. He wouldn't tell me the other names. Everyone in town thought he just picked up and left. That worked for me.
He looks at me coldly.
Now, like I said, I wish you never came here. I can't let you get in the way.
He aims the gun at me and with his other hand grabs me, reaching into my jeans pocket for my cell. He smiles as he tosses it hard to the ground and stomps on it. My eyes widen as I realize what he has in mind. My hand reaches into my pocket and I show him the map. Do you know what this is? I ask. I found it in Uncle George's truck. I open it and show him the markings. I believe it's him. I saw this map before.
What are you talking about? He says, confused.
George took them. Look, I say, stretching out my hand to him with the map. Jason quickly snatches it and unfolds it. The markings are away from all the trails. The ones marked with a circle with an X through it have a letter penciled in above, M, J, and E. I believe they stand for Melissa Henson, Jonathan Bayers, and Ethan Harris. Jason lowers the map in his hand.
What about these other markings? The ones with just an X?
I don't know, I say.
You think Uncle George is the real killer?
He stares at me, his face pale and a tear forming in his eye. Before I can say a word, he takes a step towards me. "Jason!" I shout, only he doesn't say a word. He pushes past me and walks into the dark woods and is out of sight within moments. Chapter 38. Present. When I enter the clubhouse, Sophia looks at me strangely. Several comforters, pillows, and bed sheets surround her, with a blow-up mattress nearby. On her foot is a rope with a tight knot attached to one of the columns inside. I wave at her with a gentle smile. "Hi, Sophia," I say to her. I walk up to her slowly. "Are you okay?" She smiles at me and takes off her headphones. "Where is he?" she asks, confused. "The sad man." I give her a thin smile. "He's gone. Are you hurt?" She shakes her head and lifts up a small bag of pretzels. "Just having a night snack. I was scared when I woke up and the sad man gave me a snack and let me watch Blippi." She looks down at her iPad. "The sad man said he would be getting my mom soon to come get me." "That's good," I say, unable to hide my tears. I quickly wipe them. "I'm Allie. I'm the sad man's sister. Your mom's ready to see you now. Can I take you to her?" The little girl's smile widens. "Yeah," she says excitedly. "But it's scary out here." "I have a flashlight," I say with a wide smile of my own. The little girl tries to stand up, but the rope prevents her from going far. "Let's get you out of that." "The sad man told me he had to tie this on me so I don't walk into the woods and get lost." I come up to her and hold her hand. "You won't be lost anymore, sweetie." I look around the dark clubhouse, the light from the iPad helping me see. I look out the small window of the clubhouse and into the dark woods outside. I wonder where Jason is. Then I see it. His name on the piece of wood below the window. Under it are Ethan's, Tanner's, and lastly my own. It hits me. The knife we kept in the clubhouse. What are the chances that it's still here? We kept it under the large rock on the other side. When I see the rocks still placed where I remember, I smile. I quickly dig along the side and feel the handle of the knife. "Sharp side facing the rock," Jason would tell us. "Are you ready to leave?" I ask Sophia, and she nods. "I just need to cut the rope off you, okay, sweetie?" She nods again. "Can I keep watching Blippi? Mommy never lets me have screen time." I laugh as I work at the rope. It takes some time for me to cut through the heavy knot, and I have to remind Sophia to stay very still. When she's finally free, I give her a big hug. "Let's go," I say to her as I hold her hand and turn on the flashlight. I guide her out of the clubhouse and slowly through the woods. The last thing I want to do is scare her. Given how happy she seems, I wonder how delicate Jason was around her. It hits me. Jason's been sneaking out of the house with food. The sandwich he made tonight was for her, not himself. The large metal lunchbox he went out with was obviously not for work. The extra bed sheets that Connie didn't have, Jason took to give to her. Not only that, Jason himself would spend as much time as he could with her, leaving at weird times in the middle of the night and spending all day here. No wonder why he looked like he had no sleep. He didn't. He spent as little time as he could with me to be with Sophia. The sad man, the little girl called him, if ever there was a term that fit Jason perfectly. As we make our way back to the school, Sophia starts to slow. "My feet hurt," she says. "I'm tired." She stops in the middle of the woods and looks around, making a sour face. "It's really scary here." I smile. Do you want me to carry you? When she nods, I grab her and wrap my arm under her as she holds on to my shoulder. She buries her head into my chest. By the time we're at the school field, she somehow managed to fall asleep as I navigated through the woods. With her in my arms, I go through the field and into the street, wondering what to do. "Wake up," I say to her softly. "Sophia, wake up." Her tiny eyes start to open. "Where do you live, sweetie?" "I don't know," she says. I look around the dark streets, wondering what to do. No porch lights are on. Nobody is outside. I have no way to call for help. After walking down the street, I get my answer. An ambulance turns and heads towards me, its light illuminating the road. I wave it down. "Wait!" I call out, stepping into its path. The ambulance slows and a confused paramedic steps out.
"Are you okay?"
he asks. "This is Sophia Hughes," I tell him. He looks at me in shock. For a moment, I'm not sure what to say, but I know he has questions. "My brother Jason Kempman took her and kept her in the woods. She's okay, though. She's not hurt."
"Kempman," the paramedic repeats. "That's where I'm going right now. A George Kempman's house."
Chapter 39. Present. Before leaving Sophia, I give her a soft hug. "You're going to see Mommy soon," I tell her. The expression on her face is precious. A small child would soon be reunited with her parents after 2 days. I wish I could see it for myself. The paramedic says he'll notify her parents immediately before I leave. I look at the little girl. "I have to go now, Sophia. It was nice meeting you. I have to go help the sad man now." "Okay," she says, waving goodbye and rubbing her eyes. Without another word to the paramedic, who I'm sure has more questions for me or the little girl, I head towards my uncle's house. Again, I find myself running as fast as I can. I don't know what I'll do when I get there. The paramedic said he was called out to go there, but didn't know what was happening. I turn onto the street and can see the flashing lights of a police cruiser outside their house. The streetlights reveal Constable Anderson on the road. As I get closer, I can hear him speaking to his radio.
"Repeat, immediate backup is required,"
Anderson yells into his mic. He turns and sees me heading towards him.
"Ellie,"
he shouts,
"don't get close."
"What's happening?" I shout, out of breath, slowing as I get to him. I turn and see Aunt Sandra in the back of the police car. She looks at me, confused. "Are you okay?" I yell at her. She doesn't reply. All she can do is stare at her house. I'm sure she has the same thoughts I have. What's happening inside?
"Jason has your uncle hostage," Constable Anderson says. "He let your aunt go, but has a shotgun inside. You should get her out of here while we deal with this. Backup is on the way."
I take a step towards the house.
"Stay here, Allie,"
he demands. When I don't listen, he puts an arm out and grabs my shoulder forcefully until I stop moving. "I found Sophia Hughes," I say, staring at the house. I glance at Constable Anderson to see his shocked reaction.
"Is she okay?"
"Jason had her at the old clubhouse we had in the woods," I say. "He's been keeping her there. There was a paramedic on his way here, and the girl is with him." Anderson's mouth drops.
"Why would Jason do that?"
I take a deep breath. Because he wanted to clear Dennis's name. Because his dad was murdered in cold blood and nobody did anything about it. I look at him again. He doesn't reply immediately. I can see him collecting his thoughts.
"Why is he here?"
he asks, confused. "It's George," I say. "He's the one who took the children all those years ago." Anderson looks more shocked and confused.
"How do you know?"
I'm about to tell him the terrible truth, but shouts from inside interrupt. "Admit it!" a booming voice yells. "Jason!" I call out. I run past the constable as he shouts at me to stop. As I run up the steps and pound on the door, I hear Jason scream at George more.
"Admit to what you've done."
The curtains are closed, but I can see a little inside the house. George sits on a love seat in the living room as Jason paces back and forth in front of him, the shotgun in his hand. Chapter 40. Present. "Open the door," I demand, pounding hard.
"Allie?"
Jason says from inside. There's a pause for a moment.
"You need to leave."
"I deserve to be in there as much as you." The door opens quickly, followed by the end of the shotgun aimed towards Constable Anderson.
"Stay back,"
Jason shouts. He grabs me by my shoulder and shoves me inside, closing the door quickly. He turns immediately as George sits up from the couch.
"Where are you going? Sit down, now."
"Jason," George pleads, putting his hands up, but not sitting.
"Your mom's in the other room. Don't do anything stupid that you'll regret. Let me just leave. There's no reason for any of this to get rough, okay? You killed them, those children."
Jason looks at me.
"He murdered Ethan."
I look at George, and for a moment the usual smile on his face disappears. His softened features harden. His warm eyes turn cold. "I know," I whisper. "Dennis?" a voice calls out from down the hall. Uncle George gives a wry smile.
"You don't want to do anything stupid, boy. Lower the gun. Let me just leave. I didn't do anything wrong. You don't want your own mother to hear you kill her brother-in-law, do you?"
Jason smirks.
"She won't remember if I do."
George looks at him with a nervous expression.
"I did nothing wrong. What made you two come up with something so crazy? I would never hurt anyone."
Jason pulls out the map he took from me in the woods.
"Allie took this from your truck."
George's face drops as he stares at it.
"There's a bunch of markings on this map. What do you think will happen when the police go to one? What will they find, Uncle George?"
He looks back at Jason and then at me, but doesn't reply. He slowly sits down, his head lowered.
"You monster!" Jason shouts. "I should kill you now."
He raises the shotgun towards him. "Jason," I plead, "don't do it. He deserves to rot in jail for the rest of his life. Let's just surrender him to Anderson. He's outside with Aunt Sandra." When I mention her name, George covers his face.
"Oh, God," he whispers. "Just kill me."
He looks up at Jason.
"Do it."
Jason shuffles the shotgun in his hand, putting the barrel against his shoulder.
"A prison sounds good, doesn't it, Uncle George?"
"Dennis?" Connie calls out from down the hall. "What's happening?" Jason grunts.
"Mom,"
he shouts while pointing the gun at his uncle.
"Dad is dead."
"Put the gun down, Jason," I shout again. "You didn't hurt Sophia. You took good care of her despite what you did. Just let George go and we can move on in life. Justice will be served." George laughs.
"It was you who took that little girl?"
He lets out a nervous laugh again.
"I guess it runs in the family."
"What?" Jason says, confused.
"Kidnapping. Killing."
George smiles.
"Did you really think I made all those markings on the map myself?"
He looks at us both.
"Your dad helped me,"
he says, staring at Jason with a wicked smile.
"That's not true," Jason shouts back. "Stop lying. All you do is lie."
He laughs.
"Am I? Just wait until I tell the police everything your father did with me."
He looks at me.
"It was his idea to kill your friend Ethan."
"Shut up," Jason shouts. My mouth drops as his words hit me. The map that I found in his truck was the same that Dennis had in his office. I saw him make the markings myself. I've been running around all night trying to figure it all out when the truth was plain to see. George lets out a nervous laugh.
"Kill me, boy," he says with a harsh tone. "And nobody will ever know. Shut your mouth or I'll blow it off.
Jason lifts the gun and points it at his uncle's head. George even leans his forehead into the barrel.
"Go ahead," he says. "Pull the trigger."
When Jason doesn't, he tries harder to push him to.
"Why do you think your father adopted a little girl?"
He lifts his head and stares directly at me with the most wicked face I've ever seen. As I process his words and what he means by them, Jason takes a step back.
"He never went through with it," George says with a laugh. "That was your dad. Always weak."
"Shut up!" Jason shrieks. He turns the shotgun and strikes the barrel against his uncle's face. "Shut up!" he shouts louder. As blood gushes from George's nose, he covers his face and lets out another laugh.
"Whose idea do you think it was to tie ribbons where we took them?"
Jason's eyes widen. As if he's in a trance, he turns the shotgun, only this time it's not pointed at George. With the barrel pointed at his chest, Jason looks at me and lets out a final shriek before pulling the trigger. Chapter 41. Present. I'm paralyzed as I look at my brother's body, my mouth gaping open. I want to scream, but no sounds escape my lips. "Dennis, what's that noise?" Connie shouts from her room. Her voice shakes me back to reality, and from the look on George's face, it does the same for him. He's already eyeing the shotgun beside Jason. He glances at me before lunging towards it. I hurl my body towards him, grabbing the other end of the long barrel. He attempts to shove me with his other hand, but I cling on to the shotgun, causing him to lose his balance. Both of us fall to the floor. Again, it's George who starts reaching for the shotgun first. I stand up quickly as he slowly gets back to his feet. I'm able to grab the shotgun, picking it up clumsily by the barrel, but I'm not quick enough. George grabs my shoulder and with his other hand, the gun. "Dennis!" Connie shouts from her room. As I try to free myself from his grip, our eyes meet. His cold, evil stare frightens me. I realize then that this may have been the same look his victims had in their last moments. It makes me think of Ethan and what this monster, along with my adopted dad, may have done to him. Without hesitation, my arm flings out and strikes him quickly in the neck. George immediately releases his hand from my shoulder, covering his throat, coughing fiercely. With the shotgun now in my arms, I point it at him, confident that this is all over. "Stop," I tell him. Loud thuds on the door take my attention away from George for a moment.
"Open the door, Allie,"
Constable Anderson demands. The thuds turn into loud bangs. He's trying to break through, I realize.
"Shoot me,"
George says, almost at a whisper between coughs.
"Do it, Allie. If you do, you can blame all of this on me. The map, the bodies they'll find. Your dad can be innocent. It's the only thing Jason wanted. Don't let his death be for nothing. Think of him."
He takes a step closer.
"Do it. Pull the trigger." "Allie,"
Anderson shouts as he attempts to break through the door. I take a step back. "It's over," I tell my uncle. Suddenly, the door crashes open and Anderson stumbles through, his gun drawn. He looks at me with the shotgun. George glances at the officer, unable to hide his scowl. He shouts as he runs towards me, his right arm raised above his head. Anderson is first to fire at him, striking him several times in the chest, but it doesn't slow him. The shotgun does, though. When I pull the trigger, George's expression of pure rage turns to shock as he's struck and flung to the floor. Chapter 42. Present. "Is Dennis okay?" Connie asks as she sits up in her bed, confused about the commotion. I smile at her. "Everything is fine," I lie. I wouldn't dare tell her the truth. Her son is dead. Her brother-in-law was killed as well. George was the one who killed those children years ago. Her husband was also a monster who murdered the most vulnerable. Constable Anderson enters the room.
"A paramedic is ready to take your mom. he says. Your aunt says she can take care of her at your mother's house until we're done talking to you.
When they mention her, I feel sick. How is Sandra? How much does she know? Anderson looks at me blankly.
When Jason entered their house, he was raving that George killed those children years ago, that he's responsible for the disappearances. Sandra knows her husband's dead. The rest we don't know ourselves yet.
I nod as a paramedic enters the room, gently guiding Connie out of the bed. "Where am I going?" Connie says. "They're taking you back home," I say, attempting to comfort her. She looks at me, confused, and I know without her asking that she's not sure who I am. I look out the bedroom window at the ambulance and several other police cruisers now parked on the street. In the back of one of the cruisers, I see Sandra. She's staring at the back of the passenger seat, her face blank, expressionless. I can only imagine what she's thinking. How could she have spent her whole life with George and not known who he really was? He always appeared to be so gentle and kind. It was all an act. He was never a wholesome man. He was a good pretender. Connie's legs seem a little unstable, and Anderson helps the paramedic with her.
I saw the wheelchair in the living room, he says.
The paramedic nods as they head into the hallway. I follow behind them, taking in the nightmare scene. Blood stains the walls from Jason's self-inflicted wound, and from George as well. 2 officers walk around the room, jotting in their notebooks. On the floor are George and Jason, both dead. Sheets cover both of their bodies. While Anderson's distracted with Connie, and the other officers are processing the other side of the room, I look down where my brother's body lies. A memory hits me of that terrible night the masked men entered our family home. They were right. Dennis Kempman was a murderer, a killer of children. A flood of emotions hits me. I remember the expression Jason had when he snuck back into the house to see what was left of his father. As I stand over Jason, I imagine what it would look like if I did the same. I take a deep breath, knowing that some things are not worth seeing. Jason did everything, including kidnapping a child himself, to try and prove his father's innocence. Only it backfired. It proved what the town already thought. Dennis Kempman truly was a monster. So was his brother. I look over at the other white sheet on the floor. The face George made as he tried to attack me will be stained in my memory for the rest of my life. There's no doubt he was going to hurt me if he could. On the nightstand beside the love seat is George's gray flat cap. I pick it up delicately with 2 fingers, as if it's contaminated, dropping it on top of the white sheet below me.
"Allie,"
Constable Anderson says, coming up to me.
"Can you come to the station?" he asks. "We have a lot to figure out here."
I think of the words George said to me before I pulled the trigger. Jason's death doesn't have to be for nothing. I could give my brother what he died for, providing his father's innocence. Looking across the room, I spot the map near the 2 officers. I point it out to Ben. "I found that map in George's glove compartment in his truck," I say. "There's markings on it. 3 of them have the letters M, J, and E above them." I glance at the red-stained walls and back at the map. I think that's where he buried them, all the missing. I shake my head in disgust, knowing that one of those markings belongs to Ethan. Why would they mark the graves? Why keep track of the kids they murdered? How many did Dennis kill? How many was George responsible for after my adopted father was killed? I glance at Jason and remember what George said to me in his last moments alive. I could blame it all on him. I could give Jason what he wanted. What he died for. Constable Anderson nods.
"Let's talk more at the station, Allie. You can tell us everything there."
Chapter 43. Present. 3 months later. "How's that?" I ask Connie as I dab her forehead with the lukewarm towel. I wet it and put it in the microwave, then apply it gently to her face as she lies in bed. I sometimes do this at home, and it feels like a cheap spa day. Connie doesn't answer, of course. She's not able to speak much. She's no longer mobile either. Her specialist doesn't give her much longer. It got to the point where hospice was recommended. Because the help she needed was not intensive, I agreed to help her instead, with a personal care worker stopping by regularly. I wanted to spend as much time as I could with her before she leaves. It's been over 3 months since the death of Jason, and the night I discovered the truth about Dennis and George. At first, the small town became infamous with the crimes of Jason, George, and Dennis coming to light. Interviewers and journalists plagued Cadestill. Oddly enough, tourism hit an all-time high. The local cafe was swamped with new customers. But it's funny how a news cycle works. A week later, the discovery of the Kempman brothers' murders was old news, and it was on to the next story. It's weird going online and seeing stories about yourself. I read a few and even listened to a crime podcast about what happened. Quickly, I discovered why many celebrities try not to see reviews of their movies. People online can be horrendous, fake. People would comment on how Sandra, Connie, and I didn't realize the monsters George and Dennis were. Some even blamed us for their crimes, suggesting it was our fault for not catching them sooner. The brothers weren't the only serial killers who led fake lives, though. There are plenty of others. It's easy for anonymous people online to type out what they would do. Try living through it. Try surviving it. I still have nightmares about that night. About my inability to stop Jason from pulling the trigger on himself. About my inability to see who Dennis and George Kempman really were. Monsters. Brothers who killed together. I try not to think about it much. Both him and George are dead now. The monsters of Cadestill can no longer hurt its citizens. Their lives can only haunt the town from here on, and the place will forever be known for what the brothers did. I wipe Connie's face with the cloth and notice it losing its warmth. I'll be back, I tell her, even though she can't respond and likely doesn't know what's happening. I like to think she does, though. I take the cloth and wet it in the sink, putting it in the microwave after. As it heats inside, a flash of memories hits me. Who really was Dennis Kempman, my adopted father, a man I called Dad at one time? Like Jason, I couldn't see what others did. I never saw him being capable of doing the terrible things people said he did until after his murder. I thought he was a good man, a good father, and a good husband. But what lay behind that fake identity was something truly terrifying. The map I found in George's glove compartment, the same one I saw in Dennis's office, was exactly what I thought it was. The families and loved ones of the deceased were sad, but thankful to find the bodies. One set of remains belonged to Ethan Harris. Constable Anderson confirmed to me that his body was found where the letter E was penciled in above the marking on the trail map. I think of Jason often. Aunt Sandra had told me how unwell he was during his divorce. I had no clue it was to the extent that he would allow himself to do the things he did. He broke. While the news articles, podcasts, and every media source tend to show how insane and terrible Jason was to kidnap a little girl, I know different. He took care of her, spent nearly all his time with Sophia, only making appearances with others as needed. Part of me wonders what he would have done had I not found Sophia in the clubhouse. I like to think he would have let her leave unharmed. After all, reports confirmed that Sophia Hughes was not physically hurt or emotionally scarred. Jason lied to her that he had to watch her until her mommy was ready to see her again. It's reported that Sophia said that the man who took her, who she called the Sad Man, wore a scary mask because his face had spooky scars and that he didn't want to gross her out. None of that excuses what he did. but maybe it shows he wasn't capable of doing what his father had done. Then again, Jason did murder Richard Harris. His body has still not been found. It's out there in the woods that surround this town. Jason was capable of extreme violence in the end. The microwave beeps and I take the cloth out, wringing it out over the sink again. I thought of Jason more after my ex-fiancé, Andrew, reached out to me a few days after what happened. Andrew, like the rest of the world, saw the news about me and called from a new anonymous number. This time, I didn't try to get off the phone with him. I didn't try to ignore him. I did tell him it was over, that I deserve someone who's willing to stay true to me, that I deserve better than him. He apologized profusely, and while I thanked him for the insincere gestures, I calmly explained that it's over. I mailed him back his engagement ring. As much as I'd love to throw it in the lake like Jason had, it doesn't hurt me as much to let go anymore. I'm ready to move on. I didn't need to avoid Andrew any longer. Going through the ordeal I did made me realize how avoidant I was my entire life. I left this town years ago to run away from my past. I ran away from my ex-fiancé and blocked him because I couldn't face what happened. These thoughts made me think of Jason. Unlike me, he blamed everyone else for what happened in his life. He let his rage consume him. He lowered himself to face the injustice he saw, and it killed him. Both Jason and I were on paths of destruction. I couldn't let that happen to me. It was time for me to face my demons head on. No more running or pretending my issues didn't exist. I go back into the bedroom and make sure the cloth is not too hot before placing it on Connie's face, folding it over her forehead. She lets out a humming sound that makes me think she likes the feeling. I hope it calms her. I've taken leave from work to stay with her. I'm not alone, though. I was surprised when Aunt Sandra wanted to help. I assumed she would move out of town as soon as she could and never return. In fact, she told me that's exactly what she's planning, but she's waiting for now to help me. I didn't have to ask her what she was waiting for before moving. I reach out and grab Connie's hand and grip it. My work allowed me to take time off to care for Connie. What they don't know is I've been busy myself. Using my experience, I was able to apply for grants to create my own agency to help struggling families. I've donated some of my own money as well. As soon as I can go back to Toronto, I'll be able to start my new nonprofit. I've even managed to secure a location. It's small, but perfect for what we need. I'll be the executive director. With that role, I can ensure that any mission statement I make will be what our organization is about. I've secretly reached out to a few coworkers as well, who are interested in working with me. To have a good organization, I'll need to surround myself with good people who share the same beliefs I have. Families come first, not metrics. The only problem I have is that after making my business proposal for grants, I was told that I'll need more initial cash to properly set myself up for success. Not a little either, close to $20,000. I've already invested $10,000 myself and can't afford more. I was getting nervous about the money I needed until a gift was given to me. As if the universe wants me to succeed, I got a call from a popular podcast who wants to pay me for an interview. How much are they willing to pay? $10,000. But when I told them about my situation, they agreed to donate an additional $10,000 to my nonprofit when it opens. Now I'm excited for what the future holds. I even offered Sandra a job if she wanted, but she declined. She wants to reconnect with her sister who lives out west. I grip Connie's hand in mine and feel warmth. Maybe it's a blessing that she won't know the truth. The entire world knows what happened in this town, though. Connie moves in her bed and squeezes my hand back. She looks at me but doesn't speak. I like to think that she knows who I am at times, despite what the specialist tells me. "How's your spa, Mom? I ask her. She doesn't respond. I lean into her. I'm sorry, I whisper. I'm sorry I wasn't always here. I wish I was. After how my birth mother left me, I was so guarded to open up to you fully. You weren't anything like her, though. You never gave up on me. I wish I could have been as good a daughter to you as you were a mother to me. She squeezes my hand again as if that's her way to respond back. Connie has many involuntary movements. It's not uncommon for her to squeeze a hand when someone holds hers. I like to think she knows it's me, though. I love you, Mom.
Epilogue. Do you have any regrets?
The interviewer asks me. I stare back at him, not sure how to answer. About what?
Telling the truth, he says. You didn't have to say that your adopted father was a killer. When George died, you could have lied. After what happened to your brother, if others were in your shoes, perhaps they would have. Have you ever thought about that decision? And do you regret it?
I lower my head and take a deep breath. I can see the fake smiles of Dennis Kempman. I see the costume he wore, pretending to be a good family man, a good human being. I imagine Jason and the hurt he felt when he discovered the truth. I realize I'm taking much longer to respond when the producer waves at me off set. Are you okay, Allie? She says. If you need a break, that's not a problem. Part of me would love nothing more than to end this interview. The fakeness of the interviewer is really starting to bother me. The empathy and genuineness of the producer is the only reason I haven't left. That and the money I was promised for my nonprofit. I look at the camera directly. We all wear masks, I say. Jason tried to hide his hurt. I tried to avoid mine. George and Dennis put on a smile and pretended to be like everyone else, but they weren't. They were evil men. Evil deserves to be revealed. I clear my throat and look at the interviewer. Do I regret telling the truth? No, I don't. We all wear masks. The real mystery is what lies beneath. This recording of Lie, Lie, Truth, a psychological thriller, was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Darcy Rhodes. Published by arrangement with James Caine. Copyright 2025 by James Caine. Recording copyright 2025 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.